podcast now?
Mm-hmm.
So check this out.
Isn't that crazy?
Boom.
At one of the spots. That's what I just captured here. So like you'll be able to scroll around, and it like can only do so far in the background, but and I can send you a link where you can manipulate it in 3D space or a video where it's called nerfing. It's neural energy resonance field.
Oh, this is the new iPhone, huh?
Yeah.
Whoa.
My new 14 Pro Max, but 15's out now.
Really? I think you were supposed to do your whole body, right? Or can you, you can zoom out. Oh, wow.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, wow. That looks even
It's
better.
cool. And it's just starting out, and like I'm figuring out how to use it, but the interface is so
That's
badass.
super legit.
So like that was one of the places I did. I also did. You guys haven't seen the newsroom, have you?
I think you've seen.
That's cool. I came in like
You've shown us a couple of pictures, but nothing crazy.
I always move it so that it doesn't stick because I don't like to watch it anymore. But isn't that tight? How it does the load up.
Whoa, that's super cool.
So like shows you what it captured in terms of the light points, which is why I actually thought to do it because you have a lot of light in here. So right now it's sending it to their AI processor, and then it's gonna send back something like this. But you guys know my apartment, right?
Huh?
I haven't been there yet.
Okay.
No, I haven't been to that.
Damn, dude, this is my place right here.
Nice.
That's dope.
You guys haven't seen my place. You've been to the apartment. You sent me inside. You dropped me off.
Yeah, not the new one.
No way. This is
Right,
at one
we're
of
gonna do that poker game.
Yeah,
with
we
that
were
one.
gonna do the poker game, and then.
Yeah, we were gonna do the poker.
And then life happened.
I'm surprised you haven't set up a poker game.
Yeah, right.
You've been alone at home, and you don't set up a poker game?
Yeah, we need to do a poker game in January for sure. I got some more people
You've
that
been
want
saying that for every month, almost.
I got some new peeps that are gonna come from Boa, so we got some players for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get at least like 4 people.
Alright, I'm gonna open this. Merry Christmas, guys. This is a cute little box.
So cute.
He's like, I want to go in there, or she.
That's what Christmas is all about. Cute shit.
Let's get that on the podcast. Are you recording? Nice.
I was recording from the moment you walked in.
That's what
I don't
Christmas is
know
all
if
about.
it's
Cute
gonna be
shit.
good quality or
Sponsored by
anything. But
Domino's.
this is the best I can do with the lack of responsibility that Grant has.
He's
Because
like
he
looking
didn't
into the
bring
camera. I'm addressing
correct
you,
mic,
the audience. We're gonna suffer now.
and we don't have the
because-
right headphones, so whatever.
I like that, dude. It's
Blame
like
Grant.
Santa's a drug dealer, DJ. He's like, hey, check out my hat. And you just had a hit a little while ago. He was like, start fading in the background.
Merry Christmas.
It's like the Jingle Bells start playing in the background.
Chris. Yeah. All right, let's open up. Ooh, that felt like a shot glass. This is a shot glass.
I know what a shot glass wrapped in paper feels like.
I heard it, and then I looked at it.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. Heartfelt. You know, I'm always interested in watching is how families open up their presents.
Ah!
Whoa,
Because we always had.
dope.
Oh, dude, hope you like it.
That's so cool. I love that. That's so colorful. Dude, beautiful. I love that.
thought
That's
of you.
sick. That's so sick.
I was like, the
don't think I've ever had such a colorful
when we
one
went
like
to a
that.
souvenir shop. I was like, okay,
That's
I know
awesome.
one I can knock down right now. Ping! Shot glass. And guess what? Every souvenir place had one. I was like, people must collect shot glasses. It's a great
good job.
collective. Yeah.
Costa Rica.
And you have more than anybody. You're clearly going to be one of those news stories in like 20 years ago. Like, this guy has
Just never
40,000
stop
shots.
collecting.
Why not? Why would you
It's a
stop now?
dedicated room.
Open, Mario, open. I love the red and
Okay,
green.
so
I'm
which
totally
ones are
gonna use
mine?
this box
Wait.
probably.
Which ones are mine?
I'll give it back to you. I'll give you something.
Neal?
The 3 over there?
The 3?
Yeah, they're just small gifts.
Wow.
Oh, that's sick. I totally want to do that. It's a little bonsai tree.
A bonsai tree? That's dope.
Nice.
You would be
gift.
totally the... Wow, you fucking taped the shit out of this, huh?
Good
Like 8
luck.
different. I think there's
These
like 8
are like
different types.
not even regular
Oh, the
tape.
different
These are
types of
fucking like...
bonsais?
Let's see. Is there other pictures on the back?
Brazilian rosewood. Whoa. No.
You have to look up. I think there's like
I'll have to check that
Staples?
out.
pink ones. Yeah, there's
Or two
cool.
double
Like a
batteries.
staples and a stapler. Get your shit together.
Staple your life.
Oh shit, these are staples? Hells yeah, it's just what I wanted.
I needed this actually.
What
Paper,
is this?
8 by 8.5 by lens.
Lens cleaning. Oh, okay, well, cool.
Just camera stuff. Just one of them is from Costa Rica, and this is part of the other one. That's the better gift. That was just the accessory that came with it.
Oh, really?
But that one's like,
This one?
yeah, I've been following Kickstarter stuff, and I saw that like in March and ordered it, and it's just been sitting in my closet waiting for this moment.
Really? Oh, shit, what the fuck?
It's like
BB Mini? What is it?
it's like a lens cleaner. It's an automatic lens cleaner. So that's what the little wipes are for. So it's like an air. It's like I don't even know how it works. I just saw it. I was like, oh shit, you know who's the camera guy? Mario. And nobody else has this product because it's Kickstarter. BB Mini.
Wow.
Mario will review next year.
And then this.
Oh shit. What is this?
Guys.
For the bonsai tree?
What
It's interesting.
Is that how
Why don't you
small
check
they
it
are?
out?
Yeah, very small, tiny little tree, fit in cup. Tiny little
and this
tree.
one
You
too?
must grow.
This one too?
Yeah, that was yours. That was the one I got in Costa.
Costa Rica, huh?
I was like, Mario likes fancy shit. This was at an art gallery in the middle of La Fortuna next
That
to the
thing is
volcano.
cool.
And I
This
guess
is
that-
exactly
it's a
what I wanted,
seed.
just like Grant says all the
That's
time.
a seed. A piece of a seed that somebody etched.
That's a seed?
Their bird, like the husk of a seed.
Oh, let me feel it.
Crazy.
It does feel weird.
Whoa, interesting. I thought it was gonna be malleable. That's crazy.
So it's just an ornament, I guess, or it's like,
Right, that is a cool ornament.
or it's
Yeah.
like you can hang it up on your skull guy, and he can have a badass
Put it
Flavor
on
Flav
the-
style.
Put it on the tree, Mario. Mm-hmm. Or you wear it as like a little, a little thing. Here,
As a ball,
it's like a sexy,
put it around your piece and make it a wall
sexy
shield.
night.
Oh, dude.
You got to put your belly button ring on, Mario, so it just hangs from your belly button ring. You know, I know you got like
That's
5
cool.
belly button rings.
Thank you. Where'd you get that idea?
Bonsai tree.
Bonsai.
Well, we have some fake ones at work, but then also like looking at them, I'm like,
This is you, Grant?
that's me. I'm trapped in a bag. Let me out.
Okay.
We have some like fake ones at work, but I'm thinking it would be fun to
didn't do
like
this, right?
groom one.
Did you write that?
That's you.
Oh,
Did
I
you
get
write
it
this?
now.
Yeah.
I'm thing one. He didn't want to put my name.
Thing 1 and thing 2.
I bet you it's a bonsai tree.
This is not even your writing. This is too good to be your writing.
Dang.
What? Who told you that?
Are all cameras rolling? Are you going?
Yeah.
All cameras.
As best as I
action.
could.
Thanks for thinking of me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, dude. Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas.
Very
bro.
merry.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Ho, 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 mofo.
So wait, her dad came into town before they flew back together?
No, she just drove up there.
That's right, 'cause she's driving years back.
Yeah.
I know that I miss you, and I know that 2024 is gonna be your year where you shine.
Oh, you gonna shine, Mario?
Year
shine.
where you will shine.
Whoa, is this a menorah?
Dude, I saw this and I was
man.
like, that's totally
Whoa,
great.
This is cool. Oh, it's like a tea tree or tea candle holder.
Yeah.
That's dope.
And you can slide
That's
it
super
together if
cool.
you want. I just never seen
love
it
it.
before.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's sick.
I like that you got me a map.
That's super pretty. I love that. That's awesome.
This blanket behind me is also a map that
dope.
is a map.
Map
A
bag?
blanket that's a map that Grant got for me. All
Mario
those years
loves
ago.
maps.
I love maps. Oh, what the hell?
Oh, it's like a turtle.
Right? And you can be like, oh, it's
Mixar- oh, whiskey set? Oh, that's cool. A whiskey set?
Yeah, you like whiskey, right?
Yeah. I don't
Open it
even know
up,
what
Mr.
that
Whiskey
is.
Danzels. You'll open it up and you'll be like, oh, I get it. I get what he's trying to do.
What is
Line
it?
them up.
It's all gonna make sense.
Smash for the last podcast of the year.
Shots.
Right? I got some Terramana and oh yeah, over there. And some of that other shit that you got that
Literally just got a shot glass.
Are you fucking serious?
Dude, and there was like the last place we went in Costa Rica was on the way out. And,
Oh, what the
and
fuck?
Samantha's really good at like figuring out stuff to do last minute. So there was like this. What?
That's cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was like, it's just a box of coal. Oh,
so
dang.
the thing, the fucking, you know the ice cubes things that I got? These are bullets
Oh, yeah.
instead of those cubes.
Like silver
Which he
pieces?
hated.
The silver pieces?
But I know
Those-
you liked, so.
I like them,
So
yeah.
there you go. Now you got some
Oh, so you
bullet-
like freeze those?
Yeah, I
bullet
freeze
cubes.
these and I put in the
Genius.
liquor thing.
Because what's
That's
more manly than
legit.
drinking whiskey? Whiskey
And you
with
open up like
bullets
the
in it.
ammo crate, which is cool.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
badass.
yeah, exactly.
It's not just the
That's
container.
dope. Good things, Grant.
gift.
You're the best.
Grant's the gift guy.
Merry Christmas.
He's good.
Merry
Ho,
Christmas.
ho, ho.
Ho, hose, hose.
Okay. That's sick.
That was
man.
cool.
I'm totally
Thanks,
gonna
Grant.
use that.
Thanks, Neal.
Yeah, man.
It was awesome, guys.
Yeah, dude, thanks for hosting, man.
Mm-hmm.
Most important thing, we're just still alive. And we get to hang out.
Good rapping. All right, well, see you guys later.
Yep. Good night, guys. So long.
Close that door.
Well, that was fun.
Grab another piece of za. Dude, also took some sick drone footage of the different places.
At least we all had headphones so we can watch the last episode of Rick and Morty.
Handfuls?
Headphones?
Oh.
Oh, I can get 3
Why
headphones.
don't you just put it on? Come on, let's
It's just
cut the audio later.
Mario's like,
If it plays on the speakers, it's gonna get picked up on the mics.
Why don't you unplug the mics and then just play it and do the time code start for if you want to air the episode or cut it later?
Why don't you reverse the polarity in the microphones so they become
You
speakers?
can always just be
That's
like,
possible.
hey, we're going to watch episode 3. Or are you trying to get our reaction watching this?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I get it now.
I mean, I have one other set of headphones, and I'll just use my... Oh, it's in the car. I'll just go get my headphones from the car, plug those in, and then you guys can use these.
Do you guys know how to run multiple
finding
AirPods on a source?
What?
Run multiple AirPods or Bluetooth ear.
Not on the H6.
Oh, right.
I said we just run with no headphones, bro.
Obviously, but we're not going to watch the Rick and Morty then.
You got to watch the Fear episode.
maybe.
Totally worth it.
I mean, I'd be down, but was
I
that
guess
gonna be
we'll
good for
just
your
let it
audience? Just cut to
run
the
over.
end, and then we talk about the episode.
Yeah, and I'll just pause it whenever necessary. Yeah.
Dude, check out Costa Rica from drone. So this is our first spot. And it was like this house that... Wait, no, that's not it.
That's cool.
Hold on.
This was you guys' first vacation together, huh?
Yeah, dude. This is the first spot. Look how it's crazy jungle. That's the volcano, which never came out. It was like always hidden behind the clouds.
Whoa, it's
Oh,
like
right.
Zelda.
Dude, and then that's our first spot. It's like this little Airbnb that was tucked into the jungle next to another one. There's another identical one right to the left of it.
You look like a couple on like, we chose to live
See
in
it?
the wilderness.
See the other one?
Oh,
We
yeah,
sold
the,
all
the
of our
white
shit
one? The white
and moved
little
to
thing right
Zimbabwe.
there?
Yeah, you
we
see how it's
created
like
a
a
tiny
triangle?
glass house.
Yeah, kind
Wow.
of, right? It's almost like a reality TV show. But so I just flew around.
Is
to
it 2
get-
stories?
Yeah, but we didn't know how to get into the bottom. See the steps on the left?
What?
There's like steps up to the top. And then we didn't know how to get in the bottom. We think the people that clean it live there. Because it was just a small room. So like this one actually worked out really
Interesting.
well for the Nerf, for the Luma, because I'll show you here. It was like you could get everything from that one shot. This, we just did her hat because I was trying to show her how to do it. So there's just that bathroom here. That's the door to go outside. And it was just this crazy cool glass box that you could like press one button on the wall here on those remotes, and all that curtain would pull back zzz, automatic, and it was just glass. So at night we could just like have the, and it was raining like heavy at night, so in the middle of the jungle. It was like, that was a trip.
And then you see just like, tink, like
A monkey
splinters.
balls. I kept feeling like we're in the fucking jungle. Like you don't really know what's out there. Like there's some
Seriously.
crazy shit.
I wonder if the audio is already playing on the.
So from there, we did that. While we were staying at that spot, we went to this waterfall, which I'll show you. But then we also did, because I just didn't have the time to post this all online. I was like, I'm not doing posting constantly. So we went to this.
Oh, that looks so cool.
We went to this lake next to the volcano, and I launched my drone, and it started dying immediately because the battery. I didn't
So
check the
shit to
battery.
catch it.
Yeah, dude. So I was like, shit, paddle over there, paddle over. So I like flew around, and right here is like started dying. I was like, fuck. And then so it's like starting to come down. It's trying to land. It's like, we'll land in 10 seconds. I was like, fuck, I didn't know it was that low. So like I had her paddle to where it was because I was still trying to fly it and make sure it didn't land and like force it to stay up. I had her paddle to where it was trying to come down at, which was like, she's like paddling in this lake and the water's like pushing against her. She's like struggling as it is. And they're like, okay, now grab it, you know? So she like paddles under and then reaches up to grab it. And I like emergency land it in the middle of the lake. So the moral of the story is double check the battery and usually launch and land over land if you can. But she cut her finger up, which was...
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Bro, at least we got the shot, I told her. I said, look
That
at
part.
this 3D shot of us in a kayak in the middle of Costa Rica. We're awesome.
That is pretty epic.
Because of you. And then the next spot was this.
Does that thing float? Have you ever tested that?
It doesn't. But you can
No
buy
way.
a float kit. So it helps seal out, and it has little floaties to where if you have to land on water.
That'd be smart.
And I looked into it. It's a couple $100.
You want another beer? You guys good?
I'll take one.
I'm straight. So this...
Beer me.
I'm okay for now, thanks. So this is the Dome. This is the second spot in this place called Nangu, which was way the heck out there.
Those are cool houses.
Oh, man, they're all so unique. So see that net right there in the front? That's all paracord that some guy wound together. And I was talking to him about it. But so,
Wow.
Yeah, so that was the property of the first one. Isn't that crazy?
That is
We're just
cool.
out in the middle of nowhere. And then I even took
Oh,
us...
it's fun.
Yeah, dude, thanks. I even took it all the way up to the fucking... I was like, how high can this go? Can this go? Because I knew there's no planes over us. I was like,
Did you guys get along on your vacation?
Yeah, totally.
That's good.
I got
Yeah, totally.
Got the beauty shot. Oh, here's the
You
name.
want salt on it or no?
Yeah, I'll take some. Thanks.
I know,
like
it
little
is
rocks.
rare, right? It's like, I get it, because it was definitely a bad relationship. So it's like, yeah, we got along great.
That's awesome.
was
Yeah, you
awesome.
guys have never fought, right?
Not really, no.
Not like a
Not like you would expect. Not like you expect in your
Not like
20s.
Nicola.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that shit? I was like, this bitch is fucking crazy. She was the only bitch that I told her to her face
She's the only bitch I told.
that she was a bitch, and she was like, she looked at me dead ass like, yeah, I know.
That's it. That was her reaction.
Dead ass, on
Yeah.
God. Skeet,
She's
skeet.
like, yeah, you know I'm a bitch.
She was like, yeah, I was waiting for you to call me that because that was what I was going for the whole time. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Or she says, you know it.
She wasn't surprised.
So, yeah.
Not even a little
And
bit.
I'm proud of it.
Oh, dude, so that's his. I could have gone up a little higher if I took the restrictor off, but like I was up in the clouds. I was like, shit. That was cool. So this second spot, oh, dude, I got to show you the. So I also had my shades, the glasses, and I took some video of like with the shades on. So let me
Cutting
show
edge.
you. Oh, dude. I'm trying to keep it
You got
fresh.
the high tech.
But then it's like, how do I compile? I can only compile them all in a timeline somewhere to make it look good. But here's the, I don't know, I could share all night. So thanks for indulging me. We did a lot, and
That's awesome. Looks so green there.
dude, it's so green. That's the waterfall. So we went down like 500 steps to this giant waterfall, and we were like, should we get in? At first, I was
awesome,
like,
dude.
I'm not going in, and eventually we're like, all right, let's do it. That's like the glass house at night. Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, where's the waterfall? So this is the fucking waterfall, dude. And it's like this giant... I forget which one it's called. But like we're at the edge here where you can look over and see where you're going to go. Then we went 500 steps down to the bottom of it.
Whoa.
And it was like... Yeah.
So majestic. That's awesome.
It was huge, you know? So I got
Holy
in it
shit.
and I was like swimming towards it to see if I could get closer, and you just can't, dude. It's like the water's like just pushing you back. Yeah, it was crazy.
Reminds me of when I went camping at the Grand Canyon, Havasupai Falls.
Yeah. Was it big like that?
So yeah, exactly. It was crazy. It was even bigger, and then like they had like went down into like other pools that surrounded it, and then you could like play in those pools. And I remember
kept
there's this-
dropping?
Yeah, it kept dropping into like smaller pools, and if you took it down far enough,
Grand Canyon?
Grand Canyon, yeah, it was
What
in
the
the
fuck?
it was
There's water in the Grand Canyon?
There's a
I guess, yeah, you're
Havasupai. There's Havasu. That's the part of the Colorado River. Mm-hmm. It's pretty crazy though, but yeah, dude, those falls look so pretty.
It was a good trip. So we go around downtown La Fortuna where the art shop was and some other gifts. And then we went to this wildlife refuge. Dude, this frog is like, okay, here's the frog, right? That's
What
like
is this?
it's like this wildlife refuge that was like carved out of the jungle. They're like, here's where no one's gonna fuck with, and we're gonna charge people to walk through. So nobody was using it for farmland. Nobody was building houses. It was like, kind of like
That's
their
like a
national-
deadly frog,
They're like, this
right?
is the most dangerous
I think
frog.
so.
That's like the most deadly
not-
frog ever.
But dude,
oh, no,
look
the
how
blue one is.
look how small
the red,
it is, though.
The red one is,
That's how
is super
small it is.
deadly still, but
Exactly, dude. That's how small it is. See that little red dot in the middle?
Holy
like it was
shit.
so small, it could have fit. You could fit like
that's
you
why
could
I
easily
can
fit
fuck
on a
you
quarter.
up, dude. Yeah.
You could easily fit it on a quarter. So we're like looking for these things in the middle of this jungle, which was fun too, because it was like a treasure hunt. But we found a couple cool ones.
Which, if you find it, thank God you didn't run into it, you know?
Right?
I was like, I want to lick it.
Let me lick the toad.
So it's like that's the green one. That one blends in super good. She found that one. See it on that little red piece? So
Holy
tiny.
Shit.
Saw some sloths.
Tiny frogs.
And then at the end we went to this At the end we went to this place. We saw a butterfly place. We saw the suspension bridges shit. We had so much. We packed in it. But the last week we went to this preserve. You know, we saw all the animals that are endangered that they're trying not to, you know, for whatever reason. A lot of these ones were.
Dude, I want one of those birds. Give me one of those rainbow birds. Look at that rainbow bird.
The blue one or the macaw?
The macaw. Look at look how.
Oh yeah.
Look how crazy majestic that is. Like, pull up a picture of a macaw, Mario, for your podcast.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Because that macaw, like look at that, like a rainbow macaw like that. Like look at those colors, cyan, yellow,
Dude, and we saw
red.
when we were out kayaking.
God damn it, bro.
Like that's I want a big ass aviary like in my house. You know, like I was telling Lauren, like when we get a big ass enough place, you know, wherever we're at, I want to net the whole thing out like for like an acre. You know, like a big net
on you all the time.
Big net.
Yeah, right.
And then just have like 3 or 4 macaws. That's literally what I told her. I was like, yeah, outside, so they can like fly around.
Illegal as hell because they're all in danger now. But
Yeah.
you can.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm gonna get one of them fancy birds.
I'm gonna sell cocaine.
I'm gonna get one of them
Pablo
fancy-
Escobar and have all those animals that you're not allowed to have anymore.
Right.
I don't know how. I'm getting one of them fancy birds.
That's- You're not alone. People
They're
want
so
those
pretty.
birds.
Can't you just, if you live in Texas, you can just go get a tiger.
Can you really?
Yeah,
How do you know?
'Cause I heard another
after
comedian
that
talk
one
about it.
movie,
must be true.
After that one show,
What happened?
Tiger King or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't let you do that anymore. Okay,
What?
actually, yeah, we're gonna stop that shit.
They created laws.
Dude, so when we were out kayaking, we saw, it might not have been one of these, golden or scarlet macaws, but we saw a full-on red, like, looked like one of these flying. I was like, oh, shit.
That's so
There's like
cool.
all these white birds, and this guy was like, I'm the king of you.
I'm the king of you.
That was awesome.
I'm the king
And
of
that's
you.
his
And this guy,
wings.
she
It's
wanted
like-
to go to this alligator tour in a canoe, and at first she's like, "You're in a boat," and I was like, "Cool, as long as you're in like a boat where they can't just."
But
fucking,
it's a fucking.
It's a canoe. It's like a kayak. And
Which
when I
is
saw
bullshit.
the pictures of it, I
No.
was like, I'm not doing that. I was like, I'm not that curious. But
Yeah.
this one was like behind this small chain link fence in this place. I was like, if this guy only knew he could easily snap that metal lock. That's such a good analogy for life. He's like, but I get fed free rotisserie chickens here every week for free.
Exactly.
And that's what it said. Like he just got comfy and he won't leave. Like if they put him back in the wild, he just come back. I was like, cool.
Just waddles back in
No
and say,
way.
hey, yo,
That's what they said.
I'm back. Can I have some more chicken?
He's like, this is where the food at. And they all do that. That's why they say they don't feed any of the animals. Because like their whole mental is pointed towards get dinner.
Yeah, and their brain is super tiny, bro. I hear
Especially
the brain
alligators.
of alligators and shit. It's the size of a walnut.
Dude, like those people that ever put their mouth in an alligator's mouth.
they're
or
fucking
their
dumb.
head in an alligator's mouth.
Yeah, did you see that?
I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't care, or even a lion's mouth. Like, I don't care if you knew that alligator, that tiger, or that
You
lion from
slept
birth.
with it when it was baby.
I don't care if that thing has like
Yeah.
showed you that it can like do like the little doggy like half gnaw on your finger and like not bite you. Like I'm still never put my head
in there.
in anything's mouth. Like if my
Yeah.
head can fit in its mouth, that's a bad day. No.
I mean, they can. I hear that they can jaw down on your, bite down on your head. But the real painful part and the most dangerous part is when they turn and they rip it off.
Death roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's how they rip limbs off and shit. You ever seen
Exactly.
people lose their arm in a death roll?
It's like, yeah. And they do
I think I
it
saw a
through
video.
their tail, dude.
Yeah.
They turn their tail in a way where they can just flip their head. I mean, their whole
Alligators
body
have
away.
a badonkadonk. They're
Is that the
crazy. They
difference?
do it with their tail.
Oh.
A badonkadonk, you know, like they got a big old booty.
I thought that was a scientific term, but it isn't.
with their badonkadonk.
He just made it up.
The alligator uses his badonkadonk.
You know what? I believe it.
Oh, so this is the other thing I want to like.
You're confident enough?
Hippos, dude. Hippos are the
It's
most
the
dangerous.
most deadly. Yeah, I hear that too. Hippos,
got-
you don't fuck with hippos.
No
bro.
one does. No one does and lives to talk about it. So this guy made that same net that he put in front of our little Airbnb. He did it in this tree. So like
Oh,
way
that's
high
dope.
up.
I seen those.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I guess it's the whole thing. So we're way up there and it's super windy because the rainy season just ended. These are with my shades. So like
Oh, you
they
still
had
got rope on?
They had to tether us into there and take our shoes and stuff just so we were like chilling up in this place. And then You know,
Wow.
they served us breakfast. So like they had these little things built in there. That was where, and we didn't even know because we didn't read. See over there, the breakfast.
Really?
It's like in this little thing. But dude, almost all that shit ended up falling on the ground at the end. So we ate most of the food.
Oh my God.
Because it was so windy and shit was blowing. Where I was like, catching it. I turned around. I poured 2 orange juices for us. I turned around and one was just gone. And I was like, where'd it go? You know? And she's like, we were talking bullshit and stuff for a while. So like it could have gone at any moment during one of the the wind gets all crazy. And I'm like holding on to the net just in case. I was like, I don't want to get hit by a branch or something. She's like, ah. Even though it's tied down, it's just instinct. You're just like, I'm not moving. Anyways, at the end, after we'd eaten most of the food, which is all this awesome fucking, let's see if I can grab a photo. This guy's like, you can call us anytime. I tried to use the radio. No answer.
Really?
But at least they were smart enough to like bungee down the pillows they had put up there. But it was sick. So we were up there eating this awesome spread that's like all fruit and like chocolate pancakes and Nutella and like raisins and oatmeal and shit, yogurt, oatmeal.
Wow, that's a dope vacation. I've never been on a vacation like that.
Yeah.
And you can see the Pacific Ocean.
And where was it?
It was cool. Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
But it was priced
Off the coast of Alaska.
It was priced for Americans.
Really?
It's right just north of Panama, south of Nicaragua. Panama is the last country in Central America.
Just left of Russia. You know?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
But dude, okay, so from there I did the zip line. You guys know she is with child. Did you know?
Right.
Did you know it was a boy? We found out.
You know,
you did?
she is with
That's
child.
awesome. How the fuck did she get up there then? Shouldn't she not be doing that?
She's like 3 months pregnant, so like she's still good to move around. But this trip she started showing, and like people actually commented on it.
My
and,
girl
like,
went through 3 weeks of being pregnant, bro, and she was already acting like, oh, I can't bend down and pick up stuff, and I was like, what?
I mean, yeah, I guess some women probably milk it, right? She was like, I mean, it makes sense though, because
Either
that
way.
first semester's.
I'm pretty sure
supposed to be
that
hard.
it affects
either way, you're
different
going light,
chicks
dude,
differently.
like-
Huh?
Either way, it's like that's a lot of hormones, a lot of chemicals.
Dude.
Like, you're creating something.
Yeah.
I listened to this book right away after I found out. Yeah, it's all hormones. You're changing. You're literally her or vital organs shift up to make room for the
Yeah.
baby, and it puts a lot of pressure on her lungs. Makes her have to pee
Yeah.
all the time. Like doesn't sound too fun.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're bringing another life in. It's like all the women can do it. You know, it's been happening for a while. So
Seriously.
also there's that male part of me where I'm just like, thanks. You're good. Oh, I think this was the last one. So like for the most part, my glove is blocking my glasses every time, which I didn't really know, but I should have thought of for the zip lines. I did these zip lines after. And except for this last part, which is it this one or the next one? I think it's this one.
You hooked up the GoPro or what?
No, I got my shades, my
Oh, right.
Ray-Bans. So that was sick. But we didn't even know the whole meal in the tree and the zip lining thing was part of it. And then like rappel down, and then they tied me to this Tarzan swing, which is like, if they're not going to have this part around for too much longer, I don't think, because it was kind of risky. I was like, someone's going to get hurt with that unless they dig it way out. And it was really painful to launch because he like pulled this thing where he's like,
What was it?
it's just a swing over nothing. But like he's holding me on with a safety rope behind, and then he pulls tension on the other one, releases it, and holds tension so that I don't fall too fast. But it was sick. But like I came back so fast, I was like, damn! Like, you know, if I had really jumped, I would have come all the way back, and I would have hit that little stand. But whatever, they'll get it. They'll get it refined. We're the only people out there, dude. They're just like making breakfast for us. They're only guests. It was sick.
Whoa.
That's crazy.
Dang, that's epic.
Great trip.
Do they even get any like high season where they get a lot of people coming in?
They only have the one little dome
cabin.
there right now, and they built a second, the cabin thing, and they built a second one, but they're still finishing it, I think. But this was that, so this was like,
That's what I call service.
dude, it was so epic. So this is inside, just in the bedroom part, but that dome wraps around. On the other side of that is the bathroom, and right here on the other side where she's at, there is the kitchen, and then it's this outside part, which was where this shot was taken. So in this one, you can see the outside of you can see the kitchen kind of through there. It was sick, dude. And there's this giant fucking ant in the spa. When I first showed up, it was like this red ant with like these horns like this. And I was
It's
like,
you've met the Ant King.
yeah, I was like, what the hell is this?
Bow
I
before
was like,
me.
am I supposed to get in that thing? And but you know, it's like a deep area, so he obviously just fell in. And he was like trying to get out like hard. He was like, get me the fuck out of here. He had places to be. And I was like, whatever, I'm going in. I'm not dealing with this right now. And then the next day he was gone. I was like, oh shit, he's around here somewhere. There's all these giant ants that could literally kill you.
Right?
Probably.
Yeah, dude.
When you're sleeping.
It's like, have you heard of the cow killer ants? dude, in the Army, I ran into these things. They look like bumblebees on the ground, and they're red instead of yellow.
They're big as fuck.
They look like the size of bumblebees, and they're ants. And they're called cow killers because their sting is hard enough to paralyze you. So, like, they're always like, if you see one of these, and they always follow around other ants. Don't quote me on that, but I always see them around other groups of ants. And
they dress up as other ants.
And they ant costumes.
They dress up as bumblebees.
They eat meat.
They eat
Yeah, right? And they try to fly. And the other bumblebees come down, they mug them. Like, hey, buddy, you can't get off the ground? Gotcha, bitch. Okay, so here's the one I just shot.
All right. Dope.
See, because if you move around, it's like trying to pick it up.
Yeah.
But the balls are relatively stable, which is cool. Pizza came out, you know. It's just fun.
That's dope.
That's dope. Yeah.
Science. You gotta be able to put it in something that can make it do something.
Yeah, I can send you a link.
Something
I
they can be able to do something. That's real scientific.
I can send you a link and you can explore it, or I can send you a link to the video and you can just like have it. It'll populate like those things that are popping up.
Right. Yep. I want to see the next, not the next level, but the next level that I want to see is a drone, because they're gonna have them like the little drone balls, right? And it's gonna like shoot out air from the side and down over the sides.
I was thinking about that because the drones are loud.
Yeah, I want a little spherical
Have you seen
drone,
those?
and it pulls in air from the top, and it's like has like looks kind of like a regular sphere, but then it also has like another small sphere around it.
The problem is how to compress air, because to keep it afloat, like the whole point of the drones with rotors, like the one I have, 2 of them are going opposite directions of the other 2.
You have to have air capacitors.
What is those propellers that are like cylindrical and they go in and swerve around each other, or whatever is that word called?
Like a jet?
Isotropical?
No, like it's a circle, but it's turned into
like
itself.
Geodisc, isotropical disc.
Dude, let me Google this real quick. Where's my fucking?
But anyways, long story long, I want a little drone that can like propel itself like a little ball, and it flies around me, and it can do everything. Essentially, it's an AI in that ball too, super intelligent AI. Essentially, it's fucking Zelda's little Navi. It's fucking Navi, bro.
And that's what we'll call it, but how to make it.
And that's what we'll call it.
Because you can sit here and invent it in your mind and not work in real life. That's what engineering is.
You need to have air capacitors, so it needs to always be pulling in air. They like, it's probably gonna be a bigger design first until we can shrink down to have motors, and like high component parts. Capacitor for electricity is something that just stores electricity.
This shit, dude. Look
and
at this
releases
shit.
it as needed, in whatever amount it's needed. So same thing. You have an air capacitor, so you have a compression system that is constantly, like, running just as a normal fan that's powering it and giving it lift, and then you have like a little compression system that is able to pull in air separately and build it up and compress it so that it can spit out either at the sides or at different areas.
Is this buffalo sauce?
Out of like little jets. On bottom, honey barbecue, buffalo. Pretty good, right? Yeah. That's my thing. Have that.
Still noisy.
Look at this propeller, dude.
Still noisy, maybe.
Apparently, this propeller is more efficient and uses less battery, dude. And it's just how it's designed to not let any like exterior air be lost.
Is it in use right now?
Looks like it cuts through the air.
Yeah. They 3D print this shit, dude, because it's not in market yet. Because it's more plastic, which is more money, you know.
Did you guys hear about the supposedly, what is it? They got ignition with a fusion reactor in the States.
Oh shit! I heard something like that, but I didn't really look it up. What happened?
I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know. I saw a TikTok where a lady.
I saw a TikTok.
It was a government lady. Apparently, they got a fusion ignition at some fusion reaction lab in the United States.
Like they got a fusion reactor online?
Yeah, they got it to output more energy than they put into it.
Oh, no way.
So if that's true, then we could ramp that up. That could be cool.
Ignition.
I'm always interested in like learning about new sciences and to see if it matches up with the science that I know, you know? Because I have a certain understanding
have you
of
fucked with
physics.
ChatGPT about asking shit like that?
Yeah, ChatGPT can only like articulate and combine.
No, well, looking up, it actually, I pay for ChatGPT, so I got the 4, which uses the Bing Bing search engine. Nice. So it's up to date with everything, and now there's an app. And
did you hear about Gemini?
Whoa.
No.
That's the next one. That's
next app.
Tesla's? Yeah, I think. It's either
Really?
Tesla or Google.
What is the latest on fusion?
Better. You know what's crazy about it too? I read this crazy new thing about how, you know, Moore's law,
Technology doubles.
computing power, and
Or computer.
and I think that's how it is. But
recent developments in nuclear fusion have been quite significant. The National Ignition Facility, NIF, in the U.S. has made notable progress in achieving ignition multiple times. In one of their experiments, they delivered 2.05 megajoules of energy to a target and generated 3.88 megajoules of fusion energy, an 89% increase over the input energy. This is a big step in fusion research, as it demonstrates the ability to repeatedly achieve a goal that has been pursued for over a decade. However, it's important to note that there's
old news, Mario.
You said that at the beginning.
Whatever. I'm not here to prove it.
Yeah.
Yes, you are, Mario. Yes, you are. Fusion reaction.
So there's 3 companies that have made a new type of microchip because of Moore's law or whatever.
Yeah.
So now they're able to use transistors vertically, and it like goes through it faster. It's kind of like the idea of what I thought quantum computing was, but they moved it. They scaled it down. They found a way to scale it down to a microchip, as far as I know. So it was like a full-size model in terms of getting these transistors to operate in 3-dimensional space. Now they built one that's super small. So like once they get those in computers, it's going to get blazingly fast. Like imagine if you could send a 4K 60-frame video or something even bigger as fast as you send a JPEG. You know, like that's what you're talking about.
Let me ask you this. Right now we have a limit though, and what that limit is?
A limit of what?
The limit of how fast computers can actually go.
Because of battery power. Or power.
What's the thing that is the most limiting for anything that moves?
Energy?
The speed of light.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. So the speed of light is what caps our ability to process at a certain speed. So there's that cap.
That's pretty fucking fast. Nothing else can do that.
But here's the interesting thing that I've realized, and that maybe I'll give you guys a thought experiment, and let me see if you know the answer. What can move? Is there anything that can move faster than the speed of light? And if so, what can move faster than the speed of light?
Nothing.
Vibration.
Yeah, that's what we would use.
No vibration can move faster than the speed of light because the speed of light
some type of
is
electric
the fastest vibration
theory that you came up with, because that's your whole deal.
No. Here's what it is. It's pressure. Pressure moves instantaneously. Moves faster than the speed of light.
It depends on the material.
So
if it's made out of
Here's the thing.
Like
so imagine
inflatable plastic or something.
Here's the simple way of viewing
anything that has buoyancy.
So like imagine if you have a solid piece of material and you press on it from one end, right? The whole body moves because it's all one piece of material. If you're able to get enough energy to move the thing, no matter what, the whole body's moving together. So
but not instantaneously.
It moves as one. So what that means is that you're moving,
just like a train?
You're moving the front end and the back end
like a train
simultaneously. So
no, not at the exact same time.
Through pressure, yes. If the whole body's moving, yes. So it's not a slinky where you're touching one end and then the other end moves.
Mm-hmm.
A molecular slinky from one perspective, but from a gross perspective, which is to say, like if you imagine a tire log and you have enough power to move that log, to nudge that log, the whole log is moving as one mass.
Right.
So, and that's because the charged states are essentially an accumulative body. Like they're all forming one mass that's moving together because of their pressure. So in that, if you had a piece of material or even just a pressure pocket, but it's easier to imagine a piece of material that's, say, from here to Pluto, and it was a solid piece of material, and you were able to get enough energy to move that piece of material, that whole piece of material would be moving as one. So you'd be sending information over a distance that is greater than the speed of light, faster than the speed of light.
But the whole point
I don't make that logic jump because it's moving technically at different at different speeds. Like if you hit a car fast enough, yeah, it could be going 100 miles an hour, but the front end gets melted before the back end when it hits. Like it's microsecond, but time matters.
What I'm understanding, him saying, sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
But it's an object pushing a medium to push another object, right?
No, it's just one solid object. So all I'm saying is that if you have an object,
what's the point then? You just want to move an object?
So it's information. So the information is.
How are you gonna? What's the point of using a solid object when you can use waves that travel through objects? The whole point, that's more efficient.
No. The understanding is that pressure is more efficient than electromagnetic vibration. They're both similar in that they both are creating a movement or an impression of the unified field. But if you're moving something as a whole, as a body, it moves faster, or it can move faster as far as the information from one end to the information to the other end than the speed of light, because the speed of light needs time to travel that distance. Whereas if you're moving a whole body, the movement of that pressure is happening instantaneously if you have enough energy to move that body. So
I think where the logic gap goes for me is it's not instantaneous. Like I said, it's more that the measurements are quantifiable. And so you can't escape the idea of that light, nothing beats the speed of light because, you can't beat the idea that nothing beats the speed of light with that concept. But I understand maybe how that could be applied to getting past it, theoretically. But no, because the front end moves before the back end moves on a micro scale, if measured.
Well, what happens is that's actually what's happening in the subatomic. So when you have an entangled particle, those two particles are sharing the same wavelength. So they're sharing the same pressure as far as that particular unique pressure of the space that they have. So when you separate them and you interact with one of them, you change the pressure differential on both because they're sharing that same pocket of pressure, which is outside the boundary of electromagnetic waves.
I don't agree that it would be, or that the pocket of pressure is a scientifically measurable term. Anyways, let's change topics now.
But anyways, but the reason why all that circles back is because of the computer thing. So getting back to the computers is when you can create a computer that is mechanically built off of pressure versus electromagnetic transmission, I think we're going to have computers that can do literally it's the P versus NP problem, which is can you have a problem that is faster than just a mechanical of 1 to 2? And you can if you're working off of pressure. Which is to say that I think we can create computers that can move and calculate faster than the speed of light.
Well, the other thing is we're at what? 5G, 6G or whatever? Can you imagine 12G? Like, wouldn't that be more faster than this thing?
But what does that mean for you? What do these different G's represent in your mind?
Well, how fast can you receive a JPEG in 5G? Right? Mm-hmm. Multiply that by 2. Double.
So let's just say
what is 5G?
Let's just even say if you're right. Let's just say your theory is right. Let's out of the gate. Let's just check that and say back to the model at hand, which is even now we're not at that speed. So if we ever hit the theoretical speed of light in terms of our computer transmissions, great. Then we'll face that problem, and your theory will be proven or disproven. But right now we are dealing with a bandwidth issue in terms of a couple things. Transmission availability. Just because you can send a signal doesn't mean that. Just because you have a channel and send a signal doesn't mean that it's not jammed up. Like think of a freeway. You could have the capability for it. You still have bandwidth issues based on what's being sent through. Because the file will always be bigger than the availability to send it, typically, especially when you talk about volume and people transmitting things at the same time. So you have 8 billion people and counting, all sending larger and larger files. You're going to need Moore's Law to keep up because it needs to be able to handle all this data transfer. So where we're at now is 5G, but there are still faster, I believe, systems out there. 5G is if you count the different generations of phone line and the way that they count it, then all it means is what? That we're at, I think first G was regular phone, right? Do we even know the generations? Second G was mobile phones. Third G is smartphones.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
4G is high-speed smartphones. 5G is video high-speed or ultra high-speed or whatever it is. It's only a gigahertz. It's only going up in terms of bandwidth, exactly bandwidth. Gigahertz speed now is what we're at, which is why they're advertising it as gigahertz speed all the time. But 5G itself only means a different iteration. So as far as I know, they were starting with sending electrical signals over telephone wires, which all had to be at a different megahertz because the different numbers on a phone correspond to different megahertz. So when you dialed it back in the day, if you dialed a 0, it was a certain megahertz, 1 through 9.
Yeah.
And the way that they could actually send the electronic signal was by sending, if you think of a wave, send it that fast.
Move this
So it's
part.
literally making that noise or it's sending higher because that wavelength is higher or lower, slower or faster, depending on the number. So it can connect to a source and a sender that in that way, but now we're sending packets of information. So it's a different game. I mean, that's why Comcast took over a lot of the industry, and that's why Netflix is killing it and Starlink, because if you create the infrastructure to send the data, you own the roads pretty much, which is crazy. Anyways.
Data.
I don't know. I mean, and then there's quantum computers, which I don't even understand. Bro.
As far as I know,
what the
you know
fuck?
about quantum computers?
Enlighten. I know a little bit, but not enough to detail.
All I've read about it is that it's like you know what a transistor is in a computer,
Right.
So it's
You
just
could do 0 and 1 at the same time.
right. So now it can do both. So
Yeah.
it can effectively do it too.
I don't understand that. I don't
Which-
fucking understand it.
It just means that it can pick between things faster, which just means, practically speaking, that the bandwidth itself is broadened. That's all. And that's the whole point of Moore's law. And these, I think it's Intel and whatnot, 2 other companies. What was the other one? Was a weird one. It was like Samsung. It was like Intel, Samsung, and this third company I never heard of that was 4 numbers. It was a whatever that's called. It was just 4 letters or whatever. And they were talking about how now these microchips are stacked on top of each other. So that's all it is. It's essentially like not only can the transistor be 0, 1, and 3, but it's moving in vertical space. And that's the same thing with the new AI models is if you stack multiple AI models on top of each other, you get super AI. And that's what they figured out, to where it's like, okay, the way that you thread the needle in terms of decision making on a mass media scale, which is what the internet has become, it's connecting all these different information sources, is the way you thread the needle in terms of deciding. And most computer programs are doing just that. They're trying to figure out what the output you want based on the input you're putting in. So on this level, it's threading it by creating different AI models that are staggered. So it's like, okay, here's an entire realm of plants. Here's an entire realm of animals. And this AI model can go through all the different animals based on what it's programmed. They're basically the same thing, but now they're taking all these models and stacking on top of each other. So as you're going, if it hits that first layer and it's like, oh no, it's not an animal or plant or mineral. Oh, it must be a piece of philosophy or whatever. It goes into a whole different branch because there's so much knowledge.
Right.
How do you computerize all that knowledge in an accessible way? That's what AI is trying to solve.
Right. Yeah, trying to find. It's like a new way to communicate. It's like a new language, because it's creating all these models for compound ideas, so it can generate.
And it's thinking in a whole new way. Not even how we think. How we grow up and start learning, like, hey, I can move my legs, I can, touch things, I can move things around, I can influence my environment by how I am in my way of interacting with it. They're operating at such a new level that they're moving and not moving the environment at the same time, which is you can't, because they're computers. So they're not necessarily moving it. They're hitting these different like we hit on neurons. They're hitting these other algorithms in ways that we couldn't even imagine. That's how like Midjourney can make these images out of text. It's like it's imagining new shit like we can never imagine.
What do you think about that? Have you ever seen that experiment where like the computer's set up in a room with by itself first, and it's supposed to be like a random generator, and it plots like random points, like around this like little map, and it'll essentially like turn its light on at different points around the map.
Turn its light on.
And then like they put all these chickens in the room. What? And then the chickens,
Real chickens?
realize, what's that? Real chickens. They put a bunch of baby chicks. And the chickens like all gather near. Oh, I know what it was. It was a robot that has a light. And it can move anywhere around in its environment. But these chickens, they have like a little net area that they can't get across. So they can only stay on one half the room. And so long story long is when it's just sitting there, it's a normal program that they run. It bounces all across the map. But when the chickens are in the room, it bounces only on the half side where the chickens are. And so the chicken, and it still has running the same program that it can move anywhere in that room. But the chickens get that heat from the light when it's turned on. So chickens are like, like essentially quacking or whatever, putting out energy that they want that light. And so the quote unquote random number generator that essentially they've done multiple tests where it'll bounce all around the room. There's nothing in there. But then when you put like a plant or even baby chickens, it'll like the plant, it did it less.
It would favor it.
It would favor it. Yeah. Even like the plant, they like put a plant in the corner of the room and it would like favor it and it would go over.
What do you think that means?
More. Well, I think that means that everything has electronic signals, So in a way, you are influencing the electronic
It's the
impulses.
two-slit experiment, right?
The what?
Essentially.
The two-slit.
With double slit.
The double slit
Essentially,
experiment.
we're just saying that, it's
Anytime you observe it, you influence it by
Right.
being two slits. But when you don't observe it, it's a wave.
But also in this, it's like observation is the wave. So it's like the fact or is whatever this charge that the chickens and the tree is sending out. So they're changing the outcome of a seemingly mechanical thing by just whatever charge they're kind of emitting.
I've never thought of this
That's different.
until this very moment. I now start to think that the whole double slit experiment on how when we observe it, it's two slits. And when we don't observe it, it's a wave. The reason when we observe it, it's two slits is because we've been programmed that when an object goes to two things, it just continues down two things. That's how we understand logic. That's how we foresee light before,
Okay.
But when we don't observe it, it's operating in all these different things, kind of like the Matrix, kind of like what you were talking about that last time we were on the podcast, where reality is kind of like a game. It loads up according to where you are and what you're looking at, but behind you and all the way anything you're not observing, it's not really there, until you observe it. Kind of like the
For
cocaine.
your brain processing it.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about the double slit experiment is I never bought into the idea that it's both, because it doesn't have to be for that experiment to all be accurate. And that bothered me that that's the conclusion. And maybe I don't know enough about it to make an educated assumption. But my whole point is, if you're measuring it at two different points at all, it's going to be two different points in time in terms of if you're trying to take... I don't know exactly how it works, but do you know how it works by verbatim?
Yes.
How does it work?
Essentially,
Well,
there's
we
two
can look at the
slits.
video.
There's two slits, and you can like shoot particles at these slits. You can either shoot them all at once, or they've like shot them individually. And if you don't have an apparatus to measure it, meaning like you don't have any electromagnetic influence on it, you can watch it, and it'll still do a waveform. It's only when you add some sort of measuring tool or electromagnetic pressure to that environment that it changes the particles into dots or into particles. It's because you're adding charge. So that's the transformation of electromagnetic waves into particles into further mass. In the same way that like what's that little device that's in a microwave? A magnetron? A magnetron takes electrons and turns them into electromagnetic waves by oscillating them around in like this little cavern, and it literally projects electromagnetic waves. So it's like this is, the beginning of the reversal, the recognition of the reversal of that.
Right, is that our observation, which is essentially thought itself. If you're just observing something, you're just looking at it, right. But your brain's still processing what it's seeing. Is somehow also, it could be taking away. I mean, sure, it could be adding to it, but it also could be detracting from it. We don't know. Like you could be like, am I observing something? You could be sucking a little of its essence out. Like it doesn't have to be that your observation adds anything. It could be just, I mean, it does. And when you think about like sum total of the experience, now here's an object that's being observed that implies a second object with the capacity to observe, which is deep enough as it is. So you probably are adding something to it. Either way, I didn't know that was those specific details. That's pretty cool.
And that's interesting because now I'm thinking about how do we operate when we're being observed? Because I operate differently. If like you're in your office, you have an office, you're doing your day-to-day work. You fucking do whatever you want. You jerk off, you fucking watch movies, you watch whatever you fucking want.
You do whatever you want, right?
Yeah.
You jerk off, you play video games.
You drink a little whiskey.
Repeat what I just said. Yeah, real,
But in this
real
voice,
funny.
you got to do it like this.
Anyways, when somebody goes into your office and tells you, I'm going to put this camera right here, and now maybe somebody's watching, maybe somebody's not watching, but it's going to be right
Why are
here.
you putting
I'll
a
be in
camera
my
in
office jerking off watching you. I know you're jerking off. I'll wait till you start and then I'll start too.
Right?
That is creepy, but you're totally right. Yeah, if you know
we
you're being
all
observed,
operate differently when we're being observed. It's a natural occurrence. When I'm in here by myself, I do whatever I want. I jerk off. I fucking clean. I don't clean. I lay down. I don't do
Take a shit on the
I say
floor.
shit that I
Get
wouldn't even say
swifty
shit in front of
today.
you guys. You know, I say stupid shit all the time.
Yeah,
But when
it's
I'm being
interesting the stuff you
observed-
won't do. That's interesting.
But what does that mean? What's the big picture of that?
We all agree to certain social rules of stuff we don't do while we're alone still, which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, jerking off is a pretty big one.
Totally
I wouldn't
normal.
be telling this
Well,
to
like you wouldn't do it in public, but everybody does it in private. There's still a whole list of rules about people don't do stuff in private. Like you don't pee on your wall. You don't like try to run
There's
through
no
your
pee
wall.
on your wall?
You don't like, you don't do crazy shit. Like you don't destroy your own property. Some people
Yeah.
do, but for the most part, people are like
Right.
going home and they're just like, just making an absolute
Yeah, if
mess.
I was doing something wrong, like I was stealing something on my time off, I wouldn't tell you that because
exactly.
not only that, but we're being recorded.
It's a chop shop here.
But if
bunch of
we weren't
mufflers
being
sitting out.
recorded, I would still not tell you that.
tell you. If I was
I'm not gonna sell myself out.
Every day I go into my boss's office and I take $50
I trust
from
you
him.
guys.
I'm
I
stealing
don't
Cadillac
trust you
converters,
guys.
but I'm not going to tell you guys. Don't go into the back room.
That's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the knowledge of being observed changes your actions.
Agreed.
You know, even though we know our phones are constantly recording us, there's a part of us that like
It's
it
a
doesn't
loop.
matter.
It's a loop. They don't have the bandwidth either to record that shit. I don't think.
I think here's the power.
I think
behind-
algorithms are.
Here's the power of sentient beings, is that we have the power to move matter really well. Which is to say, like right now, you look around the room, everything is giving off a vibration, right? Like the bananas are giving off a banana vibration. The paper towels are giving off a paper towel vibration. Which is to say that, like, imagine everything glowing. It's like, literally, like you could actually see the radiation coming off it, which you can, and that's why it's light. You're literally seeing its glow. But imagine if it was glowing and everything, you could like really see and feel like.
That's crazy to think. It's glowing at the level of visibility when you think about it.
Right, so everything is glowing. But imagine there was like a haziness and you kind of like were able to feel.
Calling attention to it all.
Yeah, we're able to feel and recognize that everything is a vibration and that it has its own
Like if it was emitting light, not just reflecting it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Which it also is. It's also radiating energy, depending upon how much heat it has, and it's trying to balance itself with its environment. But imagine you're looking at all this and it's glowing, and then you look at humans or you look at a living being that is literally has an engine inside of it. Like this all is energetic mass, but it's different from like the engine that is us, these living beings that are like churning energy, and that wave, that pressure, that energy that it's sending out can extend further, I believe. It does on just a heat basis, but also I think it does on like a focused electromagnetic wave basis. I think that's where our power comes from, especially like living beings, plants, animals, us, humans. It's like we have the ability to like project this energy into our environment. That's why you see all this stuff, because we literally shaped our environment physically. But I think also none of that physical creation begins without like a mental construct or a spiritual construct, which is to say that like it all begins with your thoughts and with your emotions, Because like that's how you create your environment. So in that way, it's like you do have these people that when they come into it's like the Force, dude. It's like Star Wars, which is to say, you're gonna have people that are stronger than you in their emotions and their mental, and they're come around you, and you're gonna change your energy to be like them, But
or physically, like an empire literally taking over somewhere. Right. It's like that's a strong force too.
Right. Or you can be of a certain level of energy yourself that's untainted by that, not to saying that's good or bad. Like you might be the individual that parked or that sits down in front of a tank because you're so peaceful and calm, and then you get run over by the tank. Like that, maybe that happens. Or on a more realistic aspect, you're the confident person where if someone puts a camera in your office, you don't change your personality because you're so confident in who you already are. So in that way, it's like, or like a pianist getting up on, in front of everybody and playing. It's like for anybody, one of us might be nervous because we're not so confident in ourselves, or we're not playing, how we would by ourselves in front of everybody else. It's like at certain levels of mastery, at certain levels of like authenticity, I think you do vibrate out into your environment. Like you like almost influence your environment where it's harder for them to influence you,
Maybe the second part is less accurate, but maybe not. Maybe you're saying you don't get intimidated as easily?
I think the more authentic and the more you master anything, the more confident you are in your actions in that regard. And so and if you're thinking and you're emoting that all the time, you are sending that out into your environment, and your environment in the way that you were saying, like, oh, does it change them? Like, does it take away from them or does it add to them? I think you don't necessarily take away or add to your environment in the traditional sense, like taking away mass, but I think you change things' vibrations. So like literally the chickens in that experiment, they changed the vibration a little bit of that automatic thing to shift towards their direction. In the same way, I think you can change just the general vibration, the electromagnetic spectrum, so to speak.
Based on what you choose to master.
Right. So and in a way you kind of are. Like if you imagine on like an actual hertz level, there's some people who think like certain hertz levels or certain sounds are, shaping our environment, so you can like add positivity or frustration depending upon what hertz level you're playing. So in that same way, it's like if you imagine everything as a particular charged vibration, which it is, then you can recognize that your actions are just, or your emotions are kind of like shifting your environment or influencing your environment in a particular charged direction. So either your waveform is going to line up with your environment and your environment's going to be harmonious with you, or it doesn't, or
no, totally.
I go to Jurassic Park.
If you're you're a baseball pitcher, right? So you go to Dodger Stadium because you're a professional pitcher for the Dodgers, and you walk out and you pitch a perfect game. That only works there. You don't go into a fucking office in your baseball uniform with a ball and throw it at the wall because that's the wrong wavelength. You're not matching it with your environment.
Oh, right. Yeah. Now I know. Well, that analogy kind of triggered the whole. Did you see that video that went viral or went around the internet, I should say, of that violinist that's like a fucking $1,000 ticket violinist that plays in some opera went to a metro and played the violin with regular people, and nobody gave a fuck. Right. It was like, oh, that's pretty, blah blah blah, and kept walking and shit.
I've seen one where they do care, but not that they don't. Oh, that makes sense too. Over long enough time, people got a place to be.
Yeah,
you're going to the metro.
Oh, that's real nice, kid. You're doing good. I'm out of here.
Well, that means I think it's that there's a place and a time. Like if you have quote unquote mastery like Grant uses, you should use it at a place and a time. You shouldn't be
part of the mastery is understanding when to use it.
Yeah. Wherever you go. Because then it's not it doesn't have that essence. Mm-hmm. If you go around showing everything you got.
Are you really a master if you're using it everywhere? Yeah. You have to know your right environment.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. But if she, and I've seen other videos too, to like agree with what he said, like where people do come around, like if she continued to play there, I guarantee you over like an hour, she would have a crowd if she was that good. And then it's like, all right, you are literally gathering energy to you that are like, or that enjoy your energy.
Right. Out of all those people passing, the ones that are on your wavelength, they're going to stick around for a little while.
Yeah. And you'll create a buildup.
Yeah.
But in the same line of like what you're saying with the sports analogy, it's like they're like, imagine like a sports team, like your favorite sports team, and they're playing at home. There's the home field advantage. And why is that? Because you literally have all of your fans cheering for you. It is a different energy. And that's like a statistical thing as far as you can actually see that people like tend towards winning more when they're at their home field. I think
When people like them.
yeah, so it's
like some people, some teams do better away, but
yeah, you're right.
In general,
in
so
a way,
you're on a different vibration, from what you want.
I mean, going back to the time and place, I mean, if that same violinist did that in the park where everybody's chilling and trying to have a good time, hearing some violinist that's a renowned master of the violin, they would be like, oh shit, let's go check him out. Instead of the metro where everybody's trying to go to work and got shit to do.
Right.
Like, bro, like, we're not going to chill here while I got to get to work
but
right
also
now.
maybe her goal was to just hit the most number of people since she knew it was like a high traffic area.
Yeah, that's true.
You never know.
Imagine
Or
bagpipes.
just practice.
Bagpipes
Bagpipes are the worst.
Bagpipes are like really pretty at certain times.
Dude, the only place
Like,
they're pretty
when you're drunk and you're
is on a
Irish.
hill in the middle of fucking nowhere where they were invented. Take them back there to Scotland. I can be
Bagpipes?
racist with Scotland
Oh,
because
no.
I'm white.
Fucking-
Take your fucking bagpipes
And then
back to
fuck-
Scotland in the hills.
They're kind of epic though. Like
Not
Yeah.
inside. Not,
It's
not
filled
near
with
me.
spit and
Yeah.
shit. That whole bag is
Like it
filled with
whines
spit.
before you even start. It's
But
like,
like
come on.
imagine like you gotta have a lot of air. Imagine,
you fill the
gotta have
bag
a lot
full of air.
bro.
That's what it is.
I know, but you gotta be breathing into that bag the whole time.
Well,
so
you
it's like-
pump. Yeah.
the pump. That's what breathes it. That's what
breathes it to the
that's
organ?
what- yeah, that's
Okay.
what play it, and then they
You
breathe
blow into it the whole
So-
time? Fuck all that.
Fuck
Like,
all
that's-
that
they're just
shit.
sitting there, just like
So
nonstop.
you just want to blow something constantly and be annoying? Great. Go the fuck back to Scotland. Go blow things over
most
there.
instruments, you gotta blow on it a lot.
That's true.
But I mean, like,
you know, like trumpet,
if anything,
a lot.
Yeah.
Like,
how have they not improved?
That's all you do.
How have they not improved the bagpipes? So just like get a little motor and put it on the bagpipe.
Oh, the bagpipe, dude. Yeah.
Oh,
You
my
just
God.
chill. You're like,
Oh, this is so much easier. I can sing with it too.
but it's super loud. And you know what? Most
Yeah.
people use it
Annoying.
at funerals, which sucks
Yeah.
because it's like, nah, dude. Nah, just play
Shots.
me like a regular
Bagpipes.
song on like a soft guitar. I don't want to hear your bagpipes. Please, nobody play bagpipes when I die.
Dude, do you guys have a song that you
record.
just don't like? Like for me, it's like what's that? It's that one in C. It's something in C. It's the wedding one. It's like dun dun dun. Something in C. I can't remember.
Boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom,
Like that song, I'm like,
boom, boom.
it's so annoying for me that I hate it so much.
Yeah.
Like there's certain songs that you just don't like.
It's called
right?
Green Sleeves.
Green Sleeves. That's the name of the song. Oh no, I was thinking of Canon and D. I think maybe that's another one. I don't like.
Canon and D. Maybe that's what it is.
Do you guys have any songs you hate?
You hate that song?
Yeah, I hate
Oh.
it. Can't have it. Never gonna play
Yeah.
that.
I'm
wedding
sure
record?
I have a couple songs. One song that, for whatever reason, came up is the whole bamboo song you were playing from the
Bamboo.
long. I fucking hated that
Bamboo
shit.
is a classic,
But I
bro.
love whenever you were like
Bamboo.
bamboo, bamboo. It sounded so stupid,
Bamboo,
and I
bamboo,
loved it.
You sound like an idiot. It's great.
Like, do it
love
more.
Oh my god, beer. You guys need one?
I'm good. I'm fucking lit. Oh, you want to let him out?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, bamboo's up there. But
so hot right now.
I feel like
I
that's not
fucking
even a
hate
real
that.
song. Like when I hear like 2 Chainz or a lot of these rappers,
Oh, right.
I'm just like, man, I know somebody likes them, but I can't deal with that. But I also can't deal with country music, and that's a whole genre. Like
Yeah, right.
people are lining up for country western concerts
Yeah.
and stagecoach and all that shit. It's like it's so annoying to me to have somebody be like, and now here I sing. It's like, oh, dude. Not only are you a man singing, which is hard enough to pull off in a manly way, but you're like intentionally got a twang that's just really hard to hear.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not my wavelength,
Yeah.
you know. But then again,
My way.
Right.
like that dude 20 like
we gotta watch the new Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I got it on there.
way of saying like fuck off. Like that's not my way.
It's true though, because in terms of music, it's like, you know, not everybody I know wants to listen to Rat-a-tat or gets into electronic music, and that's cool too. You gotta just accept it.
You took Rat-a-tat to a whole new level.
Yeah.
I like
you don't want to
Rat-a-tat
microwave
before-
that shit?
What?
Isn't it like cold? Oh, but you like cold pizza, huh?
Oh yeah, it's that cold. You just one of those cold pizza loving motherfuckers.
So this the what?
Where's your trash? On the counter?
Behind it. Behind.
I'll just put it on the counter.
Whatever. Anyways, but yeah, man, fucking hating music. There's a lot of that. It's easy to hate music, you know.
It's easy to hate anything.
Almost,
Watch, pick
yeah.
something. Fucking hate it. All that effort and time you put into it.
Exactly.
Can't stand it.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess Grant's not coming back.
I know, like he fucking does one thing and then he starts doing another while pretending like he's coming back.
So what
Motherfucker.
are you gonna do for the holidays, dude? Is your girl gonna stay here or what?
Yeah, we're just gonna hang out here. She's gonna have her daughter during the day, so we're gonna pick her up around 12. Cause Christmas Eve she's gonna be with her dad. And then we're gonna go pick her up around 12, and she's gonna chill here. What are you guys doing?
So you're staying in town, not seeing the
yeah,
fam?
I'm gonna be here.
Gotta
Yeah.
work?
No, I'm gonna take Christmas off.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
But like around that time, you gotta work? Like the day before or after that week?
The day after Christmas, yeah.
You're working on Tuesday?
Tuesday, yeah. What about you?
Going with Samantha to her family. If her cousin's got a place up north somewhere called Lake Isabella, which I don't know exactly where, but none of her family has really come to visit her cousin at her new place. So her cousin's hosting, and we're all going to go up there and spend Christmas Eve and Christmas Day up there.
Oh, shit.
Which would be cool because I'll get to meet her whole family. And now that she's having my son, I'm going to, I think she told her mom, like after we got back from vacation, but hasn't told her dad yet. So that'll be interesting because I haven't told either of my parents, but they're not going to watch this show. So as much as I wish they would for your sake, I know they're not even like, they don't even know what a podcast is, even though they grew up with talk radio, Like, and there's different types of podcasts. Let's have a podcast about podcasts. They, like there's this lady that I work with who watches podcasts about serial killers or like crimes that never got solved. So that's like not even like this.
Yeah.
This is like a conversational podcast.
Yeah.
I'm Bob Dole, and I approve of podcasts.
Podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that for one of our podcasts. I was going to tell you 3 stories, and then I was going to ask you which one is true. And each story is about an invention or a occurrence in history. And, one of them is going to be fake, One of them is just going to be close enough to real. And have you guys...
Only one's fake?
Only one's fake. The other 2 are real. Yeah.
Have you ever done
But I was like, that sounds like fucking work.
You guys have played Two Truths and a Lie, right?
Well, that's the whole thing I was trying to do.
Yeah, it's like the kids game.
Yeah, it is a kid's game.
Yeah.
You want to play a kid's game?
Which is always like just a way to brag about yourself. Like if you're using it as an icebreaker. 2 truths and a lie. Like tell the 2 best things about you and then something ridiculous. And you're like, well, obviously you don't shit on your own floor, Mario. You're like, yes. And
then I point out my shit.
Yeah. Wipe it up.
Did you step on that? Check your shoes.
I told you.
Dude, I just got approved for global entry while I was overseas.
Whoa.
Which is like TSA, which if you guys want to know, global entry is where you get your passport, you go through like a fast track passport, like TSA pre-check, but for passports. It's like I'm probably never going to use, but it's nice to have. And the TSA, and something I learned after getting approved is you get a TSA pre-check number in the process. So if you get approved for global entry, you also get a TSA pre-check, which is probably more useful, but just good to know in case you wanted one or the other. Because I went and got a TSA pre-check, $80. Then I paid another $80 or whatever to get this thing. You can just do global entry and you get both. So, pro tip.
Global entry.
It doesn't look like I want to be traveling.
You're not going to be in and out of the country 5 times a year, 6 times a year?
Due to the current global climate right now.
The global climate? Like the heat?
No. There's 2 wars happening right now.
Oh, okay.
And there's kidnappings just south of us.
You're afraid?
Regularly.
You're afraid to leave America?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm not too afraid to say that. And I'm not too fancy about fucking traveling the world. Fuck the world.
Do you even have a
It's too
passport?
dangerous. Oh, I have a passport, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I go to Mexico, and that's the most scariest shit that I've done.
That's the scariest place around, too.
Fuck yeah. We're like, nah, bro, I don't
go to
want to
Gaza.
fucking be putting any risk at all towards my safety or my family's safety, because why? Like, to go see some new place, you have a whole... America's a continent, really, Fucking explore that, bro. Like, how hard is it?
What's crazy is, like, North America is still considered, I think, all of Central America. So
What?
like South America is just South America, and then North America is everything else, right? So in terms of like how they divide up
Like
the
everything above
continents,
Chile,
which is crazy
Panama.
because I don't think there's that much. It seems like in terms of landmass, there's a lot more in Central and North America, considering Canada versus South America. So even that's a funny divide. Like we'll take 80% all the good shit up here. You guys can have all the. I mean, Canada is not so habitable. It's cold,
Yeah.
and there's not a lot of soil. Like I don't know if they have a lot of crops up there because of the climate, but
I hear like
It's funny.
150 miles from the United States border to the North Pole. Before that, it's everybody that lives in Canada. Like
Oh, yeah.
95% of everybody that lives in Canada
yeah.
are in that 150-mile radius. You know, we're like, holy shit! So all that other space above it is just freezing cold. Nobody wants to be there. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, I
Think
get
about
that.
what
So
crazy
they-
animals live out there.
yeah.
Yeah, like polar bears.
Like woolly mammoths and shit, bro. Probably.
What?
All the crazy shit, dude.
Tyrannosaurus
Kidding me?
Rex still lives out there.
Yeah, dude,
Just
all the way out
freezes his
there?
ass off,
Bigfoot?
but he's good.
Yeah, like some sort of
Oh, yeah,
Bigfoot.
definitely
So
Bigfoot.
all the crazy ones,
That was
dude.
what was good about the last Rick and Morty. was the
Dinosaurs.
Bigfoot, and he's like-
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a trip. That was that one. Yeah, that was.
Gotta watch Fear Hole, dude. All right,
That was
pause
a
for
weird
Fear Hole. Mario's podcast number 20. End of the year. We'll be right back.
No,
Thanks for joining us.
we're gonna
Here's a message
we're
from
gonna
our
watch.
sponsor.
We're gonna keep
Fear
rolling while we
Hole.
watch it.
We're gonna keep rolling while we watch this, but here's a message from our sponsor,
Reaction.
Rick and Morty.
On the stuff.
Morty,
on the
buy us free
top.
stuff, Morty. Bring back Justin Roiland. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
You know what? I get it. He's a psycho, but
Yeah, he is a psycho,
let them do
but
their voices.
that's the price you get for getting a genius fucking show like this. He's a rock star. He's gonna do rock star shit. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, I won't make excuses for him, which I don't think is smart. But like,
I don't even know what he did.
Yeah, I don't even know what he did.
nobody
either.
really knows because his case got what? What do they call it when you don't have to go to case?
Dismissed.
Oh yeah, they
Settled,
got
He wasn't
like,
convicted.
It got settled outside of court, right?
Was that right? I thought it was. He wasn't guilty.
Oh, was
Like,
it?
like I thought it went all the way through. But either way, Adult Swim used it as an excuse to drop him. And
Yeah, any
so
bad blood like
Dan
that, you
Harmon.
do one.
Oh yeah, Me Too movement. But like Dan Harmon came out with this giant article in Variety, I think, or was it another one? It's like Hollywood Reporter, and he talks about his whole journey because when you think about it, Dan, I don't know if you know anything about him, but he's done a lot of shows. And even he says in the interview he had to call on an even more experienced showrunner to come in and run the show because now that it's at the level that it's at, they need multiple different writing teams to make sure that it's always fresh and fun. It's like you can't have any sort of half-ass in it. Not that they were before, but the point is that Justin Roiland, according to this article, was somewhat of a caustic character behind the scenes in that because, of course, he was a genius doing the voices, but he wasn't, according to this, contributing as much creatively as all the other team members. So Dan Harmon was forming a lot of the structure of the show, and all the writers were forming their ideas for the show. Justin Roiland would come in and be a little more chaotic, let's say.
He'll be a Rick.
Kind of,
to
yeah.
any
And that's
fucking
why the
idea.
show was so good. Is because
Yeah.
it's like, no, we're not going to fucking do it that way. We're going to make it the way I want it,
Yeah.
which is what was so funny about it because you
Yeah.
could never call it. And now it feels like, okay, we're on season 7, so the first 6 seasons, it feels like that's the canon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in terms of how they use canon, like, okay, here's the things that actually happened in Rick and Morty, and oh, this episode's not really canon because this didn't really happen for whatever reason. Or you watch a Marvel movie where you're like, is that really part of the Marvel universe? It's like, yeah, but of course Marvel's all canon, but you get my drift. Definitely applies in terms of comic books because different people can create their own comic book character that aligns with your universe. So somebody that owns that universe will be like, oh, that's not canon. Well, every time now that Roiland's gone, I feel like the first 6 seasons are like what they're basing all their episodes on, at least that's what I gained from season 7. And even when they try to go zany, they can only go zany in terms of how it was originally zany because Justin Roiland was the true genius, which is someone who really breaks down walls, which is hard to even understand and define since we're also confined by our preconceptions. So it's like when you realize somebody is willing to actually destroy themselves to the degree that they are, that's the level of genius you need to keep something really creative because then they go, okay, well, what if we have a whole episode without Rick, which I guess they kind of did with the Numericons. Did you guys see that one? Where Ice-T, they cuss a lot in that one, which was funny.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, I don't give a fuck. Like Ice-T was always constantly just like, fuck that. Fuck this, and they'd go do something else.
Yeah.
He was like the protagonist. Oh, that was good. He's like, man, fuck this shit. I'm Ice-T. And at the end, they did like an Ice Cube cameo, but it
Yeah.
didn't sound like him at all.
No.
I was like, who's this supposed to be? He's like, I'm an Ice Cube. He's like, cool. I was like, did they get him or was he having like a bad day?
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
Somebody pretending to be him. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so. I
Anyways,
think he would be too costly.
we're going to commercial now. So thanks for joining us here on the Mario Martinez Show. I'm your host, Mario Martinez.
Let's bust the show on this episode.
Ooh, bust it up. This one's called the Fear Hole.
Oh yes.
The deepest, darkest fears.
These fit inside of the.
They're not cold though.
Will they fit inside of the beer bottle? They must, right?
Oh, they might be.
They're kind of sick. Sorry, you mind if I fuck with this one?
Yeah, go ahead. Wonderful. Technically, Grant still.
Yeah. I want to try one.
Bottom.
This one's holding.
Oh. I
Yeah.
guess they're kind of heavy-ish. Not that heavy. But then again, you don't want to put like 4 of them in there and break your glass.
But there's real gunpowder inside. It must fit, right?
Right, that'd be kind of cool way to like keep super chilled beer.
But you hate those.
Yeah, right?
I need my bullets.
That's why you. Oh, what are you trying to say? Sorry.
Just like a funny way to get them out.
Oh,
You know, so then you get little glass particles in your next beer.
yeah, of course.
Rick and Morty's dead to me.
Ah!
I'm gonna rip out your spleen and feed it to your husband.
Uh-oh, wouldn't want that.
Yikes, Morty. You better run before it figures out what a husband is.
This Chronicle of Nightmares used to be scary, right?
We've seen too much.
It sucks, you know, because it's fun to break off a scare now and then.
Did I hear you fellas wishing for some good old-fashioned scares?
I more wish you wouldn't eavesdrop.
Yeah, who are you? Does the suit mean you work here, or that you super don't work here?
Like yourselves, I'm a connoisseur. I'm also originally from Earth. And did you know Earth is the home of the single scariest place in the galaxy? I can show you if you'd like.
We were headed that way anyway.
Take a left. Almost there.
We know where it is.
For guys like you know, who've seen it all, there's only a few real fears left in Chronicle. And one of them is right down here.
Do you guys know the 2 natural fears you're born with?
What the hell?
Yeah, this is punching down.
The 2 natural fears you're born with.
Do you know the 2 natural fears you're born with?
Falling. Doesn't sound.
The 2 natural fears you're born with.
That's it. He already said it.
Yeah. And you still not
What you know what's
saying
weird
it.
about that? You don't even have
So,
the perception. You might have
The
the
rest of the fears all made up.
but you might not have the perception of. It must be falling in terms of. You feel physically like you're moving, because there's this crazy experiment where they have like this
Change the
some
position.
plexiglass over this table, and babies can crawl all around it, and they don't sense depth past like their hands until a couple months.
Right.
So
It's a sudden move in
walking
pressure.
around. What's that?
It's a sudden like drop in pressure.
Must be sudden movement.
Well, did you see that experiment that the kids don't understand the sense of self until 18 months later?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like the X or whatever.
Well, they make them look themselves in the mirror and they don't recognize themselves, or they make them like push a cart and strap a blanket on the bottom of the wheels, and they try to push the cart, but they can't because they're standing on it. But any kids after 18 months, they understand that themselves standing on the blanket is causing them not to be able to push the
Like,
cart.
oh, wait, I'm the problem?
And yeah, I'm the problem. I just gotta step off of this thing, and then I can push the cart. You know?
I didn't hear about that one. That's
Yeah. So I was like, oh wow. So there's a sense of self-perception that needs to take place before you can observe other things from as an observer. You know?
right. As you know, you're an observer.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
But what are the 2 things of what the fuck were you saying?
1 is chickens. And 2, a fear
Robots.
You said
looking for
chickens?
of getting too high.
You said chickens?
Mm-hmm.
The fuck are you talking about?
Robots looking for chickens.
Those are the only 2 fears natural.
Chickens?
Chickens and a fear of getting too high.
The fuck are you talking about? Are you high?
Baby's coming.
You're high, and you're fear of saying the right thing.
No, a fear of falling and a fear of noise. Those are the two most natural fears. Fear
Right.
of falling, like changing your position,
Right, quickly.
or
Unless they're like
noise.
unless they call it deaf.
Twist this part, Grant, because you're blocking the camera from seeing your face.
Technically, deaf people have less
There you go.
fears from the
There you
get.
go. There you go.
We should basically get a whole special ops team together full of deaf people because technically they were born with one less fear. They're born with half the fear.
All right.
right?
They're not even afraid of noises.
Super
Dude,
soldiers.
shit can be blowing up all around them. They're just like, mission. I feel the heat, but I'm not the heat.
I hear there's a famous pool player that when he's deaf or he has short of hearing and he has to wear a thing so he can hear, you know? And whenever he plays in tournaments, he fucking takes those things off and puts them there. And he just looks at the board and fucking kills it, bro.
Guy's like, I hate you, Richardson, you suck. He's just like, nah,
I
bro.
tuned
Hater
out,
proof,
bro.
hater proof. Yeah, exactly.
Hater proof for real. For real. And it is a sense of energy influencing you, you know? Even just hearing the cheer of crowds sometimes make you nervous. Even though they're cheering for you, you're like, oh shit, I better
Pressure.
not fuck up.
Yeah,
Pressure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, oh no, everyone's watching. That's crazy.
Where'd you hear that?
What?
The two fears.
Just science, bro.
Grant
Some
was talking to
TikTok
this
shit
baby,
again.
and the baby was like, "You know what's crazy about like trying to be a father here next year is
Right.
like, that's cool, but it's also like I'm trying. It made me definitely think like, what do I want to teach this kid? You know, like, or what do I want to? Because I think we teach them more by our actions than not. So I'm just trying to make sure that
Who am I?
I feel like I know that one now after really searching for it personally for a long time, but that doesn't mean it can't change. And that doesn't mean people can't see you differently than you see you, which means sometimes you could be like, okay, I'm going to be this type of person because I think my son needs this or whatever, but he might need something totally different. So you like, I don't even think you can, I don't even think you can come up with the answer yet until you have the problem. So I'm kind of just trying to stay on my toes and think like, I just try not to drop the ball in the sense of like, I don't want to. But that's also an attitude if you're taking that into like being a parent, like, oh, I don't want to fuck up. Like, so there are some things I'm like, okay, I'm going to like play a lot of audiobooks with him in the car while we're driving around and just like see how it affects him. Samantha's sister just had a son, and he's like 6 months now, and he's like really chill and everything. But she did this special technique. I don't know what it's called, but like where you basically, after the first 3 months of bonding, because right when they come out, they are super needy, obviously, because it's like programming and just part of babies, like they know nothing. So they're like, oh, I was just inside of you eating and it was warm and now I'm out here and this sucks. Like immediately they're exposed to germs and exposed to danger and whatever, even more danger. And knowingly so, because now they're starting to develop their consciousness. Well, after the 3 months bonding period, she did this method. It's named after some woman who created it, but it's basically where you put them in a crib away from you in a separate room. And they're going to cry, of course, because they want you there. They want to feel the comfort. But then you like give them space, and then you come back in after a set period of time, and you comfort them. You're like, hey, it's okay. I'm going to be right there. So you bring them all the way back down to where they feel comfortable. Then you put them back in the crib, and then you leave again. And you're trying to train them to go to sleep by themselves. So that eventually when you condition them well enough to just set them in the crib, they fall asleep soundly throughout the night, and they're not crying all the time. Because if you actually, according to this method, if you're trying to just always be there when your baby cries, and you're going to come up with a dependent baby, and you're going to feel like your whole job is to always be there for that person, which leads to unhealthy relationships as the relationship gets older, because then you get those mothers that coddle their kids, and the kids that never leave home is because all they have to do is say, I need this, and the mom's there for them. Well, that starts at infancy. So the method basically makes it to where you create longer and longer gaps. And now that baby like sleeps all the way through the night, like literally.
Like now I can have 3 scotches
Dude,
and a
it
cigar
wakes up in the
before I have
morning
to
and it's
come
just
get
like
that
reading the
baby.
newspaper, and he's like, oh, well, no. But he is a super chill baby according to them, and, that's kind of how I want to do it too. So nice thing that Samantha's on board for that. She's more into like hard love, because I'm not going to say it on camera, but I went through a whole procedure in my 20s. So I'm definitely going to take care of this baby to make sure that they're, taken care of, because a little bit of surgery at a young age can help a lot and also just like it's better to put a little pain into the child in terms of like abandonment, right? So like, no, we're here for you. We're right in the next room. You don't need anything. And as hard as that sounds, I'm glad she's on the same page with that, because that allows you to have a life, I think, as a parent versus like having kids that are spoiled brats, because they are people. They need to understand that society is something they have to eventually conquer by themselves. So I think both of our parents tried to do that, but they did it in a way that was obviously not as informed, but the science is still evolving. So
Yeah. I don't know how much of life like your early life influenced you, like before 10, you know, because when I was growing up, my mom would leave me with other people all the time, all the family members, like my aunts and grandmas and shit, all the time. Like, it was a common thing. She would just be like, oh, you're going to stay with your cousins today, you know? And I'm like, all right, okay, cool, you know, whatever. And, you know, I don't know what that process between 1 and maybe 3 or 5 will cause you to influence the rest of your life, you know? Because I don't feel like it's influencing my life too much. Like, do you think you guys were coddled throughout your life?
Coddled?
no, not really.
Right? So,
What does
like,
coddled mean?
I know, like I guess the way Neal is using it is like a helicopter parent. Like, she's always there, you know, like to catch you when you're falling, to help you when you need help, when you give you food when you want food, like coddling, you know? And I mean, my parents kind of did that, but like I was getting served by so many different people all my life that, you know, I wasn't dependent on them, but I also wasn't like so adverse to being on my own all the time. I think every child is going to be its own person, regardless how much you want to influence them, you know, as much as you want to, like, you should, like my parents, I grew up with a lot of country music, grew up with a lot of like Mexican music and shit. And I still hate country music. And I like some Mexican music, but I mostly don't listen to that because I listened to it all my young life. Where like, I don't want to fucking listen to that shit anymore. Like, I'm trying to get away from that, you know? So like, the more you try to influence them, more you steer them away from that because you're trying to push them that way. We're like, I don't want to be defined by what you want me to want me to be defined
that's what
by?
I'm trying to do too, in the sense of like, okay, I want to present with like, here's what I like. Part of being a person is figuring out what you like and owning it. And then if you don't like it anymore, you don't have to like it just because you used to like it, which I think is something that, coming from a really Christian family, is going to be hard to overcome in terms of how to teach that, because so many Christian family, and Samantha's folks are super Christian, which is weird because she's like totally not, which is like, we always joke around like, now I'm going to pray over your baby, and like joking around about, you know, like, but I'm really trying to send her positivity. But it's funny because she's so like, oh God, no, don't pray, you know, like, but it's like, because her folks are like that and my folks were like that, and mom still is. But the idea being that they're passing on the tradition of their religion to you, and they hope you pick it up, obviously, because they believe it and they want to see you in the afterlife they've created for themselves. But at the same time, I don't think I'm going to bring that to our kid, which is going to be good. And it's going to be much more of like observing him personally, because I feel like it's like an energy force that I created in some way. She's literally creating it right now, which is wild to think about. But like, I definitely contributed to the idea of it, and I'm going to be contributing to, I believe, the growth, especially because it's a boy. So it's going to be patterning itself after me right away. You know, like, yeah, of course it's going to be attached to his mom because that's natural. But like almost immediately, the fact that I'm going to be around all the time means that I'm going to be this kid's role model. So I'm just trying to think of like, I know that his level of understanding is going to develop in time. So he's not going to understand it all right away. But I do believe that there's sort of a subconscious level of understanding that we actually spend most of our adult lives trying to disprove or to re-rationalize or come up with alternate schemas for saying, I'm not like this because, but like, it's still a part of your initial hard drive recording. So I've found for myself and my own ideological principles, I'm always constantly thinking, you know, is this something that is true, or is it something that I just think is true because I was told it's true? You know, and it's deeper than you might think, especially since your folks are religious too, right? Like, has your mom always been religious?
Yeah, my mom's been a religious, but we're Catholic, so it's not really real, you know? It's like we do it for good faith, No, not anymore. She's surprisingly not as religious as she used to be.
Is her husband?
Her husband is, and she's becoming more. And I don't think there's anything wrong with religion. I think that religion.
She's becoming more religious.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think religion ultimately is good, and it's good for them to find out early, and it's good to be found out about it when it's your family members versus some guru guy that walks in their life in fucking high school or college,
for sure.
Yeah, and and gives them all those good feelings that churchy things, churchy ideology gives you, which is when you're in a vulnerable state and your brain hasn't fully developed, you can fall into those holes easily,
Why do you think that's true? What are they giving you that makes you like? Why do you think? Because I think I always saw the lie. So I never bit into it, or I should say I tested it young. I was like, is this real? And I found out for myself, no. And so why do you think so many other people fall into it?
Because certain people are in very vulnerable states. Very vulnerable states of trying to be accepted, trying to fit in, and trying to find some outlet,
community,
a community,
right. I never thought about that. If you never accept yourself, you're always looking for that group.
Yeah. So when a group already wants to accept you and trying to influence you constantly, that's when you see the gaps in those ideologies.
But you're only
already
accepted if you accept what they accept,
right?
And who decides that they accept the person on top?
Well, when I was a kid, when I was going through, the Catholic Church in a way. All they were telling me is you just got to pray a couple times and then you'll be forgiving. And I was like, that's all it takes? Like, that's too easy. Like, you should go to jail. If you did something bad enough, you shouldn't just say couple Hail Marys.
There's so much Catholic guilt. It's because there's no pain behind it.
Yeah. So I was like, this is fucking a scam.
Here's the true meaning behind that, though, which is that what the meaning behind prayer and the meaning behind asking for forgiveness for something you did, which is that you're changing your vibration, you're changing your state, you're changing your charge. So you are always creating,
hopefully, right, by changing your intention.
Yeah, you're always creating a new charge in every moment. So like whatever thought and whatever emotion you just had, you can change it right now, and you literally begin the process of changing your chemical makeup, and you begin the process of changing your physical surroundings. So in that, when you truly ask for forgiveness for a deed, what you're actually doing is saying, I'm realigning myself with another type of vibration now. Whatever that vibration was, I'm going to realign myself here. And so instantly that vibration doesn't have to exist anymore. If it exists... Can we
pray over you right now, Mario?
If
change your vibration?
if you
accept the Lord Jesus Christ?
If you think about it...
Your personal savior?
Well, if you mean it. If your intentions are in there...
That's what you imply. That's what you imply that we just bit into. But yeah, of course, you're saying you didn't really ever mean it.
I'll go back to what you guys were talking about as far as why do people believe it? Why do people believe it is because they're lazy.
I'll buy that too.
They're lazy.
I'll buy both of those.
Yeah.
And the reason why they're lazy is they kind of like what you said, they want to fit in or they want to feel comfortable.
Or they want to answer existential questions.
They are willing to. They're willing to, in the same way you look at a TV, and most people have no idea how a TV is getting its signal. They'll say it comes from the wall, electricity. Like they don't really understand the process of how it gets to here. So in that same way, most people don't want to investigate further than whatever you're going to tell them how it works. So they leave the authority up to somebody else, a pastor or a guru. And if it sounds okay enough to them, in the same way
that totally makes sense.
In the same way that you look at a TV and you're like, well, it's working. And if like someone tells you like, hey, wake up early, brush your teeth, wipe your ass, don't drink coffee as much, don't slap your wife. Eat some healthy food. You're gonna be okay, kid. And
people
whoever
like
says
to be one up on each other, and God, and the real God doesn't care if you go to church, which is funny because they create God in their image, and they say, okay, here's the rules we have to follow for you to be accepted as a community. People like to be able to say, ooh, you're sinning because it makes them feel better, but that's all ridiculous. Because do you guys feel like there's an actual moral sense of truth and good in the world, or is it just based on our self-interest?
Go ahead. Yeah, you already had it set from the beginning.
The good and bad are relative to a perspective. So if you have multiple perspectives, then there will always be a equal bad to an equal good. Meaning, like, essentially, if you push up in one direction, you're gonna have a peak, and you will have a relationship from that peak on the impression to its back to its original unified vibration or unified field. And so in that, what was that, Zeus? Zueva. Now sponsoring
Fuck, are you old?
Zueva.
Zevia.
Zevia? It's like stevia, but is it a beer?
Nope.
What is
Soda.
Oh,
Sugar-free soda.
do you like it? Is it caffeine?
Oh, you want to try it? There's some more in there.
I'm still working on this beer, but no.
But long story long, I think, is there universal good? The universal good, you get closer to universal good, the closer you get to the whole energy that's moving this field. And the whole energy that's moving this field is essentially call it the universal soul. You can call it the Holy Spirit. You can call it the quantum field. But essentially it's the charged, non-differential unified field. So it's the unified, it's one step below being just pure potential. It's the thing that is moving the first impressions of this whole field. And so you get aligned with that, then you are the closest thing to acting good or acting in the benefit of both your individual self and your whole self. Because that thing is going to tell you how to move because it's moving you now. So if you move according to that thing, if you're able to kind of get your energy and your vibration in line with whatever that field is, that's the unified field, then it's over. Then that is heading in towards a positive direction. But
Speaking of the whole field,
as far as bad and good, you do something, you're gonna upset something else in your environment, and
Exactly. So, like this whole field, how I see it, it's like an X and Y axis. It's like, where do you align good and where do you align bad? Like, is good over here and then better over here? Or how do you differentiate whether you're aligning with the grid or you're disaligning with the grid? And could you assume that you're aligning with the grid with the wrong intentions? You know, like serial killers don't think they're doing something wrong. They think they're doing something good about the world, that these people deserve to die, you know, which is a disalignment to our grid, but an alignment to their grid.
So let me tell you this story. It's a parable that works perfectly to explain this, and it just came to me because I read it a long time ago, but it's perfect for it. So this group of 12 tourists, they come upon a temple, right? It's like a Madagascarian temple or something. And so they go in there and they have a beautiful meal prepared for them. It's this beautiful like soup and like this like really extravagant dish. And there's monks that are like in charge of the temple. They invite these tourists to sit down. So all 12 of these tourists, they sit down and they give them these huge ladles, these big old spoons. And they say, you have to eat, but you can only eat by grabbing the ends of the spoons. And like, you can't grab anywhere else. So this was like the monks' deal. They were like, you can eat, but you have to eat from holding the edge of the spoon. And so they sit there and they're trying to eat and they can't eat because they can't get the angle into their mouth because there's these really long ladled spoons. And they're wondering why that they would even have these utensils or why they're doing this. And so they're trying to eat it. And then they're like, all right. And then they sat down, and for them, all the monks sit down where the tourists were. And then they grab the ladles and they put them in each other's dishes. And they feed each other because they can only touch it from that angle. So everybody was able to be fed because everybody fed somebody else. And so that was their story to like, you know, speak to them on like, hey, like the reason why you're living in hell or living in the energetic state that you're in is because you're trying to feed yourself. But when you try to feed others, that's when you transition into the all is good or everything is for the benefit of all, because if you feed others, you'll realize that they feed you. If you try to take from others, they take from you. So therein lies like a principle for what is good. It's good when you give. And when you give, that's when you also end up receiving too.
Sound like a fucking socialist right here.
The good is in the
Fuck
give.
that shit,
The good
dude.
is in the give.
Democracy. That's the only thing that matters.
The good is in the give. Oh, one more story. There's a story of a teacher that brings their kids into the school, right? There's like 50 kids, and in the hallway is a room full of balloons. There's balloons everywhere, and on the balloons there's the name of each kid. And the teacher says, all right, you have 5 minutes, go find your balloon. And so all the kids, they run around, they're looking for their balloon, and they can't find it, and they're like scrambling for it. And then she goes, stop, after 5 minutes. And only like 12 kids found their balloon. And she was like, all right, now I'm going to give you guys 5 more minutes. I want you to grab a balloon and find the person whose name on it. And so everyone finds a balloon and they know whose name it is. So they go and give it to the kid in the class. So everyone gets their balloon in like 2 minutes. So what's the moral of that story? A balloon is like happiness. And if you're going around looking for it for yourself, it's going to take a lot longer than if you give some happiness to others. When you are looking for a person to give happiness to you, you end up finding your happiness a lot faster than if you were trying to find it yourself. Yeah. Boom, same kind of thing, which is essentially the moral
one of the guys was just grabbing him and fucking popping him. He's like, fuck this person. Kenny, who's that? Fuck him. Jimmy, fuck you, Jimmy. And the guy, teacher's like, you get no, bro. You can't do that.
That's
fuck you, Mrs. Stinson. And then he pulled out
two machine guns.
Yeah, really.
And it was a kid shooting.
Right? Shut up, the kid.
Yeah,
nobody
I mean,
gets
like,
happiness.
I see the heart of those stories,
That's a good one.
but it doesn't work. It works in an isolated environment like that.
It works if everyone equally wants happiness.
Yeah, like it's kind of like the experiment of like, you know, remember when I told you about that that book where I think I have it over there, but it's they did this Harvard experiment where there's this group of people, this village that there's 12 people, there's 12 families in this village that if everybody brought in, let's just say $10 and put it in this pot, then $20 will come back out for everybody, you know?
Yeah.
And then
It's a magic pot.
it would do that for everybody. But as soon as one person doesn't put in $20, they'll still get the money back. But everybody else contributed and they didn't contribute, so they make more money. So they kept their $20 plus the another $20 that everyone else contributed that they get. So as soon as they see that, hey, John didn't contribute $20 to the pot this time, I'm not gonna contribute $20 to this time, cause fuck John. I should be making more money than John. And then at the end of the fucking year, nobody's putting any money in the pot and nobody's doubling their money. Because they don't want to get fucked by somebody else.
And it's funny that you guys are on total different ends of the spectrum in terms of practical anticipate. Like, you're totally pessimist and you're totally optimist in this analogy, which is funny because the reality is always
for sure.
I'm
not against that.
But you know, I'm glad you accept it. But you know, the idea being, it's really a much more complicated mixture constantly. And
isolated examples.
And at what degree does it become what punishment, which is what
we're
talking about now, because really we elect the judges. So like as a democracy, we're electing the judges and the people that are prosecuting the lawbreakers. Mm-hmm. And that's when you really become an active member of society, when you start helping to make policy, which is what democracy is supposed to be, even though it's always been overly weighted by businesses with billions of dollars that are actually keeping the government operational, like aerospace. You don't think the guys that create all the planes and missiles and bombs and shit don't have an extra little say in what happens to the country? Of course they do, because it wouldn't work if they didn't. And that is also something driving the industrial war machine, which is like, you can't unfortunately ever let up the edge or your society really is threatened. Like you're talking about that Netflix series, Leave the World Behind?
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen, but looks cool.
It's a movie.
Oh, nice. Even better.
Yeah.
And
End was shit.
And it makes sense, too, because that's what happens when, I mean,
the
CCCP.
You should watch it.
I watched it.
You did?
You didn't watch it.
What did you think?
You did?
Yeah, you didn't watch it.
I did.
Because the end was terrible.
Well, the end was open-ended. It was a cliffhanger. It was. I actually prefer it that way because I know you don't know anything about it, but it was kind of like, remember Lord of the Rings? At the end, they're just like, they see the the fucking place they gotta go, and they're like, it ends. You're like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, you knew a sequel was coming though.
Fuck that shit. What if you didn't
shit. Those
know
words
that?
you said.
How do you know there's not another movie coming out of
your
this shit?
ideas, bro.
I hated the first fucking Lord of the Rings. I love it now.
You're talking about the first one?
The first Lord of the Rings? The Fellowship of the Ring?
Like he mentioned he shot them all three at once. Peter Jackson did. But yeah, still, the idea being the same, that if you end a movie in that broad cliffhanger stance.
Yeah.
Yeah. That means you don't like the ending, because Grant was saying the ending was bad.
Grant said it was bad. Yeah. No, I liked it.
You did.
Because I thought back at Lord of the Rings, and I was like, that is a good way to end it. Because it established a good, like, you know, like hero's journey kind of thing.
Yeah.
In this movie, there is not a real good hero's journey. It's more like left open-ended. But you can imagine, either way, they either survive or they all die. It's not good. It's not better.
It was definitely
It's
like,
not.
I mean, it was only like 2 different locations, so they were able to do it on a low budget. That's for sure.
Well, they got super A-list actors, 2 A-list actors that probably took up a
Keanu
huge part.
Reeves, that's crazy.
What?
Ethan Hawke
No.
and Jennifer. Oh, wait.
The chick from Pretty Lady or whatever.
Pretty Woman. Yeah.
Pretty Woman.
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts. That's right. Yeah.
Guy just
yeah.
likes to stir the pot. I've noticed.
Yeah, yeah.
It's fun.
And he's all about positivity and shit. It's like, yeah, the fuck yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Fuck yeah.
Play the show.
Shit.
It's such a good show. Wait, last episode of the season.
Is this the last episode of the season?
This is the place. Good luck to both of you. I'm gonna give myself a slam.
He just wanted a ride, right?
Certainly took us for one. Well, as long as we're here.
Okay, lumberjack slam, graham sandwich, pancake puppy, slam burger, 2 milkshakes, and an order of cheddar tots. Let me know when you want your check, and if you're here for the hole, it's in the men's bathroom.
The what now?
Hole? The beer hole, men's bathroom.
Beer hole.
Well, it's definitely a hole. They weren't lying about that.
Is that hair? Seaweed? Boy, it's really circling the whole rim, huh?
Guess you gotta jump in without touching the sides. You think there's spikes on the bottom?
I don't think they want you to go in there and just die. What kind of business would that be?
Well, they're not drowning in money. They still have a built-in TV VCR.
Hey, it's that carnival guy.
Hot hole.
Hi, welcome to the hole. Here's how it works. You jump in, the hole manifests your greatest fear. You conquer that fear and come out, well, fearless. And you get your picture on it. What's the hole get out of it?
There's 3 people.
Fish that nibble dead skin off your feet. Yeah, the hole's kind of like that. It eats fear. You win, it wins. Have fun and enjoy the hole.
Take a topping, cool your chest with a taste of Mountain Dew.
It turns into a commercial. I love that.
Free photos?
Yeah, my tots are getting cold.
So you don't want to do it?
You?
I mean, it says it takes away your greatest fear.
My greatest fear, Morty, is trusting a crow's hole to conquer my fear. And I conquered that fear by walking away.
Okay, fine.
You little turd! Okay, the whole thinks I'm scared of not having a gun. Here, check out them gains! Morty, where are you, Morty?
Check out them games.
Oh, man! We both shit our pants! What a fucking ride!
My butt! It's in my butt!
Yeah, on the wall, motherfucker!
It's not worth it! Not worth it!
Whoa, he's still in the hole.
Oh my god.
I called
Kind
it.
of gave it away.
Morty and I shit our pants. You're looking at the 2 newest members of the whole club.
Okay, slut.
Almost killed her. Take care of our wife.
Rick? No. Oh my god, no! No! Mom? Where am I? Who are you people? You're my mom, but you're young.
Rick, what's happening?
Wait, Rick? What the fuck, Grandpa? Say something.
Okay, we're clearly still in the hole.
Exactly what I was
We
thinking.
never left the hole, and
Part of the hole is thinking you left the hole,
and
and
I
then
can really dig into you.
because you can't really be scared of anything if you know you're still in the hole.
What the fuck are you two talking about? I said Grandma alive in our living room. Rick, why are you old?
All great questions. You guys get reacquainted while we grab some equipment.
Wait, are we sure this isn't like a double mislead?
A double coincidentally came into that. That's my wife from the day I lost her.
Well, what's it got to do with me? Rick!
Right. I think I figured it out, Morty. Your greatest fear is me getting Diane back and being happy again.
What? Why?
Because then I won't need you. Look how scared you're getting just talking about
I'm
it.
not scared, I'm insulted. What kind of backhanded ass theory is that? My greatest fear is you hooking up.
You're right. You can't know for sure until I get more data. All right, family. Who wants to catch
Grant's not even watching it, bro.
Where's
I
my
gotta shoot off a text. I'm watching it.
This may as well be our
Was your homegirl checking up on you? You
I'm
gotta
texting
click
my
in.
mom.
You're all basically
You gotta check in.
Morty and I are
Can I text my mom?
side quests don't matter. The main quest is us.
disgusting. You're talking about our baby girl like she's theoretical.
Welcome to the family.
No, you don't get it, honey. Even if this was real, she'd only be a version of your daughter who could also be a clone of your daughter.
Wearing my own
Good episode.
I like this one. I think this is my favorite. Is this the last episode?
This season.
Really? That sucks.
Up to the 10. I mean, I can't say.
You want to hear a new theory? Maybe your greatest fear is getting a second chance with her and blowing it.
You don't think that fear's been pretty well based?
Then you haven't conquered it or accepted it or something.
Or something?
I'm not a virologist.
Morty, all
Oh, yeah, for sure.
even you got
Guess you're grabbing the beer.
Tom Hanks filling that talk. Really? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, boss.
Got mail. I'm doing this for
This
you,
couch brings
Morty.
me back.
The sooner I get her back, the sooner you can conquer your fear of being a useless, lonely turd.
You don't think that's been faced? Hello, Diane. Here's the song I rehearsed. You had a bad day, Rick made it worse. He felt bad, so he created me. I deliver you waffles and an apology. Why
And an apology.
child? Why
God damn it. There was a whole second verse about inviting you to the zoo with the family.
You wanna try this?
Yeah.
The drone that the feds had me build. That's how we,
Can I have a glass of water too?
combined
With
that
the side of lime? And little bitters in it?
And this one time we raised a civilization living on a sit on my face, and Grandpa helped me rule over it as queen.
It sounds like you guys are a real family now.
I wish you could have been part of it, Mom. Oh, honey. Rick, is there a deadline on this theory you're chasing?
Yeah, sure. That's a good idea. Morty, do that.
He's gonna fall in love with her again, and then she's gonna die.
Master's thesis.
And that's his fear.
Got it. Did you read that?
After you were gone, it helped me develop this.
Fuck you,
Yes, that's what I expected.
Anticlimactic, isn't it?
Fuck you, Lisa. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Stop being a lightweight.
Whoa, good look.
Bottom of the bottle.
Thanks, bro.
Hey, to being pathetic.
The Shivas is no go? You couldn't hear?
You're drinking water, bro. That says that to me that you can't hang.
That's why I wanted the water, because I thought we were gonna drink scotch. That's why I need water and scotch.
That does not make any sense.
Because that's how you drink it.
I've never seen real men drink. Let me get a glass of water and some scotch.
Well, if I'm spending the night, then I'm down. I don't gotta work tomorrow. But I'm trying not to like be
Yeah,
over
you're
with
right. I
girls
don't
here.
wanna
So-
keep you here because
Right?
then you're annoying.
Yeah, if you want me here, I'll chug that fucking bottle. We can
I
party.
get flashbacks and I'm like,
Not
in
again.
the hole.
I don't want to. I'm old. We have people now.
I'm not here. It's not puke.
You want ice?
No.
I do.
I want that neat.
Fuck you, Morty. It's a blazer.
That's not what he meant. You look sick. The hole is feeding on you.
I thought it's supposed to eat my beer. Can we get some fucking rules up in this hole?
I don't know the rules. Maybe you're dying because you've been in here too long.
Interesting theory. I wonder why you're so rosy cheeked.
What are you saying?
Maybe the real you is off somewhere running from spiders.
Oh, so now I'm not real.
Yeah, maybe my greatest fear is having to tell you to fuck the fuck off.
Go ahead and face it.
Fuck the fuck off.
Hey, ready to show this pizza?
Let me see that bear flag banjo.
Here's one for you. I'm afraid of watching you die.
I don't like that theory, Morty. So stop watching.
Okay, this is it. You nailed it. My worst nightmare. I'd like to leave the hole now. Hey,
I like to leave the.
talking to you. Are you listening?
Whoa! I just turned into a spaceship.
So what are you? Like the hole's promoter? The hole's intern? Right.
no ice?
Ice is fine.
So yes.
Yes, please.
Pretty brave. You're certainly not afraid to die. Maybe that makes his fear extra delicious.
Delicious.
So what? He's scared of love?
Everyone's scared of love, dipshit.
Is your beer in the freezer?
Yeah.
It takes a very rare, very cowardly being to be terrified of happiness.
Dumb.
You're dumb. That's why you're not scared to be happy. The smarter you are, the more you know. Happiness is a trap. It can't last forever. Let's say you meet the love of your life. Well, it's still gonna
Good looks, brother.
It's inevitable. Whether by the
Ting.
toll of a disease or the sheer force footing on a hiking trip, whether it be the cruel
Oopsie daisies. Oh, you have a full cup now. You have to drink it. It would be disrespectful to our ancestors.
Wait for him.
No.
point is, happiness always ends. The best case scenario, think about this. Best
We must touch our glasses at the same moment.
at the same time. Yikes.
Can't the whole just let me go? Sounds like I don't matter.
Oh, that's real good. Oh, that doesn't sting at all.
After that, we'll chase you with some clown.
Ah, that stings you.
Like it goes down real easy.
Yes.
What the fuck? That's not right. You're supposed to burn, and you're like, oh fuck, that's whiskey. You know? Yeah, it's super smooth. Apparently, it's 12-year aged.
This one?
Yeah, that's what it says on the bottom.
It's got legs, man. Look at it. It's an aged scotch. Aged scotches are gonna be smooth.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, of course.
Probably an expensive bottle.
Yeah, it's just $80.
Where'd you get it?
No, $27 on Costco.
Still.
Hey, this.
Not enough beer.
You're the one scaring me, Morty.
Such a bitch.
That wasn't normal. My greatest fear is not being accepted.
It should be. And you need to fear it a hell of a lot more.
I can do that.
Look now. Do you want to die? I have enough unaddressed trauma to flood this hallway.
Flood this hallway.
Fucking idiot. This list says top 5 things and you only wrote down 4.
Your mom canceling you too?
Truthful.
Yeah, she's supposed to come tomorrow.
None of us touch.
Yeah.
Speak to this kid.
What, you guys gonna hang?
She doesn't want to come down because of the weather. That's
Yeah.
understandable. I want her to feel comfortable coming down.
Yeah, what are you
Too
doing
bad.
tomorrow, Grant?
Now, probably just play a song on my piano, and
Let me come over to your house.
right. You want to come over?
Yeah, for like an hour or
We'll
two.
play a board game.
I can take my Xbox.
Whoa, we can link up and play Halo 1-on-1.
Oh, you only have one TV, huh?
Blood Gulch.
Have you
I got
played
like
the
7
new
TVs.
Call of Duty?
New?
It has new zombies and a whole map filled with them.
Wow.
And you collect so much XP and you have these fucking powers now. It's fucking sick, dude. I haven't played it, but I've seen videos on Instagram, and I'm like, dude, I gotta get on it on Call of Duty right away.
Dude, if my
But
son
I
likes
still
video
gotta-
games, I'm totally gonna get him whatever he wants, and then just hang out with him for hours and play. And then when Samantha comes in, I'll be like, "Come on, we're bonding."
Right, dude.
Beat
There's
this
gonna be
game,
so
son.
much.
X Y, up down left. I'm like helping him. do this shit.
Dude. The by the time your kid can play video games, you're probably gonna have some
3D,
dope ass
yeah.
VR shit that's gonna be like we're all playing it in a
Dude,
way.
have
You know?
seen? Do you know the tech? Just 30-second ad for Apple Pro Vision Pro. You know the tech that thing uses? Did I tell you guys about that?
No.
It's got these cameras that point in every direction, including watching your hands. So not only is it filming your eyeballs,
right.
it draws a reticle on a screen that it's putting in front of you inside that little interface. And it's shooting cameras out. So it's recreating what it sees with the outward cameras on your glass. Then it's drawing a reticle on that glass based on where you're looking, which means there's cameras on the inside of the system pointing at your eyes, which is really the tech that Apple has created. That's like way what are they making there? This shit. They really still are pushing the boundaries. So it tracks your iris and where they're lined up at and creates a cursor based on your creates a cursor based on your interface. And then it's got cameras pointed down and around and everywhere. So it's watching your hands. And when you go like this, it clicks whatever you're looking at. So eventually we'll be able to draw is it'll almost be like we have a monitor in 3D space. Anybody who's wearing these, and these are just the first version. So imagine 20 years. Of course, it's so expensive and impractical and doesn't make sense that yes, it'll probably not make that big of a dent. But the fact that the technology is being publicly sold is the important thing to me in terms of a marketplace that actually allows for people to understand and study the technology well enough to push the science further and make it to where it's less bulky. Because even as good as it is, $3,500, it's still this giant apparatus that you couldn't really wear out in public because you're a target, and it projects your eyes because it's shooting video of your eyes, right, as you look around, but not where you're looking. It literally projects, as far as I know, it literally just takes a picture of your eye and projects it as if it was looking straight forward. So people will be looking at you and thinking like you're just chilling. In reality, you could be looking anywhere and doing anything, which is also kind of a cool idea, but just crazy, right?
Yeah. There's so much happening in the world of gaming and virtual reality that I even heard some people selling virtual landscapes, like virtual land mass.
Wasn't there a game that was like that? It was called like Open Life or Real Life or something like that. Or
Some
Second
crazy
Life.
shit.
There was like some game where you could like buy in for real money,
Yeah.
make money in the game, and then cash out for real money.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah.
called Second Life or something.
I don't fucking know. But there's lots of shit that's happening that I can't even like get it. You know what I mean? How are you gonna buy real estate on a fucking game, dude? That's like what the fuck? You're
now
betting on.
You're taking this conversation into the level of cryptocurrency. Which, can we say something really quick? Because it just clicked because we're talking about this topic. But like the reason that the cryptocurrency disasters are happening between companies that are going bankrupt and losing people's money, and while others are being regulated, even though they're skyrocketing, like Bitcoin, like we all know about Bitcoin, is because, now that I realize it, they're all technically have to be backed and taxed by the government, because the government is saying we physically own this space on Earth and we're willing to do things to maintain and keep it away from other people, which is a crazy concept in the essence of capitalism, and why, in terms of a depleted asset, like right now, of course, everyone's fighting over the Earth because it's the only planet we have. We don't have the technology to leave, really. But if you could imagine a world where we could all leave where we want to go to any planet, there would be no room, and maintain it and use it for whatever you want. Like, you could have your own planet of white people or Mexicans or black people. Or if you say, oh, but the funny thing there too is we draw some of our identity from our conflicts. So it's interesting to consider. You sort of need a finite resource, and some people will always say, oh, the Earth is the only planet for me, even though we can go to Earth 2 or Earth 3. I want Earth 1. It's like, that's where it's like, people come up with these identity attachments, so to speak, and it really helps define them. But point is because Earth right now is a finite resource, you need a government to be able to actually reinforce any currency, because what is it other than a digital fabrication, which is the whole NFT thing is.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard anything about NFTs lately?
Yeah, I know about it, but like, I still wouldn't even jump on that. It's kind of like Bitcoin again. You know what I mean? I get it at first. No, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. But I got on
What's
it.
there to get?
What the fuck, dude? Some fucking digital fucking algorithm that was like, what do you say? Like, what is it? Like, it's a fucking algorithm, right? It's a fucking, numbers and shit. Dude, in the computer.
The real marvel of Bitcoin.
It's a Bitcoin.
The real marvel of cryptocurrency at all is the blockchain. So the blockchain is just a series of computers that copy the same file, so they all have a copy. That's all it is.
Well, like, to make Bitcoins, you gotta fucking, you have to have a whatever farm, right? A crypto farm.
So they come up, they have an algorithm that makes it to where you have to do a certain thing to be able to mine a Bitcoin.
Mining Bitcoin. Right. That's what it's called.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So what the fuck, dude? So the guy that has...
You're telling me I gotta be out on the farm? Farming for
Minecraft? I gotta go to Minecraft to mine some
Dude, like, the dude that has the most CPUs, the most fucking expense of energy to go other countries just so that they can pay a lower electric bill, are making more money off of Bitcoin than people that invented Bitcoin. Like, isn't it an algorithm? Isn't it just solving some fucking patterns?
The trick is there too is you still need a place that accepts Bitcoin. So like, you can have a bunch of Bitcoin, but like, Of course, now that it's on the stock market and official company, which is why it's been regulated by a government, in this case, the U.S. government and our allies, is because of that exact reason. If you're going to trade an imaginary currency for a real asset, like whatever you want to buy with it and whoever accepts it, you need somebody to say, okay, this is a real thing. And what does that mean? Other than the government saying, like, look, we represent a finite asset, which is the earth and its resources. So it's just tricky because what it is scientifically is this copy. It's like if everyone was using a Google document and they're just constantly saving it. The way that the algorithm that mines Bitcoin specifically, as far as I understand, is a math problem that takes a certain amount of time to solve. So you can get, and it can only be solved in a certain amount of time too. So it's not like you can buy a smart computer and mine it faster. It's like a time lock. And every once in a while it pops off an extra award to a specific miner and they get a bonus on top of their Bitcoin that they're constantly mining. So every amount of time that you work on the problem, because it's basically like trying to find the end of pi. You know how pi works? Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, let's find out how many decimals are in pi. So it's just always going. It's like never ever going to hit the same number. It's never going to hit the same sequence of numbers as long as this number sequence repeats. And that means that it's a never-ending problem. And humans aren't used to or accept or enjoy thinking about never-ending problems because not only does it so parallel death, but it seems sort of paradoxical because problems are to be solved. But not this one, because all it is a time clock. So you plug in your computer to run a time clock on it. Every once in a while, the algorithm pops up as a bonus to the miners, and that's an incentive to do it because you're adding to the system. But what you're really doing while you're solving the algorithm is maintaining a record of the blockchain, which all means is you're staying logged into that Google document that says, here's what everybody has in terms of a number. And the cryptocurrency number is what you have based on how long you've been signed into the document. And that's all blockchain is. And it's a crazy smart idea because now we have the infrastructure in terms of the internet to stay connected. And it's not as, like, people get the stumbling block is it's actually more simple than people realize. The technology is great because before you would have to have a server that you would access to access information. So like Amazon really didn't make their money off selling stuff. They made their money off creating what's called Amazon Web Services, which is a series of server farms. So they bought all this, like when Amazon was really starting to take off, they did the same thing Netflix did, which they ran into a bigger problem than they originally had set out to create a solution for. So Netflix, the guys that made Netflix were like trying to figure out, like they were trying a bunch of stuff. And it just so happened that the CD or the DVD ended up getting invented right at the same time as it became profitable to mail them in terms of the technology was getting ubiquitous and VHS tapes were getting really expensive. So I don't know if you remember, but Netflix used to mail physical DVDs and you sign up for a subscription service. Yeah. And it was just like all those other shitty CDs you get in the mail. It's like, if buy 10, we'll give you one more. Those were set up by Warner Music Group and also, don't know for sure, but music companies to push their CDs because they got thousands of CDs sitting in this warehouse. So how are we going to sell them? We'll give you 10 if you pay the price that it would take to buy one. How could they make money off that? And everybody's always like, that's a scam. I cashed in that multiple times. All you have to do is cancel because the reality is that all this inventory that they have sitting there doesn't mean anything to them unless you're giving them $10 for it. So notwithstanding, tracking back to Netflix, the technology that is available ends up pushing forth the whole entire scope of our experience, which ends up pushing forth what we understand to be possible based on the new invention. And right now that, in terms of cryptocurrency, is blockchain, which is great because what you're doing is making it to where individuals like you and I that have personal computers at home, which is also a new invention, can maintain a record that can no longer be destroyed. If a company like Amazon Web Services decide they don't want to sell a book because it's now blacklisted, and they take it off of their entire sale chart or whatever, and they say this is no longer in our catalog, you can't buy Mein Kampf by Hitler, right? You can't buy Mein Kampf anymore because we don't want people to read that book. They'll just take it off of there, and the next couple of generations, whoever doesn't have a physical copy of that book won't have access to it. Imagine if Google goes, yeah, fuck Mein Kampf. They won't do this because in terms of transparency, it's wrong to just delete works of literature and art, which is why who decides what those things are. But this was his, I believe, his autobiography. Don't quote me on that, but it's his own book. So this is a person who committed crazy atrocities that hopefully we all understand to have been really happened. So anyways, the point is, let's say Google says, oh, we don't want to make this book either. Now there's no digital copies and they just wipe their archives of that. Well, you have a copy of it on your home computer, Mario, because you're a history buff and you've got a copy of the digital ebook of Mein Kampf. And that means that you have a physical copy. As crazy as we're disconnected in terms of digital and analog, digital is as analog as electricity is. So if you can access electricity, you can access digital, which makes electricity analog in some sense, or I should say the bridge between analog and digital. So digital becomes analog with electricity, I think. So that means that if you have that book on your computer, you have that book, even though it's on your computer. And that's good because blockchain is essentially saying we should have big enough file systems to constantly have some accountability. It's what they're trying to make for the currency. So if the entire United States goes down and the record of Bitcoin goes down, all for whatever reason because of nukes, well, there's still a bunch of other countries that aren't specifically aligned to China or somewhere else, and cryptocurrency can withstand that. Whereas back in the day, if a country got wiped out, everybody that was involved in their currency system was now completely reliant on the empire that took them over, because that was a method of power too, because they're the ones supplying now ways for you to stay alive. So thanks for coming to my TED Talk about Bitcoin. 30 seconds. I told you it'd be 30 seconds.
And relating to what is a token then? What's a token?
Sorry.
How does a token's just like
NFT?
physical
That's
Bitcoin,
a totally
right?
different.
Isn't token use the same blockchain? It's essentially like it's like a signal. It's like the same thing as a ledger. It's like a little piece of information inside the ledger. And so it gets set up as like, all right, this is your like unique Bitcoin. It's like your unique bit within the ledger. And then it gets passed around just like everything else does. But it's like nobody else can have that unique signal because that's yours. And so
Right.
like even if people copy
Kind
the
of like
image,
Picasso.
yeah, so it's like an original signal within the ledger. That's
Right.
how I understand tokens. So like if you buy a
Or
token,
even trademarked, right? As far as you.
Oh, I don't
like,
understand.
somebody
I
can-
thought you were talking about NFTs.
NFTs, that's what I'm talking about, non-fungible tokens.
Oh, tokens. Yeah, you're right.
So
Right.
it's like,
token.
I get it, token.
No,
All right,
what does
let's
fungible
talk.
mean? Let's talk about that.
Token.
You can't funge this, bro. Don't funge me.
Well, you can sell it for more later on. It's kind of like a Picasso.
Well, it's art.
Like
it's valued at whatever you want it to
Picasso
be.
replica is not a real Picasso, even though it looks just like the real painting,
Right.
but it's not a real Picasso.
Well,
It
it's-
looks like
yeah.
it, but it's not the real
Well, there's a
Picasso.
difference between the image of it and the signal of it. So like
Yeah.
the image,
Well-
you can have the image of it, but if you don't have the ledger, like if they give you a like a copy of
I think
that
we're-
specific
It's
signal.
running into a little bit of trickery there, because if you're going to
Who
make
gives a
something
fuck?
digital, it's not real anyways, in the sense that we understand a physical piece of art. It could
It's only real that the signal is trackable by multiple locations, like you said.
right.
Just like all these other.
Which I think it'll be a big
Bitcoin
deal
ledgers.
much later. I think it's like one of those seeds that's going to fade away and then start a fire, because like a long time from now, it's going to be like, it's going to matter that you owned the first whatever. Like if you can do it that way, if we can create copyright laws around AI developed imagery like Mind Journey and other things, but specifically like music and stuff. But there's also a copyright law to prevent, like, okay, so what? So it's an NFT. That doesn't mean that if I go, like, you bought this NFT and you put it on your Twitter page, like, oh, this is my NFT of a elf doing a kickflip.
Right.
Well, if I take that thing and I digitally print it out and share it everywhere, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing, because there's no value in that. There's value in the signal. But here's where you could.
Is there though? Only if you decide.
Right.
As the consumer.
Yeah, exactly. But here's where I think it could be super valued. Imagine somebody building a 3D Yelp or Maps landscape, right? Like a landscape where as you're wearing your glasses, like we're all going to get to, and you can like have essentially everything mapped out in a 3D environment. You buy, just like someone buys a URL, you buy a particular non-fungible token for your location within this specific app. And so it's an app that's well known, has a bunch of
Like
reviews.
the metaverse.
Essentially,
Like if that were to
it's
do
Yelp
well.
2.0.
Yeah.
So it's Yelp 2.0, and they have, Yelp has all these, or your brand or whatever it is, but using Yelp because it's popular, they have all their own specific Yelp fungibles. And so as a brand, as a business, you buy the Yelp fungible. Now you get to use that when people are wearing their glasses and they're walking down the street and they see your particular 3D representation. It'll be a 3D non-fungible token. So Disney will have it. All these different companies are going to have these non-fungible things that nobody else can use when wearing 3D goggles and using this app. So specifically with that app, it's the only time they'll ever be able to see this thing. So it'll be like, oh, come to the park using these glasses, using our app. You're going to see this particular 3D
Kind of
beautiful
like
creation.
Pokemon or Pokemon Go.
Right. But it's going to be the next level to where like businesses will be able to have them like all the Chick-fil-A's will have their own little Chick-fil-A app. So when you're driving down the road, if you want to, you'll see their cool design that they have for their building.
You know, it's
And
almost
that'll
like
be
the phase
valuable.
now. If you're gonna like pay for an NFT, the phase now is like, it's like how a lot of people in film school created their company. And like, you know, even I did, but we all were like, I mean, I created an actual company, but a lot of people would just create a graphic for their imaginary company and not start an LLC. And they'd be like, oh, it's Johnny Walker Films presents, just to have that element of their film start out to where it's just not coming from black and playing their movie. You know, they want to have titles. They want to be like, well, who am I? What's my production company? They're trying to create the reality of it.
Yeah.
That's what NFT buying is like now, because it's not useful yet. But you're probably right in the sense that it will become a lot useful later.
I think we're going through the beginnings of a new universe being created. This digital world that is gonna be intersecting and parallel to our current world, and they're gonna influence each other. I mean, it can't technically, we already in it, you know, just by using a cell phone to communicate from point A to point B, you know.
Well,
Like,
dude, just how much influencers and YouTubers actually are making money. I mean,
Yeah.
it's few and far between, and YouTube's making a lot more money, but that's crazy. That's not something I would have predicted, is that like in the last 20 years, like if you would have told me like the people that were like getting a lot of followers on Instagram were going to be professional Instagrammers, I still think it sounds dumb, but like it's true.
yeah,
It's like
yeah.
you can't ignore the fact that people are.
I mean,
It's just like Chappelle said. It's like, what are they? Or Chris Rock said. It's like really about who has the most followers. It's like he was like, I think he said was like Oprah has 20 million followers or whatever. He's like, but Cardi B's got 50 because she likes to post that ass. It's like, what do people really want to go to on the website app for?
yeah,
You know?
yeah, attention.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and that's it, like I hear that the whole streaming wars is not about who can sell how many subscribers. It's who can have the most attention. You know what I mean? How many? Well, subscribers is attention, but social media. It's about how many people, which social media has more engaging, not who has the most people downloaded. You know?
No, what do you mean? Like you,
Like-
like what do you
like-
think is the most valuable? Having the most unique, what?
Let me talk about this last time. Value.
No, but like having the most unique, I'm sorry, the most individual subscribers or whatever, or in Instagram, it would be
Who
like
has
people that use it.
the most engaging subscribers, because those are the ones that influence other subscribers.
Well, they want
Because-
your daily vision time. Like they want you to be screen time.
So even though you have millions of downloads, but you only half of them are actually on the app. Kind of like when you download, I don't know,
Like
some
how many
fucking
comments do you have? Like those
like
are the people that are going to share your stuff.
AMC app. The AMC app, you only get on it when you're gonna go watch a movie. It's not an engaging platform.
What do
You
you
know,
guys use?
so
You're
it
on
doesn't.
TikTok,
It's
right?
very basic.
and you're
but-
on Instagram still mostly.
No, I'm on X now.
Oh yeah,
I'm on
shit.
X.
Been tweeting.
As soon as
You
I
guys want
heard,
some eggs?
as soon as I got on, I heard Elon say "fuck you" to all the CEOs. I was like, I'm getting on fucking X now.
What is X?
That's my shit now. That's Twitter.
It's
Which
Twitter.
I
It's
dig
called
that too,
X.
because like he's actually making it a place where he's like, look, if you're gonna, because he said some stuff or he made a comment that was like backing that one guy in terms of, you know, his whole deal with why he said fuck you to the
To Bob?
advertisers.
No.
To Bob, the CEO of Disney, he said, "Hi, Bob."
Did he really?
In terms of like "fuck you, Bob," you know?
Bob Iger.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that, but like,
You didn't see the whole interview? It's
I
crazy.
just watched where he was like, you know, really, if you're gonna take it, and it's true. It's like,
Yeah,
Wow.
you're not gonna
I don't know-
blackmail
I don't know
me
the
with
history.
money.
I don't know the history. What happened?
Let's play. Let's play.
did you finish this?
But what happened though? Just tell me.
He basically, like, some guy posted some stuff that people were considering anti-Semitic, and then he posted like a line of saying, he posted a tweet that said that person said what was true, and then people were like, oh, he said all these anti-Semitic comments, and a bunch of advertisers started leaving, and he's like, look, if you're gonna take what I said as anti-Semitic, then fuck you guys, because he's like, I don't need your money anyways, which is also true, and also like he could completely gut Twitter, which I think was his goal anyways, to make it no longer a viable place where people went because of the whole Trump thing. Ever since that whole thing happened on January 6th, after Trump got ousted, when he was supposed to leave office, like Elon took over Twitter and slowly dragged it to the death. He changed its name, he changed its look, he fired everybody, and he fucking made it so where it's like, okay, cool. Nobody really gives it the credibility it used to have. People like the journalists used to post on there. He fucked with all of them. A bunch of people that post.
So maybe his move was actually more political
I
than
call
anything.
because back in the day when he bought that, I was like, he's going to destroy that place because immediately it was a place where he could constantly get attention and make his profile higher by posting crazy shit. Like he even pretended to fight Zuckerberg. Like
He was going to fight him.
He wasn't ever going to fucking fight him.
Well, Zuckerberg bailed, I heard.
No, it was Elon Musk. Zuckerberg finally called him out and was like,
physically fight?
Zuckerberg was like, yeah, like a cage match. And Zuckerberg was like training and shit. And like he kept like posting videos. He's like, come on, Elon,
Well,
let's
Zuckerberg
go.
got injured. Did you see that?
No, dude. Elon Musk basically was like, kept pushing him on. And Zuck finally said, hey, if you don't really want to fight, then we don't have to fight. But like, don't talk shit, pretty much. And Elon was like, yeah, whatever you say, buddy. Like he like was like the big man in terms of like he is richer than Zuckerberg, so he's like that guy that's like, yeah, you don't get this. And you know what? Both sides are necessary in this instance because he was the guy that understood like they were never gonna fight, but it's funny to post about it. And he still talks shit about him. So the point
I'm
is,
going to have to look that up because I heard the opposite on the Joe Rogan Experience.
yeah,
Because he had Elon on, and Elon said himself, it's like, hey, anywhere, any place, anytime, he said.
yeah, I bet. That's the whole point.
And
you can
Zuckerberg
talk
said,
shit as long as you want, and it's never
to
gonna
look it
happen.
up.
Is Elon's single now, right? Or is he getting remarried?
no, he's married. He's trying to have as many kids as possible, he said. Did you hear all that?
He's already got 5 kids. 6
Yeah.
now.
He's influencing
how
everybody
many
to
baby
have
mamas?
kids, as many kids as possible, because the future is bright and we need more of a population in America to keep us going. And if we stop having kids, we stop the population, we stop the growth, and we inevitably end up dying out as a country.
Yeah.
And so
Do you
he's
think-
telling
do you
everybody
think
to
he
have
did,
more babies.
Do you think he did the whole Twitter thing just to like stop Trump from like having as much pull?
No, well, did you know
Like,
about
that's
Twitter
pretty
before Elon Musk took over?
Yeah.
know about
They
Twitter?
were shadow banning people like crazy, and they were canceling people's accounts just because they said something about the virus. They were like, they even like put a fucking policy out saying about nobody can say hate speech, and the fucking rules were like real vague on what hate speech is. We're like,
So that's what I'm
you
saying,
can
though. What do
get
you think? Do you think he
shadow
did it?
banned for anything, and it was
Did he do it for a
literally
political
falling
reason?
apart. Yeah.
Did he do it for a political reason, or why did
Well,
he do it? Why is he
It's
dragging it in
partially political, but what he said in
the
the podcast on Joe Rogan, he was doing it for humanity.
That's what I'm
Because
saying, why?
humanity
It's like he
needs a
knows
source
something we
of
don't.
freedom, of free speech, of
Because it was
just
becoming
put
too
it out there.
legit to be that controlled, basically is what you're saying. Is that people were starting to get canceled off there. And he was like, look, no one gets canceled. We all can say whatever crazy shit we
Yeah.
want.
So does Trump still have an account on there? Does he
Now
still-
he does. He was
reinstated him, yeah.
he was banned because Twitter was banning a bunch of people that weren't Democratic.
No way. So
primarily.
back on there.
Yeah, Trump is on there.
Nobody's gonna give it. I mean, if he changed the name to X, nobody's gonna give him that. Like, you got to build up that legitimacy.
Now that he said
It's
this
new,
whole
yeah.
fuck.
It's like
And so
metaverse.
is
Fuck
the
everybody.
metaverse. And so,
Yeah,
yeah.
like if they haven't seen it. It still says a big old F on my app until they change it to an M. They're not gonna.
Well,
change
Meta
it overnight.
owns Facebook. So it's sort of like how Alphabet owns Google. Google is a company inside of this
Nobody
larger
cares
company.
about Alphabet.
Right. No one thinks about it. You never think about
Yeah.
Meta when you're using Facebook. Although
It's
it
fine.
owns
Yeah, put it in our parent company. I don't care. But,
But
if
when
you
I use
change the
my
actual
app,
branding,
when I
like,
use my Ray-Ban app, I gotta use a Meta app.
right. But I mean, like X is like if I look up Twitter, is it still Twitter or is
No,
it
it's
X?
X.
It's X,
So
but
like when I download
when
the
you-
app,
when you-
what's the app say? Does it say? Does it, have
it
a
says
T?
X. I got it
See?
on here.
That's change. That's,
But
that's a
if
big-
you-
that's
if you
big-
go to the-
that's bigger than F, keep it than
But
Facebook
if you
keeping
go to
F.
the
sure.
the
If they
Play
change
Store,
Restructuring versus
it will
So
give
that
you the same
changes-
result for both.
I'm
It will
saying-
give you Twitter and it will give you X at the same
because
time.
they own everything
it will
that
give you
Twitter
T
ever was.
and it will give you X.
Well, yeah, but they own the name still. You know they did, so that no one can start a new name of Twitter. Like they bought that. He bought that company. So changing the name, I'm sure his lawyers locked up that name to where you can't just start a Twitter app that's like, oh, Twitter's back. Grant Chudetsky decided to reboot this algorithm. No, they own not only the name, but every part of code that was built by that company because it's a bunch of algorithms, you know.
Well, for sure.
But the point I'm making is
What is your point, Warren?
X. I mean, if you pay $64 billion or however fucking much he paid for Twitter, you should have the freedom to do what the fuck you want with it. You know, he paid a fuck shit ton of money for it.
He paid a
and you
fuck
change
shit
the
ton.
name, you change the colors, you change whatever you fuck you want about it. And because it's owned by you. That's like the total fuck you to all you bitches. He's the total man like that.
But it only
And
is.
I
he's
totally
only
respect
owned
that.
by him if it's like it's an asset. It's not like a fucking car.
Well, okay. So are you saying that he bought that Twitter so he can project and broadcast his propaganda and to everybody? Because when he first bought it and got rid of everybody on the floor that was previously known as Twitter, a lot of people got on X or Twitter, old Twitter, to shit on him. There was so much like making fun of him that he reinstated a lot of the people that were part of Twitter before he took over because he didn't know how to manage certain things. So it was totally chaotic because he was working off of instinct. You know, he fucking dropped billions of dollars to acquire this place and he thought it was shit so he could just get rid of everybody without before doing that looking under the hood and seeing, holy shit, this is too complicated. I don't get this. I don't know how to fix this. I gotta get these people back.
He made PayPal, so it's like he's not a dummy in terms of making an app work. He probably saw it for what it was after making Tesla and SpaceX and was like, okay, I can make this more efficient. Of course, he stepped on a lot of toes. His goal, I think, was multifold. So, like, you can't... The older I get, the more I realize, like, it's lots of things. There's not one factor that
No,
contributes.
well, yeah, of
So,
course.
he
Like
probably
anything.
had-
Anything complicated isn't one thing. It's a network, interconnected
So he was
things.
like, A, trying to stay in the spotlight, or B, trying to, you know, basically delegitimize Twitter, which is I think the best term for it, so that people like Trump couldn't use it to convince people that it's like he can say whatever he wants now, but it's less impact than it was because before Twitter was viewed as this place that was supposed to be up and better than everybody else because it was this legitimized platform for text and whatever. But in reality, it was a back haven for all sorts of groups that were doing all sorts of things. Like Al-Qaeda used Twitter for a long time, all sorts of shit. So like, you know, they're not monitoring everything. And so that's probably why the pendulum swung the other way. And people are trying to crack down on all this hate speech and gang communication and whatever else. But like, you're never going to stop all that stuff because there's just too much stuff happening to be monitoring all of it. It only happens retroactively. So Elon Musk was probably trying to stay in the spotlight and make a quick buck, gut this place and see if he could do better, do something new with a challenge, stay in the limelight in terms of the news, you know, kick up controversy. You know, it's like all these things. But he also is not like, I don't think he really cares about what we want to happen. You know, like he's not really like,
The first impression I got about Elon Musk is whenever he went to Congress and said, hey, let's put a pause on AI because we're not ready for that. And as soon as I heard that, I got the impression that he had the best intentions for humanity. And when he talks about Twitter, him buying Twitter for humanity, I kind of believe him. I kind of have a sincerity. I turned into Grant. I turned into this optimist thinking that this guy's going to be the fucking guy that's going to get us out of this fucking shithole. Because anytime I see people throwing a big old fuck you to the establishment, I see somebody that's actually independent. Not dependent on them to provide him. It's a fucking real fuck you. Like when I say fuck you to everybody, I still go to work tomorrow. I still pay the rent. I still do all this shit. He could be like, fuck all you bitches. I'm going to get an island in the fucking coast of whatever and not be part of this shit. You know what I mean? Because he can, you know? And that's how you can sincerely see somebody using that power effectively. Rather than like, you know, you're right. I am saying hate speech and I should shut my mouth. Fuck that shit. And that's funny because I don't like Trump and he does a lot of that. You know what I mean? I like certain parts of him. He's just such a fucking egotist and doesn't keep his word and complains so much that I can't get behind him. It's like, bro, if you complain less and you push through what you say and you commit to things you said wrong and say, hey, I didn't mean to say that, whatever, you know? Instead of, I don't remember I said that. Nope, I don't know nothing about that guy. Oh, yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, never hung out with them. And then there's fucking pictures of him with them. It's like, come on, just own up to it. Your base is still going to be behind you. Don't be a little bitch. But because he is a bitch, I'm like, I don't respect that. I don't respect that.
For president, don't be a little bitch.
Yeah. Conquer your
Probably.
inner bitch.
2028.
What Joe Rogan says all the time.
Did
Yeah.
you see that SNL with Tom Hanks on Black Jeopardy? What? You gotta watch it. It's so funny.
Yeah?
SNL with Tom Hanks, Black Jeopardy. He like gets along with everybody.
Yeah,
Play some entertaining stuff, Mario. Play.
Yeah, we can go back to Rick and Morty.
so they're all trapped in the fear hole.
Rewind it. Do you know what's going on?
They're in a fear hole, and
Yeah, he doesn't get any of this stuff.
the girls. He's scared of love.
Hmm? Hmm?
It should be! And you need to fear it a hell of a lot more! I can do that.
I'm spending the night, Mario. My mom's not coming. I'm sleeping over. But it's just
On
not
that,
the deal.
under the table, yeah.
Okay. Is the little one coming over tonight too?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Dang, you gotta have it all cleared up by 11?
Probably 12, because she's always wrong on her time. It's amazing how often she's wrong. It's like, oh, I'll be off early around 8. She doesn't get home till 2 in the morning, bro. It's like, oh, my mom got this, and I had to drive way to Redlands and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whatever. I'm going to bed.
Whatever, girl. I'm going to bed. It's 6
That's how you gotta do,
p.m.
bro. We're all Keith inside, really. At the end of the day, you gotta be Keith. Like, fuck that bitch.
Hey, yeah.
I'm like, hey, how's it going, dude? He's like, oh, it's driving cool.
Yeah.
We're good.
You can be around forever, right?
True. 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 True.
Where's this going? We doing robot role play? Okay, we got the oil wrong. What was that? Diane! Hey, stay with me. Diane?
Rick, what's happening?
Fucking Morty, he's trying to hog the hole. Come on.
Alas, our father is dead. Walker, are you here?
Hi, I'm Walker. Sure has been raining a lot of days.
What the fuck is he doing?
What's wrong with him? He's naked. And why does he look sick?
Because he's dying. Fuck. I gotta get him out of here. But if I do, I might have to go with him. I don't want to. I don't want to, Diane. I think my greatest fear is letting you go.
That's a good fear, Rick. Keep that fear. If you don't, you'll kill me. Again.
No. I don't have to kill Morty too.
How do you know he's even real? Look at his weird little balls.
Goodbye, Diane. Shut up, Morty. DJ, drop that beat. We gotta conquer a fear. This is my grandson. Don't look at his PP. Instead of staring at Morty, put your eyes on me. I'm a roped out freak. Who's dog in my ass? Macaroni in my pocket. Rickety master class.
I don't know how to rap. I don't know how to rhyme. I don't know how to rap. Now eat that shit.
Now throw your hands up. Put your hands down. Throw your hands up. Put them back down. 3 days of rain.
That was an astounding feat of personal bravery. Nudity always makes theater serious and good.
How do you feel?
Accepted. You?
Pathetic. But happy?
I honestly didn't see it coming.
We did it. We conquered
At the end,
right? Hey Rick, you just look real sad, which I'm afraid of.
means I think we might still be in the hole.
Huh. Well, I am definitely afraid of you ever knowing anything before me. So yeah, I'd say there's 100% chance that we're still.
God damn it! Is this gonna be a whole thing?
No wordplay, Morty. We have to figure out our actual fears if we're ever gonna get out of here.
Actual fears?
Yeah, tell me your fucking fears so we can conquer
I
it.
just had to crucify myself in order to save you from your whole wife. And you think I'm the one with unresolved fears? I ought to be afraid that we'll never get out because you'll never admit that you're afraid.
Okay, good job. You conquered it, right?
I think so. How are we supposed to know?
No, this is real. I can tell.
You're not afraid that you could be certain about something and still turn out to be wrong? You cowardly asshole!
How was I supposed to know? $8 for a side of bacon? Symptom of a larger concern, Morty. If capitalism
Are
collapses,
we done here?
I don't know. Are you a little afraid at this point of the hole itself?
What?
I swear to God, if we're still climbing out of this fucking hole 2 seasons from now.
Maybe that was it.
What?
Maybe we needed to let go of our fear of uncertainty, you know?
Right. I'd say we're pretty native to that at this point. Okay, thank you, Hole.
Thank you, Hole. We no longer need to know if we're in you, so bye.
We no longer need to what?
No, if we're in you.
Are you afraid we're still in it?
I mean, I hope we're not, but if we are,
We'll find out eventually.
which no longer scares me.
Same. Okay, I'm gonna go get drunk.
I love that they use clever music. It's totally 90s shit, dude. I don't think kids now can get it. Like this music?
I think it works.
This was in the 40s, Mario.
Music transcends that.
Yeah, you're right.
It's like the button one where like he goes on that long thing and then just presses a button.
Yeah,
It's like-
Dude, it's a
Same
good
feels.
montage. Look at this.
Like old Morty.
That's so funny.
That's a good shit.
We were born here.
Come on, we're gonna get through this.
Maybe we were born here.
We're Rick and Morty. I'm not leaving without you.
What did you say?
Deep.
I'm not leaving you in here. Come on, you're irreplaceable. Irreplaceable. What?
Oh my God! I know what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid you'd never say that in real life. I'm afraid that if I jumped into a hole, you wouldn't even bother jumping in after me. You just stand there and watch. This entire thing has been about me. You're not even in the hole, are you?
Thank you for visiting the fear hole. Your fear of relying on Rick has been delicious.
Dear
Delicious.
Morty, how was it? Was it spiders?
Oh, jeez. Oh my God, no. You didn't go in at all.
No, it's a one-person ride. You can't face 2 fears at the same time. If my fear was fire and yours was water.
I get it. It really is fine. Huh?
You do seem a little less burdened.
Rick, am I irreplaceable?
I mean, define irreplaceable.
That's good. Good. I'm back. Don't! Or I won't know if I'm out.
Is it that good? Should I go in?
No!
You holding out on me?
You don't want to deal with it, Rick. There was messed up mental shit in there. Like Diane was in there.
What?
Not in a good way. Just trust me.
Okay, buddy. Let's go slam some pancakes.
This is the part that fucked with me. He had a picture of him in his wallet. So it was like something that happened already. And then he got a picture of it. And then he pulled it out this time. Like, why would it be in his wallet?
All folded and creased up.
Right? I don't get that part.
Whoa.
Maybe he already did it with his real Morty.
Yeah.
Came back.
Or, yeah, maybe another universe.
You gotta watch the breakdown. Someone broke it down.
Yeah, somebody did break it down.
How about that? Season 7. It was touching down there for a second. Oh, remember when I stole my kid? I stole one of these, too. Well, it's all about having a goal and stopping at nothing to achieve it. Then you'll be fulfilled.
That's good.
She knows.
Or she has a different goal. That's how I saw it.
She's like, I'm still divorcing you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
because that was the first episode
Yeah.
of that season.
Mm-hmm.
He goes back and tries to get it.
What'd you think, Grant? Did you like it?
I mean, it's entertaining, right? That's the whole point.
Was it?
Whole point is
Sounds like you didn't
takes you
get
into
it.
another world.
You didn't get it, did you?
Well, I remember when there's the porcupine and they're chasing it.
There's
and
no
They
porcupine.
fell off the cliff.
No,
But then
There was
the
a hole.
fox
That's it.
stayed in the air.
you're wrong. You're completely wrong.
And the acme anvil fell on the fox.
Nope. Nope.
No.
Anyways, just tell us about your pressure.
Well, I do have a lot of gas. I just
You know
fart
what
on all you guys.
You know what we watched? We were in Costa Rica. Was Walter Mitty? Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, the wonderful life of
Walter Mitty.
Oh, yeah. That one's a good one. I like the ending on that one.
Yeah, really well done.
Yeah, very well done.
She
It's a
never
good
seen it.
moody one.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
And it's
kind of
funny,
Disney,
too, the
but
way,
for
like-
adults.
yeah, and the way that like Adam Scott's kind of funny too.
Yeah.
Like, cause he's like the asshole. That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who's what else has he been? He was in Parks and Rec. Is it? He's been in some shit. He's the brother in Step Brothers. That's like not part of the brothers. He's a whole other brother.
Speaking of content and like writing and movies and podcasts and just any content, what makes for moving content? You know, like think about like is there, obviously there's like, you know, your own opinions on what is right and wrong in general, but is there a right and wrong to creating content? Especially
Yeah.
content that sells and that is liked by others.
What you talking about? Like how to make stuff that people
The
want?
marketing?
Yeah, how to
You're
practically-
talking about marketing?
You're talking
No,
about.
I'm just saying, like right now,
Aristotle's
like you're
Poetics,
making a
bro. What
podcast,
makes
I'm putting
drama?
out TikTok videos. You're writing-
Conflict makes drama. That's it. You can make the most interesting. That's what commercials have capitalized on. Or
conflict.
at least they used to. Yeah,
Maybe
conflict
drama.
equals character equals drama. People want that even in comedy. Every genre uses drama. Drama is the basic idea. Like even drama came before the idea of comedy. Drama was the first art form in terms of acting and representation, in terms of playwriting. That was what the Greeks came up with, was tragedy. So
then-
comedies came later.
So then, like,
And conflict
if
means
drama
you
is
want
what-
something. That's all it is.
conflict.
You might want to talk
So
right
what-
now. If somebody
what-
else is talking
what
over
really
you,
is conflict?
you want to talk. It's what's motivating you. So as an audience, you're sitting there and you want something. And how you set up a want in the audience is by making a character they can identify with and then making that person have the goal. Because then you can externalize your personality and you come back to sitting at the couch and nothing actually happens to you. But you get it. If you want to be that character, if you relate to the character, then you actually get to experience what that person's experiencing, including their wants, which is the drama. And most people actually don't have that many desires, which is why there's so many ads everywhere. It's because, of course, there's chemical and there's biological desires. But in terms of like, we could exist on a lot less. And some people do. They're totally happy with it until they're shown what they're lacking. And then all of a sudden they want this other thing. So, you know, drama does that. It shows, and a lot of people try to create, you know, does art imitate life? A lot of people create dramatic lives based on movies they've seen because they want these crazy twists and turns. They want to feel the ups and downs. So what makes good content is conflict.
Conflict.
Yeah.
Well, it's the hero's journey. There's an underdog. It's competition. That's what we like.
Conflict
certain
is competition.
things.
That's why all sports exist. That's why
Yeah.
all competition shows exist.
That's why you like certain things and you don't like certain things. It's because certain
What's
things
the
are better
root of
in your
conflict?
ideology, in your own frame of what is good and what is bad. Because you make that up. You like blue, more than you like pink. You made that up. Nobody else made it up.
Yep.
You know, super subjective. But that is
But
the
there is some
culture.
conflict that is universal and some that's not. So in terms of survival is a universal conflict. That's every creature feels the need to survive. That's a conflict against the inevitable lack of survival, which is death. So it's like that's why life and death dramas are the most popular, is because, and they always have been in terms of story. But when it comes to content, in terms of watching other people's podcasts, we can't sit here and fight to the death, in a real way. That would actually get, because it's not entertainment. You can't repeat it. That's why so many TV shows have life and death in terms of whether it's a serial about police and they're trying to figure out the murder, or whether it's a show that shows a specifically violent time in history where people were killing each other. Those are always the top sellers. Because death is the one thing that we all actually face in terms of conflict that you can represent artistically and get people interested.
So how do you represent conflict in like a book that's, say, like a cooking book or a self-help book or something that is like not necessarily story-based?
Well, you don't. You had asked what the biggest thing for driving eyeballs was, right? Wasn't that your point? Like, what's the
In content, like, but so it's like that's what I'm trying to see is like, is
There's all
there a
sorts of content
core
that's not
through
dramatic,
line
necessarily
that that can help like put your content in front of people's faces? Like, I like the idea of conflict, and like when you say it initially, I think of what is conflict. Well, if you're looking at a video or anything, it's frame by frame. There's different moments. So conflict is like a change in position, right? So we want a change of frame. A ball moving against gravity technically is conflict. So a moving ball, anything moving.
you can't extend the definition for that word that loosely and still have it mean anything. It's not just motion. Motion isn't conflict unless you're considering gravity the antagonist. Yeah. You have to put somebody in a place of desire. In the term that I'm using, conflict, you have to put somebody in a place of wanting a specific thing and then show their path to getting it, which is in essence what you're saying about the hero's journey. And not everybody wants that. But in terms of a cookbook, the conflict would be
not knowing
the person that wants to make something.
Right.
So yeah, in terms of if you're making conflict equal desire, then yes. That's not really what I'm talking about conflict. I'm talking about you set up the relatability of a character's desire by making them relatable to the human experience. And one thing we all experience, whether we accept it or not, or think about it consciously or not, is the experience of wanting to survive. We all share that. Nobody that doesn't share that is around. So you can't sit here and say you're a living, breathing human being without wanting to survive. It's just part of existing. And because of that, that creates the most relatable character. I wasn't saying that has to be a part of every content medium ever, and surely it's not. You're not, even though on some level it could be. You could say those big pieces connect, but I think you're taking it out of context. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's the most easy way to create content. I should say that's the broadest way to create content that is relatable, is to make conflict and drama.
Yeah.
What
would be a good way to do that for like if you're someone who wants to like share information with people versus like just tell a story,
right?
In a story form,
right?
Share that information in a story form.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Just
what if you don't want to do it through a story form?
When you're trying to do it just informational, it doesn't work because nobody can identify with it. If you're doing a fucking PowerPoint on what the fuck pressure is, well, nobody's gonna give a shit about it. You know why? Because who gives a shit about pressure, bro? Like, it's like, oh, it's the color blue. It's like, I like pink. Fuck your blue, bruh.
Well, I think I just made the connection in the sense that like
pressure,
well, you're
something without a story.
What you're asking is like, why is that practical? But I guess going back to his example of if it's a recipe, it's like the end goal would be to create the cake or to create whatever whatever recipe you're creating.
Who gets a fucking cookbook anymore?
In that way, if you're giving somebody information, I guess you got to like explain what the benefit of it is first. That's the hook.
Well, like maybe people aren't conflicted.
Do you want to read
Maybe people aren't
minds?
Conflicted by trying to understand the universe as much as you are, if that's what you're saying.
Oh no, you could just. I realize you got to give somebody like you said, a desire, or it's like you got to give somebody a carrot. You got to give somebody a useful
it's
tool.
It's different when it comes to
with
writing.
the information.
Well,
so
now
like
you're asking a different question. So why do people feel desire at all? Desire drives conflict, right? Because you need to have something to chase if you're sorry to hog the mic. If
Yeah.
if you need conflict, if you're trying to find a way to develop conflict, you need desire. Where does desire come from? Mom and I always talk about that. And my theory from my personal life experience is lack. So that's why religion works so well, is because you can make somebody want to be part of your religion by showing them that they're bad or that they're afraid of death and they don't know what happens after they die, which is all true. So you try to shine a light on their lack, and then you can give them the answer. But I believe that we're actually already at a place where we don't really need an answer. We just convince ourselves that we do, because man would rather have the void as purpose than be void of purpose.
So then why act?
What do you mean?
Why act? If you have everything you need, then why act?
Well, you can't help but act in this context. So like,
But you can choose. You're acting right now. You're a living example of.
no, you didn't choose to be born, right?
Right now, though, you have the choice to act. So
What do you
why
mean?
act? Meaning, like, you are choosing actively.
No, my heart's beating itself. I'm not choosing that.
But beyond that, you have the choice to move your massive form. So you could sit in the middle of the street and not act.
Uh-huh.
So,
But you're still acting in
saying
terms
that-
of moving. Just because you're not making a conscious decision doesn't mean you can die.
Consciousness won't let you not act.
You're alive.
Like, you ever drown
No,
yourself? You
no, I'm
can't
saying
do it.
But you can.
It will
you
always
can-
go to the surface.
You can sit still until.
So what is that? What are you saying?
Until
by that?
what?
you're- but
Until
you're
you're
saying-
hungry
but
and you
you're-
want to do? You
but-
want to take a shit?
But you were saying that. What were you saying, that you can't act? Something about. Whatever we were talking about.
I'm just saying, okay, where does desire come from? Desire comes
Oh, yeah.
from a lack. Because as we progress through life, even if we say, okay,
So you're
and that's
saying we
what
can
the
live
best
without
stories
lack.
are about, is like you start from a place where you don't want anything. And then, that's what Enemy at the Gates is about. This person is like, we're in this supposed communist society where we're fighting for this communist ideal. And at the end, his whole journey was, the supporting character was, there's always something to envy. So even if we're all sharing things in a communal community, there's always something to envy. And that means that you have something I don't, which is what creates desire and creates the motion to want to go improve yourself to be able to have that thing.
Well, that's what I'm questioning. So you're saying that you seemingly, it seems like you said that you can be or exist or act without that feeling of lack, right?
I think you start that way. Yeah.
You start the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, can you live like that now?
Yeah. I mean, if you choose to.
So if you do that, you're saying that desire comes from a place of lack.
Yeah.
So how do you choose to act if not from a place of lack? So if you're saying that desire, which creates your choices, your actions, because we don't ever do things without desire, then
That's not necessarily true. See, I didn't make that connection.
So
I
what
said
is-
conflict doesn't come without desire. I didn't say we don't do things without desire. People often do things habitually, and they don't. It doesn't
Isn't
have
that
to be
their
driving
desire?
desire. Conflict comes from desire because you want something you don't have, which implies the lack.
But everything is something you don't have until you have it, which is to say that if I move to that position, I don't have that position until I stand up
But
and
just
walk over
because
there.
they share those principles, it doesn't mean they share the principles that I'm talking about that include conflict and lack and desire. I'm talking about an extreme level, which is why I use the example of life and death, because life is something that you want all the time, even though you don't realize it until someone's threatening to take it away from you. Then you realize how valuable it is, which is why we attach ourselves to drama, which is what I was making a point as in terms of what content is the most like commercially viable. Life and death dramas in any capacity, in any genre. You can make a science fiction, you can make whatever. So that doesn't mean that every content piece that you create in your own journey needs to be dramatic, because there's a lot of other things that exist outside of that intensity. I'm just saying, in terms of what I've found in terms of writing, that's the thing that is always going to be the most attractive for a giant audience, because that's what Endgame was about. Half the people in the world just die. It's like a serious life and death thing, and half of the characters on the Avengers team just disappeared into dust at the end of it. And it's like, oh no, that character, I was so attached to it. Why? It's like, so beyond all the other reasons, that's why those are the mega movies. That doesn't mean you don't need instruction manuals for how to put up Christmas trees. There's not a lot of drama there, except for I want to do this thing that I want. It could be a very low grade, but no one's going to film that and make that into a podcast. That's also why, in terms of us sharing our ideas, the chances that Mario, other than sheer determination and just putting his stuff out there, is going to become a podcast that people attach and slowly start to become subscriber to is much more of a snowball effect, like Joe Rogan was, and because Mario loves it, I believe, than because it's controversial. If you seek out to find your audience because you're controversial based on the theory of drama and conflict and desire, it's always short-lived, because you have to do bigger and bigger stunts to maintain that audience, because now they're tuning in to see the crazy shit, And, all famous YouTubers are already facing that dilemma, which is, what are we going to do to top ourselves to get 20 million instead of 15 million views? And becomes this, they're trying to make themselves better and better. And, and I'm sure they've experienced it. They go up and down in terms of their viewer base, but you still have to put out what you want to put out regardless of whether or not there's even an audience for it now, because just because there's not a lack now doesn't mean there won't be later. So what compels you? Why are you really focused on putting out the art that you want to put out? Because that actually shows and defines your lack bigger than anybody else, why you're driven to do that.
Well, if I were to hijack that conversation for just a little bit and illustrate my perception of my own show and illustrate how I have a lack of understanding of the market of attention. I mean, I've put out now 19 podcasts, 3 to 4 hours long, and exported over 100 clips to the internet. And I only garnered 54 subscribers over the course of 2 years. And so I clearly am not making a very good assessment of what I'm putting out there. It's not something that the public clearly wants, but yet I keep doing it because I like doing it this way.
Yeah.
I know what gets views out there, but I don't want to tarnish my reputation of what I first started by all those things that go viral. Like,
right, you're not pandering.
For instance, yeah, I don't want to pander, but at the same time, I do follow some, viral things that go on. Like what I just spoke about, Elon Musk saying a huge fuck you to all those CEOs. I would make a video on him saying that and then illustrating my opinion on it. And putting it out there, and it probably garnered a lot more views because it's a topic. It's a thing that's happening right now. Yep. But because I don't want to please that audience, and I don't want to cater to that ideology of just spreading viral shit that people want to feed on, I just want to spread genuine moments of hanging out with my friends. So I'm torn between these two worlds of where I want to be identified as. But at the same time, if I want to be successful in these things, I need to play the game, So one day I'm going to have to make the decision that, I'm going to have to make certain videos that are click farms, click baiting, So it's not going to be the full truth. It's
just by staying on top of your game, just those little clips. I mean, since you started, I've watched you come a long way. So I won't discredit that. I wasn't trying to talk shit just because I don't have any subscribers. I like the fact that you're doing it because you love it, and so it's not really. It's like you're short circuiting the system because you're not just doing it for the attention. Even though we all hope that we get noticed for our efforts. But you're just doing it because you love it, which is awesome. So it's you could do it even if nobody subscribed. You'd still just do it because you like it. That's really rare. And that's where I think your heart needs to be, because then, and I would be interested to see your total subscriber base over 10 years, because I bet you start seeing that elbow curve go up a little bit. And eventually you will go to where if you've done 10,000 shows, by the time you're 50, you're going to have some subscribers because they know you're going to do that shit no matter what. They want to see what you do next. I've only watched 2 of Joe Rogan's. How many has he done?
Over 2,000.
Yeah. So it's you can't really base on it. You have to do what you love to do. And that's also where I came to in terms of my writing. I was okay, what do I know fundamentally I want to do because of how expensive movies are? Well, I want to have the perfect story in my mind. And I can only get that perfect story by studying other perfect stories, understanding how good stories are made, and practicing my writing, and consistently giving the love that I have for all those things into this idea. That's all you can do. You can't really ever, when you actually can, when you actually know that what you're going to make has an audience, you're kind of sold out already, because that means that, you have people lining up for whatever you shit out, no matter how good it is. And then that's where people are oh, cool, I'm a fan of insert pop singer here. It's like, well, her last album wasn't that good, but there were some good songs on. It's like you're already predisposed to liking that person. It's really hard to have like a favorite director or a favorite actor or musician or whatever, and then have their album come out and be like, or their movie come out and be like, I didn't really like it. Like, you got to be honest with yourself, and so few people do, because I think somehow to distance yourself from somebody you already said you liked makes you feel like that previous judgment was either A, less accurate than you thought it was, or the enthusiasm wasn't necessary, or admitting that you both have changed, and either one of those is hard to do.
But like, why are you bringing this up, Grant? Kind of bringing it back to you. Are you having a hard time
What are you talking
getting your content out? Are you rethinking the
really
structure
asking,
of your first idea of gravity and all these things that you came up with? Like, we've spoken lengthily about your theories and your book. I was gonna say your invention, but
A
you never
good, a good way to
invented
phrase it is, I know I have some good ingredients. I'm trying to figure out the right recipe to
figure
make it
them
the
out.
most delicious for
Finger
everybody
those
and the most
ingredients.
digestible.
I'm gonna try to figure
Not
that out.
all the
I'm gonna
best
use that in
ingredients will
conversation.
make the
Like,
best
yeah.
recipe.
I'm trying to figure that out.
You might have like
That's
a bunch
good
of
one.
chocolate and some flour.
You know what's weird about
and
being in
some
Costa
sugar.
Rica is I started talking weird Spanish words. I had trouble putting together sentences after a while.
Really?
Because I was listening to Spanish all the time. So figure it out, bro.
Figure it out.
Yeah, you said you're going to try to figure it out. I like that. I'm going to steal that. That's like an Americanism.
Anyways,
Try to figure it out.
You can't add all the best ingredients
Grant.
to,
Just finger
to
it out, bro.
a
Figure it out
recipe.
for yourself.
You can't add everything that's good, in your opinion, to a cake. You're not gonna make a cake afterwards.
So everybody
There's
likes
a
different
certain
types.
type of cake that
There's a great analogy. How to make a cake that everybody likes.
No,
You can't. It's not possible.
The idea is
Vanilla
this.
and
I don't
chocolate.
like cake.
It's always
First
binary.
of all,
The idea is like you look at like I have TikTok videos where I'll see an inspirational individual like Joe Dispenza or even like Alan Watts
See on the
quotes or something like that.
Oh, shit.
And yeah, they'll like put out a TikTok video and it'll be like super, it'll be like 500,000 hits or whatever, 2.5 million hits, whatever.
1
and I'm
trillion.
like, and part of it is because they have this clout from that's already pre-established. But then I've like come across other individuals who are growing their channel and they have 100,000 views or whatever, or 100,000 followers. Like or 10,000 followers. They're just getting started. And I see some of their videos and they have like, a couple thousand hits, and like you can go back and you can scroll and you can actually see where they began and where they're like growing into. And it's just interesting to note how people create content in order to draw an audience. So that's something, as I have a message and as I'm trying to create, because that's what I took down all my old TikTok videos because I had some, and I reorganized it into a 23-part series, and I'm only like part 15 right now, and so I'm dropping the latter half.
Are you
of
getting
them.
more followers from that?
A little bit. I've gained like 40 followers from
Nice.
it, but still, it's one of those things where I'm curious as I create what is either in the algorithm's favor, because it's obviously you can literally purchase views. It's putting
Yeah.
it in front of.
You're not going to
different-
beat
different
ass,
people's
dude.
views.
Unfortunately, it's like, it's part of it.
But there's the algorithm of when somebody watches it, if they rewatch it, it'll get distributed to somebody else. If they comment on it, it'll get distributed to somebody else. So there is certain algorithms that work in your favor. So if you keep either the length of the video down, or if it is catching up to where someone is, or
Trick the algorithm.
like you said, there's conflict or there's something interesting enough, because I've had people comment videos where
Well, it's
people
like
comment on my
Imager.
videos.
Which ones do you watch and which ones do you scroll right by?
Yeah, the videos where people comment on my content are the ones that I immediately notice get a lot more views.
Right.
And so that's just That just goes hand in hand. So it's like, okay, like, is there a through line? I like the conflict idea, and so that's, I think part of that comes down to desire.
Pressure. Yeah, if you make a show about all things pressure.
Well, I think the big thing is recognizing the end goal and trying to detail that to the audience first. So saying, hey guys, do you like think about a video if you're scrolling on Instagram or TikTok, they usually show a beautiful cake or a beautiful piece of food first. And then it's like goes into a guy talking about the shop, and they show a front of the shop, or like them ordering, like, we went to 5 different stores this week and had 3 Subway sandwiches. Or if it's a workout video, they show somebody working out and they're all sexy first, guy or girl. And then they go into like, you want to be fit, do these things. And then, whatever, or whatever you watch. Like,
Or show the end result
for
first.
the most part, a
Yeah.
lot of the videos that I end up paying attention to, there's usually some sort of hook right away. And so that is interesting to note that like, okay, gotta have a hook.
Yeah, if you're like, if your first shot is standing on a yacht with a bunch of ladies, you're just like, hey, you want to learn about the secrets of the universe? People will be like, yeah, just because like,
do you want a big dick?
You're already like showing them the imagery. Like actions speak louder than words. Pictures worth 1,000 words. So it's like you're sitting here, showing them what people want. But that's funny too, because you're creating lack in that sense. The conflict you're developing in that advertising, which is what a lot of advertisers do, is show the thing you don't have, which in this case is material.
If that's something. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is what is a through line or what is a good way to like pinpoint as far as creating, content. How can I gain new members or new people who are, and what is the specific focused message I want to get across? So that's another interesting aspect.
Well, like you shouldn't even listen to me because I'm not a good example.
Well, let's just talk about something else then. If he doesn't want us to listen to him.
But a thing at the end of the day, the best advice I can give you is, as long as you're genuine, I think everyone's gonna get behind you. Because if you're trying to like hack the Matrix is gonna fuck you.
What do you mean by genuine?
Because you can find out if anybody's being fake. If you're being fake, you're trying to read off a script and you've never done that before.
Dude. Hollywood is all fake. Everybody in Hollywood.
Hollywood is fake, and people know that's fake.
And they secretly love it.
And people know it's fake.
Yeah.
It's an indoctrination that's been happening even before in the internet.
Because they're not pretending not to be fake, they're real?
Yeah, no, well, they're not
Hollywood lying about
their
fakeness, so they're genuine.
It's before the internet. It's before YouTube.
Right.
Whenever you watch YouTube, you want to see real shit. You want to see bad lighting, some dude in the garage showing you how to fix your washer. Not some like fucking studio lighting with close-ups and everything. Like that's good too, but
that's funny you mentioned that because you're saying, I know what you're saying. Whatever medium you go to, you expect a certain amount of production value.
Yeah,
which is also good that you put so much effort into your podcast because you have gone to film school and you do understand how to make a certain level of production value that like other people don't understand how to do. So you're at least using what you learned too. But same thing with what Grant's saying, right? If he's going to make TikTok videos, he's going to have his videos look a certain way versus if you're making a commercial, pro football, narrative film, documentary, it all looks a certain way. So you're totally right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially what his content's based off of, it's very much up to him. It's very his own opinion, in my opinion, because I don't know if anybody can get behind that. There's more in the fridge. If you want to get more, they're in the bottom.
I'm listening. What do you mean get behind it?
Bro, I can barely get behind relativity, and that's Einstein, like the smartest guy ever. You know what I mean? Like, I barely like. Yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? But I don't really get it. Like I'm pretending. I'm a fucking little bitch. I'm just being like, yeah, I don't want to be out of the club. You know what I mean? But because Grant's just a nobody that's trying to make it out and say like, hey, Einstein was wrong. It's actually this way. I'll be like, bro, that's a big if, Like that's such a big if that you might as well be saying, and the earth is flat. You know what I mean? Like, nah, I don't think so, bro. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. A lot of things don't add up if you start saying shit like that.
You guys don't think the earth is flat?
Clearly, So, like, man, it's such a big stretch of the imagination.
It's, I've talked to Grant about this before, and it's something that I've mentioned in terms of anybody who learns anything, which is, it's interesting. So like Abraham Lincoln says, want to test a man's true character, give him power, right? So the tricky thing about religious leaders, political leaders, sometimes people get their head so far up their own ass with what they think they know, they think that just because they want it to be true, that it's true. And if you know more than anybody about a certain subject, especially a subject that you made up, then it's easy to be the top dog. And that's what a lot of religions do, which is like, well, I know more than you guys, so you're just going to take my word for it. And if you don't actually understand it as an individual and you take their word for it, then you fucked up. Yeah. And that's something that I learned personally in church, which is like, there's this one story that I've said a couple times, but I don't know if I ever told you guys, which is like, where I used to go to church was this place called Celebration Tabernacle in Mesa. And short story is, they used to do this thing where they would like lay hands on us and anoint us, and we'd all would fall to the ground. And they cover us with sheets while they're still praying for us. And then we were like supposed to be, we were supposed to have what's called receive the Spirit. And this is something that supposedly happens in the Bible. And they would pray over us and pray in tongues, which is basically talking gibberish all at once. And then, you know, saying other things too. Like they'd be praying in their own mind. They're directed by God, and their spiritual impartation was all valid. And I'm not saying that it wasn't valid for anybody else. Anybody who felt the Spirit, I would tell them to their face, like, good, I'm glad that you did. But I wanted to test it for myself objectively as I could. And I remember one time that we were all lined up, all the kids. So like at the end of some of the sermons, they'd be like, okay, anybody who wants to receive the Spirit, come on down. And sometimes they're kind of pushy about it, where they'd be like, anybody who wants to receive the Spirit. Like, hey, everybody who's a kid, come on down. Or it was more of like your parents would push you to do it. And I just remember feeling like one time it was like all the kids that were there. You know, the pastors were like, hey, we want all the kids to come up front and receive the Spirit tonight. And I was just like, this is kind of weird because I don't really feel like doing this, but I felt like, you know, whatever, like, and our parents were, you know, you love your parents and you want to do what they say and whatever and please them. And I remember them being like, yeah, it's fine, you know, and I thought, oh, this is really cool. I actually get to tell for myself whether this thing's real, you know? So they were praying over us and dripping this oil on us, you know, or they like, and the pastor would come up. I remember this guy, Pastor Howard and Renee were the two people that were running the show, these two people, couple. And so they like pray over us and they'd be like, oh, you know, we're going to impart the Spirit. Because in their mind, they had God in them. And it took them imparting it into us for us to feel the presence of God. So they would sit there and pray over us. And then one by one, out of this giant line of kids, everybody would like, because what they do is other people, like your parents usually, are standing behind you. And sometimes just people that are volunteers that do it in terms of in the church. I don't know if you remember this. And like, as you would receive the Spirit, usually it was so powerful, according to what I observed, that people would fall back. And then the people that were standing behind them would catch them. And they laid them on the ground inside of the church, and they cover them up with a blanket, like a small little blanket that was made for this occasion, like just one person blanket. And they'd wait, and they would just be sitting there on the ground, like the Spirit had overtaken them. And so, like, you know, by halfway through this line of kids, everybody's falling after a certain amount of prayer. So some people, the preacher would walk up and like, all he would say would be like, and the Spirit, and they'd be like, and they'd be like, ah, and like immediately, oh, it's so powerful. And they'd fall back and they'd get covered up by the sheet. And like the parents would sit there, or the volunteers would be praying with them, like, oh, you know, and they would sit there, pray over them. Then they move on to the next person because they got to catch the next person. And sure enough, one by one, including Kyle, who went down with me, fell. And I was like, this is cool. Like, I'm going to get it. You know, I'm about to get the Spirit. And I was like, God's finally going to happen. But I also felt like I was so objective in my own interpretation of reality that I wasn't going to fake it with myself. I was being honest with myself. And I never mistook that. And that's still damning. And it started from both ends. And the pastors in like the substitute pastor or whatever, or maybe his wife, started on the other end. And they're going, I'm like somewhere in the middle. And Kyle goes down right next to me. And all the other people are like, you know, going down one by one. And then it's like, basically, I think the wife was still praying over me. And trying to, you know, and I was like, I'm like opening myself up, and they'd be like, come on, you got to really open yourself up to taking the Spirit. And I'm like, yeah, I'm here. And I was like, you know, like, and I really wanted it. I really wanted that connection from God. And then the other pastor was coming from the other side, and eventually all those people fell. So now they're both on me, dude, and they're both like trying to give me the Spirit. I'm just like, I want the fucking Spirit. I'm like the last person that won't get it, you know. I was like, and then they're like, okay, after like 5 minutes, you know, clearly everyone's getting frustrated because I just like wouldn't have the Spirit. Then they're like, okay, and they're like, it's all right, you don't got to fall down. You know, they like kind of like gave me reassurance. They're like, it doesn't happen to everybody. You still have the Spirit. And I was like, okay. And then they walked away, and then everybody else was slowly waking up and going back to their seat and whatnot. And so I go back to my seat, and Kyle gets up, and I'm like, I go back, and it was just a very fundamental moment for me. And I was like talking to Kyle about it. I was like, man, you got the Spirit? And I was like, what is it like? Nah, bro, you know? Yeah, he's like, no, bro, you just pretend. And I was like, oh, man. I was so fucking stupid. I was so stupid that I actually believed. You know, I was like really genuinely pure of heart in that sense. And I realized like everybody else either convinced themselves of the lie or were lying and intentionally, like knowingly. And I thought, well, that's tricky. So blessing and curse, you know.
Dude,
Judge for yourself.
Yeah, dude, the same thing kind of happened to me, but I realized it way earlier before the whole thing that happened to you. Because I went I got my first Holy Communion and I did the whole thing too.
Did you get baptized?
Yeah, and I got baptized and everything, and they were like taking the Holy Spirit and all this shit, and I didn't play into it. And I think the time when I realized that this is all a fucking game with adults.
Yeah.
Because I thought adults figured it out. They've been around long enough that they know the game. They know what the fuck the deal is.
Yeah.
But it's all a game. And the way I figured it out first time is when my mom told me there's no Santa Claus. When she told me
bringing it all home for the Christmas episode.
Exactly. There's no fucking Santa Claus. I was like, but my uncle, my aunt, my grandma, even you, Mom, and everybody that I thought knew what the fuck was
Everybody
up
I trusted
told me there was a fucking Santa Claus that came in through the chimney or the window or whatever you had and gave you presents.
Wait, he can come through the window too? I guess if you don't have a chimney.
Gave you fucking presents. And you're telling me that's not real? You guys are fucking doing it? I can't trust any of you motherfuckers
You're
ever
like Sebastian
again.
Mancalo. I can't trust any of you motherfuckers.
Exactly. So ever since I saw a bunch of adults playing fucking games, I was like, this is a fucking game.
Yeah.
And I looked at it as a chore. Going to, school,
going to
church and getting my whole Holy Communion is like taking out the trash, dude.
It is.
I just got to get through this shit, throw the trash out, and when I'm 18, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
You take out your
doing
own trash.
my own fucking choices instead of playing this fucking game. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to fucking play this game with you guys. I'm going to see the world for what it really is and how dark it can really be. Because it ain't a pretty world out there. And that's all right. But don't pretend like it is. Because then you get caught up in their fucking game.
There you go.
You know?
Preach. That's good.
That's how I saw it.
Don't pretend.
You know, every time I fucking see somebody else trying to preach to me that, you just got to believe harder. Fuck you.
Well, let me come back with something else. Because I still do believe that, ironically, belief is the one thing you do need. Because belief sets up your frame of reference. Because when you believe, you intrinsically acknowledge a hierarchy of choice. And that means you've already set up, and this is Jordan Peterson's whole model, which is there is a better and a worse. And you only acknowledge it when you have to, but that's why you're still alive, is because deep down we all still believe that better to be alive than not be, which is why so many people will put themselves through hell just to stay existing. When you're like, why do you even exist? If I had your life, I'd fucking kill myself. Well, it's because there's part of the human acceptance of the hierarchy is believing that existing is better than not existing. Or when you stop believing that, you stop existing, which is like how we mentioned before. As soon as you truly believe that dying is better than living, people plan out their deaths in elaborate form just to avoid having that sort of confrontation with their family members. So they'll be like, cool, after Christmas, I'm going to fucking kill myself because it's easy and I truly don't believe life is worth it. But I'm not going to worry them about it now because I want everybody to have a good Christmas. Like, people do that shit, you know? So once you actually really have that hierarchy reversed, right now you're acknowledging that it exists, which means it's also permeating every other part of your life, whether or not you acknowledge that or not, which is, like you said, you like certain things, like we talk about kids. You like certain things and don't like other things. So you can't really avoid it. There is a level of acceptance to it.
Well, what I was trying to do, I was trying to base a story leaning away from the one side and more towards the middle and then finalizing it with one last fucking comment. But then you went all the way to the right side. There's got to be an equal medium.
What are you trying to say?
There's trying to be, like, when I was saying... you didn't believe enough.
Oh, right.
When I said you don't believe enough, I didn't mean it as like you shouldn't believe. Of course you should believe. You should believe in not hurting people. You should believe in not...
but not make believe.
But not make believe.
Yeah,
exactly.
I get you.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So there's not like believe all in anything and everything everyone tells you, and not believe in anything and everyone tells you.
Because that wouldn't work
There's got to
either.
be a
Yeah,
medium.
yeah.
You know what I mean? There's got to be a balance. You got to be objective. You got to see things for what they are, and then analyze them over time and make your own assessment off of that. And if the results don't yield what they say, then clearly they're wrong. But certain things can't be tested, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't test that there's a fucking war happening in Ukraine. Can't
Not
test that
personally,
there's
not
a fucking
personally.
war happening in Russia.
Right.
But you believe it in some sense. Do you agree with it? No, because war is bad. But should it happen? It's inevitable. How I see it,
Yeah.
you know. But do you bringing it back? Do I believe that's going to be rent on the 31st? Yes. Do I believe that I should keep going to work so I can pay that rent? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see it all the time? No.
See?
You know, see it as in like, even though I don't see Ukraine getting bombed, I know it's getting bombed.
right,
People are
right.
dying.
Right.
You know, you should disagree with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I know there's rent coming, and I disagree with it. But I still gotta do it.
Yeah.
I still gotta go to work and do
Yeah.
the things I don't want to do, so I could do that better, and not to have that problem later on.
If only because the rest of society has already decided, right? And you're only one part of
there's
society.
a binary concept in my mind.
Right.
As in, like, does certain things matter? How I look at it, do I need to go to work tomorrow? Yes, then it kind of matters, you know?
Yeah, you should pull up the
And
Tom
if I
Hanks
don't need to go to work tomorrow,
Black Jeopardy.
then do I still need to pay rent? Then I got to go to work then. Fuck all that shit.
Right. And, you know, there are other levels of like, well, you don't have, there's ways to get around paying rent, and there's ways, you know, people try, right? So,
Well, that's one example. You can the meaning of that example is that there's certain things you can't avoid, even though you don't see them right
you
now.
don't think of not doing it. Like I was saying about destroying your own property. You don't hop in your car and go drive immediately into a light pole on purpose, because your entire framework is set up to avoid damage to yourself naturally. That's how we are as individuals, you know, and each other. Like really, only in extreme circumstances are we programmed to hurt each other, and that's after extreme trauma, because we're social creatures and we understand that we can do more together than apart. So the trick becomes how to decide on what we should do and how to punish all the things that we know we shouldn't do or we decided on, and that shifts. But some things don't change so much, which are sort of like the 10 Commandments. Other things probably do. Other things are new laws that get written into the system based on new technologies like AI. There's a whole slew of new internet laws that didn't exist before the internet. So that's also natural. But
What's the coolest piece of new tech that you're writing into your story? Or different tech, I should say.
yeah, there's okay, so I have these 3 really cool inventions, and I color coded them because a lot of what I believe in terms of, like I was saying, how Grant on the yachts, you know, like visual sells. So like I'm trying to make my movie as visually stimulating and appealing as possible. When people watch it, not only is the story seriously emotionally rewarding, but the visuals are just so cool that people are like, that was different. Only because I believe I understand how important the visual element is to the film medium. So the 3 inventions that I use are, one is characterized, so they all royalty have golden gauntlets, and I had this whole series, and then there's like this light century and this dark century, and one has a dark onyx gauntlet or ebony gauntlet, and the other one has like an ivory gauntlet, and they use that to transfer power between the 2 sets of kings and queens. But the gauntlets are one invention that I really like kind of scaled back, and I'm going to use in later movies. But the other inventions that I just put in briefly are, there's this one gun that can like shrink wrap everything and it like covers it in this green lattice. There's another transportation ball that like I don't really explain any of the dimensions because it's just like visual. Yeah. And you roll this ball towards somebody, and it like as it's rolling on the ground, it grows to their size. Like it's judging how big they are. So like imagine like I rolled it towards Mario and be like, doo, 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 doo. But it's also like a wire meshed where it's just light, so it can go around anything. So when it goes around your entire body, then it starts blinking and then doo, transports you to somewhere else. So that's like the blue one, right? And then the red, the red invention is these rations that they're all eating, which end up being the people of the cave, because it's sort of like Logan's Run meets Star Wars, to where at the end they realize the reason the main guy left the cave is because to sustain life in the cave, they're feeding people, the cave people, to keep them going so they could exist for a long period of time. And that was the original law handed down by the creator of the of the people that live there, which are
You must eat your folk.
I forget what I call them even, but they're the Manumines essentially. They're these androids that got created by this character Mercury in the other episodes to continue life on the planet until it can repopulate the whole universe. Because they're like flying slowly into the sun as it dies out at the end of the whole show or the end of the whole series. But anyways, so the red little cubes are these things that they eat to stay alive, but they don't know what they are, where they came from, but they're themselves. The human beings are being fed to themselves. So
Savage.
So the main guy leaves the cave once he finds out that was the law that was passed down by their creator because he's disgusted by it. And when he finds out what he is in terms of an android, and so that's his motivation for leaving. Because at the end of the whole movie, I was like, how do I actually give this guy motivation for leaving? Because he had just left the cave because I wanted him to be like the explorer. But I was like, what would really make somebody leave their family and their entire civilization as supposed to be the good king? Why would you leave? And it would have to be because you were upset about something you couldn't control. And that was it. He was handed this law from his creator of, once we run out of food in the cave, the way that we maintain life in the cave is by feeding the people themselves.
Whoa.
Through this process that is sanitary and sustainable, but still the same. It's cannibalism. And it's really a metaphor in terms of how long can we consistently look at situations that are serious, like the war in Ukraine and Gaza and all these things, and acknowledge that, yes, there's some benefit from killing each other, but how do we get people to do what we want to do without hurting them? That's a real trick. If you can figure that one out, then you'd be the best parent ever because...
I mean, that's the problem with freedom, right?
Yeah.
Because if you want true freedom, you're going to want to have everybody do whatever they fucking want. So they want to fucking murder people that don't believe in certain things. They should have the freedom to do that. But we don't agree with murder because then that prevents people from believing whatever they want to believe. So you want to use the enforcement mechanism on them to be like, no, you can't murder that. You can do whatever else you want, but not murder because that's wrong. But then that demonizes.
Yeah, there's lots of laws.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with freedom. And that's the dilemma we see ourselves in the global market, in the global world we see ourselves right now. Because if we look at the logic of the Matrix and see that we are a virus, there's multiple viruses in the planet and only one that can survive in some way.
I think it's funny that the insinuation is that virus is a bad thing. We need viruses to survive just as much as we need every other type of mechanism. Like all the organic mechanisms that you think don't matter. Like when I was in Costa Rica, I learned that like 25% of the world's animals are beetles, which is crazy. And I don't know if cockroaches fall into that category, but he then mentioned later on that cockroaches in the woods consume the largest biomatter. The only reason that they're dirty in terms of like disease in the streets is because there's so much human disease. This is his idea, the guy that led us on this tour. There's so much human disease in cities that cockroaches get caught up in it and they end up translating, basically because they're eating all our shit and trash, that they become translating diseases, which I see. But they're also not inherently necessarily dirty. And according to him, in the woods, they eat most of the biomass sitting on the forest floor, which I thought was, or jungle floor, which I thought was interesting. So they're an essential part to the breakdown of life, which makes sense because they're at the lowest level and beyond bacteria. So point is every organism has a purpose, even parasites, right?
Well, yeah, there's a culture aspect of that too. Cockroaches have looked down upon for centuries. Mm-hmm. And I feel like a lot of our culture has been derived from rich people. I mean, if you look at the electric car, if you look at the history of the electric car was originally built in the early 1900s. And there was a big competition between electric cars and combustion engines in 1920 something, and combustion engines won the race. But more importantly, at that time, electric cars were mostly, in that culture, were mostly for women, but mostly men drove back in the day, and men drove combustion engines. because they were faster. They can
Still
haul more
do.
and more sturdy. You know, sturdier. I don't know about that, but
I've got
but
all
it,
electric.
it took over the market, and they said, "Fuck electric cars. Let's just make fucking, you know, women want combustion engines too, you know." And then we now are going through this cyclical pattern of going back to electrical. We're like, what the fuck, you know? Like, but more importantly, if we're on the topic of vehicles, hydrogen cars are way better. Hydrogen cars can take the hydrogen in the air and turn into clean air. And they'd be better for the environment. And nobody's talking about hydrogen cars or hydrogen technology. We're like, bro, what the fuck?
It actually takes more energy to compress and to create the hydrogen than it does for them to.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It does. You have to research it. It takes more energy than it does to create the hydrogen than it does for them to just create gas.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. So it creates. It's essentially they're outputting more energy. It burns cleaner. Hydrogen burns cleaner than fossil fuels.
I saw a guy that did a hydrogen combustion engine that gave his like Ford Explorer from 23 miles a gallon to 70 miles a gallon with a hydrogen hybrid engine. We're like, that's way better. You know what I mean? Why doesn't every fucking car do that? You know what I mean? Like, we're trying to go to green energy. This is the perfect example. Fuck extra energy, bro.
And that's interesting propaganda because we're not really, like, when you think of all the like the technology that keeps the world moving is still petroleum based, and it will be for a while, and that's okay. I mean, like, these things take time. The technology is just now getting to the point where it even could slowly start to become everywhere, but it's a long way off. Like, even now that they're like, okay, let's open up superchargers, Tesla superchargers to the other electric vehicles, the EVs. They're having trouble because there's so many other EVs out there. It's like it would make it really hard for anybody to get a charge because the infrastructure's not there. You know what is there? Gas stations on every corner, tankers taking gas to every corner gas station, and trucks taking gas to those tankers, and et cetera, all the way from its source in the middle of the ocean. So, like, there's people that have created these giant petroleum networks for 100 years before they come up with the next level of electronic. Even when the battery technology is there, it's going to take a long time to make it to where the infrastructure changes to where everyone's driving Teslas for that reason. So it's a slow process.
Mm-hmm.
Slow process.
What technology would you create, Mario? If you could create any new technology, something completely fantastic, what would you create?
Free energy.
Grant has become the host of this. That's the next question.
That's not a technology. That's
you don't have
just
to
an
answer that.
idea.
Ask what you want to ask. I just started a new topic. You don't have to listen to Grant.
I think you're deviating
What piece
from
of technology?
the topic we started out with you.
That's what I
And
asked
you're-
Neal. I asked what piece of technology, and then I was asking you the same.
Free energy,
Well, I was saying what was in my movie.
Yeah, I was saying what's the coolest thing? Yeah, the piece of technology. But you're not writing a book, obviously. So I'm just curious. What
I'm writing
dope-
a book on quotes.
Oh, you are writing
dude.
a book. Yeah.
The book on
how's your book
quotes.
coming?
Dude,
ChatGPT
ChatGPT is
sponsored.
helping out a lot. I will not lie.
I've written 12 words.
I've
of
written
348 pages.
12 words, and I have 600 pages with ChatGPT because my assistant's badass, okay? And I pay it pretty good.
Do you get to name it?
$4.95 a month.
ChatGPT. Anyways, I asked it, give me every 10 people of each era, you know, in credible history that has made the best quotes, and give me the best quotes off of them, top 10 best quotes. So each era has 10 notable
did it?
people,
No problem.
and each of them have 10 notable quotes, and it wrote fucking legit meanings for those quotes, and now I'm at fucking 700, 800 pages.
Whoa.
And I'm like, fuck, these aren't even the quotes I like, but they're great, you know? Yeah. I have these separate quotes from modern day that have more meaning to me than those old quotes, but they speak to the time. And it breaks it down in such an articulate fashion that like you can't help but to be like, yeah, that's fucking legit. Like I can just be like, you know, rephrase it in a way so that it flows well with the book rather than like, this is information. You know what I mean? Which is giving you know?
It's like, it's sort of tricky because even though you're the one directing the AI to do the thing, it's not like you made that, which is the whole debacle.
Yeah, no, not at all.
You know?
But then again, I didn't make the quotes.
Right.
I didn't make the meaning of the quotes.
True too. Yeah.
Those quotes are just
And all you're trying to do is compile them
illustrated
anyways.
back to you, which you can just take from reading the quote. But yet it's illustrated well enough to where this is an example of how you can take this quote.
Well, that begs the question of like, why create a book at all if it's just going to be AI's version of why they matter? Because you try to share why they matter to you?
They mean something deep to me.
Do they?
Because
even AI brought them, generated them, and then said, "Here's." It's like that Futurama, like,
But
computer, feel this meaning for me. It's like
as long as the audience, as long as you feel like the audience is getting out of what you were trying to communicate from whatever you created by this compilation, right? So it's like if you feel like they're feeling the same thing or feeling what you want them to feel, then
for instance,
it's a compilation, right?
Obviously, what's the word?
Hyper populous.
Nope. Hypothetical concept. Your favorite person or your someone that you find intellectually competent. Let's say Jordan Peterson. 10 years from now, we find out Jordan Peterson has been AI generated. And this one guy that is Jordan Peterson has been an actor this whole fucking time and just memorized these great concepts and great ideas and reiterated to the whole public and became this iconic figure. Would that take away from the knowledge you took and the great benefits you took on in your life to follow his, concepts? No. So why would you diminish the values that AI is giving you now?
Yeah, it's not diminished. It's whether or not the idea that you want to have expressed is being expressed. So it's like
I think I have pretty good ideas, and I think I'm pretty articulate, but I'm not. What's the word? Persuasive.
Two comedians can tell the same joke and one of them can be funny and the other one can't.
Exactly.
Which is to say that the same information can be conveyed in two different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
And one can hit and one can't.
Like I'm a pretty good writer, but it's a better writer.
Well, if the information hits and it's doing what you want it to do, then why not use it to your advantage?
Yeah. I don't
know the legitimacy about publishing that.
Like
but I'm sure it's
this whole concept is kind of going back to the NFTs. Do you really want the original? You got to have the original? Or can you just take these copies of it and take knowledge from it and take genuosity of what art is and then illustrate your palette of art into the rest of the world?
Well, here's the thing, though, is if you are articulating the genuine message of those original quotes, then you actually have the original. Because the original is not wrapped up in the symbology of written literature or the symbols that whoever they use to write those ideas down. They're not contained within the symbols. The ideas are, I don't know if ineffable is a word, but they're not tangible. They are permanent in the realm or the world of idea.
Yeah, so teach a person how to fish rather feed them for a day.
That's another analogy.
Well, that's what you kind of mean. Or at least that's what I'm taking away from it.
I'm saying this,
the knowledge is more important than who's the messenger.
I'm saying, yeah, exactly. I guess, that's the right way of putting it. Yeah, exactly. The knowledge or the signal itself is what's important. So it's like it doesn't matter how it's
being sent out,
encapsulated. Yeah, it could be through imagery or it could be through words. So if the imagery or not the imagery, if the message or the spirit of whatever you want to be conveyed is conveyed, and GPT is helping you, then more power to you. That's awesome.
in a
Do
way.
you feel like it's coming out? Like, have you read through all 700 pages?
Yes.
Is
I
it-
mean, like,
is it flow?
no.
Is it dope? No. I mean, no. I mean, I took my
I
mouse and I
skimmed to it.
scrolled. Like,
yeah, copy
I looked at a
paste.
couple
In the middle,
of
it's
them.
like,
Duh.
fuck this guy. Always get me to write his shit for him. If
Well,
you read this,
well,
I'm Chat GPT,
Well,
bitches.
you know how I'm like, I say this, but I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm dyslexic and shit, and I don't
You're
read
dyslexic?
very well. Yeah. And I don't read very well. And so I bought this thing that's called Speechify. And every time I type in something into ChatGPT, it reads it for me. So it read it to me. Did I observe and digest everything it told me? Probably not. It's too much of it, you know? But I did read it, you know, in a way. So
That's cool.
I'm like, I don't know what I am, but I am a totality of that, you know?
Does the book flow well, or how's it? Is it just
No,
book-
it doesn't flow well right now because it's all information.
Right, right.
And I'm trying to put it all down in one place
Right.
and then go through and be like, oh, this fits better at the beginning here, and then subtract that
Figure out
from
how to
here.
relate all the
Yeah,
ideas.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's first drafts and second drafts and third. You know how many
But I
drafts you
think
got to do by
something
the
that
time you're
I'm
done.
like coming to in my writing too is this is like coming full circle in regards to like, all right, how do you put out content? Is having a goal or having a real focused idea that you want to express. You know, like if you were to ask me now what I really want to express about my book versus what I wanted to express about my book a year ago, or like who's your audience, it's like it has to become more and more clear. And so I think as you create more content, no matter what it is, writing or otherwise, it's like you have to ask yourself, all right, who's my real audience and what is my real message? Because then by asking yourself that, you have to like, you have to tighten up. You have to trim all the fat that's not your message or that's not going to communicate to your audience. And then in that, you become the professional or the master of that little bit of information, and then you can convey it super well, right?
I'm so glad we're all writing something. Like I felt like an outsider when I wasn't writing something. Like Grant was writing his book and you were writing your script and shit. I was like, man, I want to write something, but I'm too stupid to write something. And then ChatGPT came and I was like, don't worry about it, bro.
I got you, bro.
I got you. And I'm like, yeah, you and me.
Begins to
We're gonna
finish the
fuck these
times.
guys up.
Yeah.
That's how I felt. I was like, dude, I think the universe wants me to succeed. I was like,
I can do it.
I can do it. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
AI on my side. I think the future is going to be AI. And I think the future of the current market we live in is going to be between the people that are trying to do it without AI and the people that are doing it with AI. And one day it's just going to be just AI figuring it all out together, dude. And right now, I think we're seeing the increment or the footsteps of what's going to be a future of wars of AI. And I think that China's going to make their
What do you think
AI
AI is? Let's start with that because you keep using that term. But what do you,
artificial intelligence.
well, not what it stands for, but what do you think? What do you think that means?
It means that there is an algorithm that's learning from itself. It's problem solving in a way we couldn't have ever imagined in a certain problem. And
Well,
that
not to
certain
be-
problem is language.
But not to be too
right
redundant,
now.
but what do you mean by learning from? Because
Learning from, there are certain ways in which our language is derived from and what it means and there are solution. It is a bit of a code. It's a question. It's a solution that can be solved, but it's much more complicated than 2 + 2, you know? And AI can grasp its mind around it if it just, I mean, look at fucking the chess player. AI beat chess, the best chess player ever, you know? So that already has trillions probably of quantifiable
code is infallible
concepts.
in the sense that like it doesn't work unless it's working. You know, it's binary. It's literally on or off. So like code is infallible in that sense because if it works, right? So like if you put in the problem that I'm asking, I don't know the answer to either is what do you think AI is in terms of a machine? Because all programs, I've only done one semester of programming, but what I've learned is all programs are just a machine. Like a car, they're not going to go anywhere without you unless you get in and say where to go. It just sits there. All codes are like that. So I'm sure that you're right in the sense that AI is an algorithm that's learning about itself, but I want to know what that actually means because I don't know how that works. Like, what are they telling the AI is that, what's the directive? What is its goal?
How I see it is that it's an alien. It's an alien that's understanding the world we are already inherently part of and we already influence. And it's experiencing it in a whole new way, without arms, without feelings, without sight, without any of the 5 functions we inherently hold, you know? So by that factor, it is learning in such a new way that it's trying to understand what we already understand in a whole new way. So it's going to come up with solutions that we've never even thought of. So the reason why we haven't solved certain problems is because it's looking and it solves those problems. It's because it's looking at it from a whole new lens, from a whole new angle that we couldn't have even imagined. Because we are linear in some fashion, you know. We are bias primarily. We're human, you know. We have inherent bias. Yeah, we're much more fallible than it. If we program it well, if we in America
Let me tell
program
you what
AI better
intelligence
than
is.
China, it will beat China.
Let me
That's
break down
too
what-
iffy.
As one organism in terms of humans, because although it's crazy to consider that maybe even humans of different races are like sort of different species, almost. When you think of the way that we define species in terms of characteristics, groups of characteristics.
Say what you say.
So let me break down and tell you what artificial intelligence is.
Let me take a piss.
You may take a piss. Go, my child.
Think
Take a
about that
piss.
very well, because I'm gonna poke holes all over it.
Oh, goes in your piss?
I want you guys to ask me any question you want to know about the metaphysical universe, and I'll answer it.
Can I show you my boobs?
These boots are made for walking.
I want to see your boobs.
So cool.
What you say? What I do with my sister?
So when she do, May?
Oh yeah.
Big May. She's gonna be a Taurus. Maybe.
He.
Who knows? He's gonna be a Taurus. That's crazy, bro. You about
Oh,
to
they've
have a
done
little
it
baby
before.
boy. You about to be a dad. The whole thing's changing. Let's check. What up?
Welcome to Black Jeopardy, the only TV game show where the audience is in church clothes. I'm your host, Darnell Hayes. Our contestants are Keely,
Hi.
Shanice,
Okay, now.
and Doug. How are you doing, sir? Hey, Doug, you sure you're ready to play blackjack? They told me a fella can win some money, so let's win me some money. Get her done.
Get her done.
I admire your confidence. Let's see our categories. We got big girls. I don't know. You better. I'm gonna pray on this. They out here saying everything.
Why, dude?
Okay, Keely, you're our returning champ. You pick.
Okay, let's do you better for 200.
Okay, the answer there. You need hot sauce, dump sauce, soy sauce, and safety pins. Keely.
What is you better take your ass to the kitchen and look in the packet drawer.
Yeah. And the
Package tray.
kitchen's got one.
Okay, let's
That's
say
funny.
you better for 400.
Okay, the answer. Your job wants to take $40 a month out of your check for 401k. Shanice.
What is, you better give me that money so I can buy me some scratch offs.
Yeah, you better. Okay, why do I need a retirement
That's good for you.
Let's go with they out there saying for 200.
Okay, the answer, they out here saying the new iPhone wants your thumbprint for your protection. Oh, okay then, go. Buddy, I don't think so. That's how they get you. Yes! No, I read that goes straight to the government. Well, that is not bad, well, let's go over to
White people.
Okay, he says his dog doesn't bite. Shanice,
What is, I don't know, he got teeth, don't he?
yeah, that's
Let's stick with, I don't know, for 6.
it. Okay. Caitlyn Jenner says she belongs on the cover of Essence magazine. Keely.
What is, I don't know. You can't do everything. Absolutely.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. Let's go to they out here saying for 8.
Okay, the answer there. They out here saying that every vote counts. Oh, Doug again. What is, come on, they already decided who wins even before it happens. Yes! Figured that out months ago. Hey, we're doing it. Let's try, they out here saying for 6. Okay.
Yeah, here's.
They out here saying this movie doesn't deserve an Oscar. Keely.
What is Tyler Perry's Boo a Medea Halloween?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, when that man puts on a moo-moo, I'm just transported. You know, I gotta tell you, I love those movies. I bought the box set at Walmart, and if I can laugh and pray in 90 minutes, that is money well spent. I appreciate you saying that.
I got all scared. Like, what?
Okay. Keely, it's your pick.
Let's go to you better for 6.
Okay, the answer. The mechanic says you owe $250 for new brake lines. Well, what is, you better go to that dude in my neighborhood who fix anything for $40. Well, man, you don't see so. Yeah, well, my Cecil's name is Jim, and it fits my refrigerator, my air conditioner, and my cat. Yeah, everybody's got a guy. Well, you all right, Doug. Let's take a moment and hear about today's prizes. Johnny?
Thanks, Darnell. Today's Black Jeopardy winner will receive the good chair. Granddaddy needs somewhere to sit. Give him the good chair. And car tape. The best tape for fixing your car.
It sucked it.
Card tape.
Doug, I don't know what's going on, but the board is yours. Well, thank you so much, Darnell. You people are
Keenan Thompson never ages.
Can I say that? We'll give you a pass this time. Okay, let's go to big girls for 200. Okay, the answer there, skinny women can do this for you. Doug, what is not a damn thing?
Damn thing.
And she's skinny though. Oh no.
My wife, she's a sturdy gal.
Man, right now.
Yeah, go Doug. The sound of the broom hitting the ceiling below us means that the party has to stop. Doug, I have to say it has been a pleasure. Well, right back at you, my brother. All right, well, let's take a look at our final Jeopardy category. Lives that matter. Well, good while it lasted, Doug. I know I got a lot to say about this. Yeah, I'm sure you do. When we come back,
I'm sure you do.
we'll just see what the hell happens.
That's pretty funny.
Yep, the episodes are getting tighter. As I watched, excuse me, as I
No.
watched through like some of the SNL, it's like they're getting,
Better?
yeah, you know, like I felt like it dipped after the cast change. They're trying to find their footing, but
Yeah.
now they know like they got to keep it snappy. Every beat's got to hit. They used to be trying to zany, like kind of zany, like they'd be kind of crazy, and they're like trying to see what works.
Yeah.
Now it's like, you know.
It's kind of like Mad TV. Now it's like maybe they just got good writing this season. You know?
Yeah, maybe.
I listened to the Joe Rogan Experience, and he's had some former SNL people on his podcast, and they all say that it's a fucking madhouse there. That people steal from people. That people like try to step on other people to get more ideas out. It's like a whole competition thing. They like backstab each other just to succeed. Like Keaton Thomas, or what's his name, the black guy? He is the one that they say that he's always just like not funny at all. But he's really good at reading off of writers. Like his writers are great because he's good at fitting into their writing skills. That's why he's been so successful. And that's why they were going to make that show for him. And then somebody sabotaged it.
Well, he
Apparently.
made, a whole season? They canceled season 2?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Yeah.
You just didn't get the ratings. You know, they monitor it really closely. Like, the amount of money it takes to keep a show like that on broadcast television is a lot. So, like, they're watching the ratings. And if you're not getting eyeballs, like you're talking about TikTok and all the different social medias, they just pull it. It's not worth their money.
Oh, dude, I got to talk about this real quick just to get your reactions, I guess. So, you know Nelson, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my boss from work. Well, he's my boss from work. He came over last Friday.
Yeah,
We
when
hang
you
out
went
every Friday.
missing-
Huh?
When you went missing? Good
Oh,
piano
yeah,
player.
yeah.
SOS.
That shit was so weird, dude. I don't know what happened.
You were just
It must
drunk
have.
and you're like texting SOS and everybody, huh?
No. I honestly think I got hacked because I had it in my pocket the whole time. That day, in fact, we came over every Friday. We go out to eat, but because of the holidays and everybody's out of
Nelson go
school.
out?
Huh?
You and Nelson go
Yeah,
out?
we go out every Friday.
Oh, cool.
Anyways,
mandate.
he came over because he's come over before, and we have drinks, we have tequila and shit, and then we go out to eat, and then we go home, or we watch a movie or whatever. And this time I was like, you gotta try this. And I cut up some edibles, right? So a gummy bear, I cut it in half, and I was like, the whole gummy bear is 10 milligrams. Half of it is 5, so just take the 5. It's like,
Of what,
oh.
though?
Sativa this time. He's had indica and he's only had 5, and he had a pretty good time. And then I gave it another 5, and he had a total of 10 that night, but it was broken up between like an hour or two, so he could
But he
handle
doesn't
it way
normally
better.
do
Indica,
THC?
he doesn't do nothing. No, doesn't smoke at all. Doesn't do any of that, right? And so he came over, and I told him, hey, this is 5. Just take this. It's just different from the other stuff because indica is more of a body high. This is more of a head high. So you might be laughing a lot. We're going to watch some movies. We're going to hang out, laugh,
then
And
you
he's
put on
like,
your nightmare
oh, don't worry
costume.
about it, bro. I think you could take the 10. And I was like, are you serious? Like, and I was like, and he was like, yeah, I could take it. You know what I mean? I was like, all right, shit, here you go. I haven't had a 10 from this gummy bear place. From this brand, I should say. I've had it before, but I haven't had it in a while because I don't smoke that every day or take edibles every day. Anyways, he took it, and bro, we watched Harold and Kumar. The one where they go to prison and they fucking. Anyways,
The sequel or
laughed.
the original?
Huh?
The sequel or the original?
The one that we goes to prison, right? The one that they go to
It's not the one
jail.
where he goes to White Castle. That's a different.
No, not the White Castle. It's the sequel.
Oh,
I think
really?
it's the sequel.
Guantanamo Bay.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. That was hilarious.
Okay.
I've never seen
He
it.
loves it, and so he puts it on. I love it too, but I don't love it as much as he does. Anyways, he's laughing his dick off, dude. He's fucking cracking up harder than he normally does, to the point where like, dude, shit is hitting me, bro. Like, this is crazy. And he's laughing, couldn't stop, right? Having a great time. And then it turns on him. He goes to the restroom, comes back. It's like, dude, the whole room is spinning, right? And I'm like, dude, just relax, drink some water, lay down, He comes into the couch and he lays down. And I was like, this is fucking crazy. I can't close my eyes. The room is spinning. It's like, don't close your eyes.
He's
You
drinking too?
Yeah. We had a couple shots of tequila, some Patron and
Yeah, you
shit.
did.
And And he was like, fuck, right? Like, damn, this is crazy, you know? And I was like, yeah, don't worry about it, dude. You're going to have a great time. You're going to stay alive. Just remember, everything's okay. You know what I mean? We could just stay here. We order some pizza, chill. And it's like, nah, bro, we got to go out and get some good food and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we should go to the brew hall. Remember how many times we've been to the brew hall? That place is fucking bomb, right? And it's like, yeah, just give me a second. And I put on Tropic Thunder. We watch Tropic Thunder. I'm over here cracking my dick off, right? And he's over there like, like fucking staying alive and shit. Yeah. And I'm like, bro, don't worry about it. You know, like this and this, trying to keep him occupied with thoughts and shit, you know? Because the last thing you want to do is get caught up in your own ideas and your own mind and go to a dark place and you can't get the fuck out, because I've been there, you know. So I try to keep his mind occupied and talk to him, and eventually we end up leaving. He's like, I feel good, let's go. And we went to the Hermosa Beach, to the brew hall there, and the whole way there I put music on that he likes to sing, like Mexican music and shit. And so he kind of got acquainted with that, and he was like fucking having a good time and shit. We park, and then he starts getting dizzy again. I'm like, don't worry about it, dude, it's fine, we're gonna get some food. Once we get some food, you'll feel better, you know. And he's like, dude, everything looks blurry. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, yeah, you're going through a roller coaster, bro. Just get through it, you know, stay alive, you know what I mean? And I'm fucking with him. And we go to the brew hall. We wait for a little bit. We get another drink. I get another drink. He just gets water or soda or whatever. And we get some nachos, some chicken tenders, and a spicy chicken sandwich. He wasn't that hungry for whatever reason. But we eat, and he starts feeling better. I'm like, this is fucking crazy, you know, like, what the fuck, dude? And at a point when he was on the couch, I was thinking back at the Eric Andre show and trying to run around in circles around it, saying nightmare. It would make me laugh so hard, but it would fucking trip him out, right? So I was like, nah, I better not do that. You know what I mean? But it was just a story I wanted to share.
That was on Friday?
It's funny because the next day he was like, dude, that shit was crazy. I feel fine now. He's telling me. I feel like nothing had happened besides what I remember. And I'm like, yeah, that's the great thing about weed. You don't have a hangover afterwards. You know what I mean?
There's
like,
no
you're
hangover.
just fine. You know?
It's the cheapest drug there is.
Yeah. Isn't that great? It gets you through a roller coaster. And the next day I was like, oh, that was crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you get off the roller coaster. You're like, wow, that was crazy, dude. Yeah. Like, you know?
It's a whole thing.
Yeah, edibles. I remember the first time I remember when we were in apartment 104 in North Hollywood. Apartment number 4, right? 04. Anyways, remember when I was doing the whole interview thing and I was asking questions and recording people's reactions or answers for them?
Yeah.
Dude, that day you went over to the dispensary, got some edibles, and we took some edibles, and then you guys left to do whatever so I can break down all the lights and the cameras and stuff, dude. And I took that edible that day and I asked Grant a bunch of questions and shit, and that was just insightful. And I don't even know where that footage is. I like to see that now. I gotta look through my shit.
Isn't that funny?
Anyways, the time when you guys left, I went through a fucking roller coaster, dude.
Yeah.
I honestly, dude, I remember I was floating in a fucking sea of nothingness, bro. Tethered by this web of light, dude. Whoa. And I was like trying to reach the top of whatever space I was in towards a bright light, but far into the distance. And I was getting closer and closer to it. But the web was getting thinner and thinner and always staying connected to me. And the closer I get to it, the thinner it got. And I just never detached from it until I calmed down from the high. And I was like, that must be like the afterlife.
What were you trying to get to?
I don't know. It was just a bright light in some space, you know? And I was tethered by this fucking web that wouldn't let go of me, and I couldn't get off of it. As far as I reached, it always just stayed with me, you know? And I felt like that was life. And that was life telling me, no, you got more shit to do. It's not your time yet. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta fucking push through this shit, you know? And then you'll get there, you know? And then I kind of came back. Huh?
Yeah, sweet death.
Yeah, that would have been dope.
If I had died on weed. Dude, that same shop right down the street from us in 104, I remember the guy, like, one day I went in there and the guy was like, I guess, like, dabs had just got invented. Because shit was getting crazy up in North Hollywood. Like weed was just legal again.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, there's a dispensary right down the street. So, like, he was doing dabs.
Yeah, dab shops were popular in 2012.
And getting shut down by cops. And the one next to us, because we were, like, kind of in Sketchville, I remember the guy I was like heading into work that day, and he's like, "Do you want to hit this shit?" I was like, "No, dude." You know, I was like, "What is it?" You know, like because they always would let you smoke in that place. I don't know if you remember. They always let you smoke in the shop.
Yeah.
And that was kind of cool. It was right down the street.
I never went to it.
You never went down there?
Drops like a welding
No,
mask.
because you gotta get a fucking.
He's like,
When he
"You ready for
busted out
this?"
the blowtorch and started lighting up his dab, I was like, "Nah, I'm good." Like blowtorch, I don't need
Dude,
that.
I think
got
I've
shit
only
to
done a
do
dab
today.
like twice or 3 times, and yeah, when I
done?
did it, you get high. To like
back
the
in the
next
house, right?
Day. Yeah, 'cause
Northridge?
they had one.
Yeah.
We were doing, and then it was like I remember doing it to where I was so high, I was like, dude,
That's
I'm
it.
done for the rest of the day.
It's like when you
just
first
go and
get
chill
high.
on the couch.
You're just
and
like
you're
toast, dude. Your
you're good
brain's
for
just
6
like,
hours. You're just like
creating new cells to deal with
Dude.
all the THC. It's like can't absorb THC levels too high.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I remember when Neal was telling me like it's best to go to new places, new fucking weed shops because they always have deals for the first time comer, you know? And I would always try a new place for a while. And I went somewhere in downtown when I was doing Ubering and shit. And I went to this place that was like pretty good deals. I got whatever I got. And and the deal was you either get a joint or a dab. And at that time, I didn't know what dabs were. You know what I mean? I was
you
like,
have stuff
what
to
the
do that
fuck?
day?
Huh? Yeah, I was supposed to go back to Ubering.
Oh.
Duh.
Well, at least that's not that bad. You can just end it.
Anyways, I was like, yeah, let me get that dab. I told him. Like, I knew what the fuck it was,
like, all right,
right?
open up your nostrils.
And then, yeah, the chick was grabbed, like, got a little scoop off of the thing, put it on the thing, and started lighting the fucking, other
like,
metal piece so
hit this.
he sticks in it. And he's like, are you ready? And she's lighting it up with, like, a fucking
Are you
blowtorch and
ready?
shit. I'm like,
she stabs you.
and I'm like, oh, yeah. And I put because it was a bong, and I put my lips on the thing, and she did it. And I was like, all right, like, stuck it in, like, it's ready, And I was like, dude, I was coughing straight up for 10 minutes, bro. Coughing so hard. It's like, are you okay? You need some water? And I was like, oh, okay. Super dry, right? And I just grab my bag and I leave.
That's like the most high. Like, dude, like when you cough that hard, your whole body's just like, you gotta come out of it, you're just like, like everything's just pulsing. You're just like, dude,
I went to my car.
You're like struggling just to move through air. You're just like,
dude, I went to my car.
Gotta get out of here.
Yeah. I somehow made it to my car and I just sat there for 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I can't drive.
That's like Louis C.K.'s bit. Remember he's like smoking a joint with somebody out in the parking lot after a show? He's like, I smoke this. And he's like, and I'm higher than I've ever. He's like, and I take a drag. I'm like, you sure you want to hit it that hard? Like, that's some good stuff. You haven't seen that bit?
No, I have. I just don't remember it.
And then he like hits it super hard, and then he's like hands it back, and he's like, I was talking to them, and I was like, I don't know how long I've been there, and they were all talking, and I was just like, I gotta go. And he just leaves, and then he like gets in his car and drives, and he like goes to a.
It's true, dude. I remember like sometimes I'd be so high where you're just like, man,
wait, where am I? Wait,
is
what?
gravity working for me or against me? And you're like, oh no. At any moment, gravity could stop working. You're like, man,
dude,
I'm so high.
you're either where you're like literally driving. That has happened a couple times where I'm like high enough to where I'll be driving down the street and you like forget where you're driving to and where you're driving from, and you're just like looking at the signs, like, wait, where am I?
Yeah.
When am I driving? And then you drive for like another 10 seconds where you're just like, well, that's okay. Wherever I am, I'm sure I'm heading in the right direction. And then you start remembering everything.
You become Morty.
Yeah,
dude.
Just like, I think this is where I'm supposed to be. Like, I literally forget where I'm going. Yeah. And
bro,
then
did
just
you
be
ever?
Like, it'll all come back all of a sudden.
Dude, I've gotten high. Well, actually, no.
The
But
Christmas
even
episode.
when I'm not high, when I moved to this place, I still drove to the other place, dude,
went
for like
home?
a straight week.
To
Yeah,
Hawthorne?
to the other apartment 109. I mean, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't even live over here. I lived out the street, you know. And I'm like, fuck, that's crazy. I did it for a whole week, dude, just like spacing out.
To
and
be fair,
thinking
you're
that,
really close.
yeah,
but
it's not that.
that's
It's
crazy.
around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
You're like, how far? Like a mile away.
Yeah, probably a mile. I think it's a mile and a half away. Yeah.
But still.
But it worked out great for me because having to move from over there to over here was fucking simple, dude. The only
Still get the
shitty
nice
part is
weather.
getting everything up those fucking stairs, dude. That was like, I hate fucking stairs. I wanted to get ground level, but the size and the look of this place, I was like, I'm not giving this up. If I'm getting approved, I'm getting it, you know.
How much you pay for this?
Now it was
Did it go
originally
up?
$16.30
Oh, yeah.
and now it's $17.30 because
They kicked it
homegirl moved
100?
in with me.
Oh, because she's here?
Yeah.
Damn.
Uh-huh.
They charge you more? Did you have to tell them?
They found out. They found out because our upstairs neighbor dropped something like 3 times, dude.
Right, you mentioned
something. Yeah, did I mention to you? He dropped it 3 times. Very heavy things, like dun, you know, like really heavy, to the point where I was in the kitchen, my girl here and her daughter here, and they were like startled by it and frightened by it, like, oh, turn down the TV, you know, and like her daughter kind of cuddled with her, and I was like, this is fucking bullshit, dude. Nobody comes into my fucking place and fucks up my family. You know what I mean? And disturbs my well-being in my own fucking place that I pay for. I'm fucking reporting this motherfucker. You know what I mean? And it turns out, you know, I told the landlord, like, this motherfucker just dropped something. Like, not just once, but 3 times. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it was fucking loud, you know?
What did you end up saying it was? He was doing like weightlifting or
So
something?
he was, he
Medicine
said,
ball?
like, cause
big balls.
the landlord spoke with him, and she asked him, like, did you drop anything, or do you have any heavy things you've been moving? It's like, yeah, I have some weights, but I never dropped them. It's like, come on, bro, like. Your downstairs neighbors complaining about dropping some shit. It sounds like you dropped some
heavy.
fucking
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, like with the fucking weight you just
I
said.
never
you know?
dropped these
But
medicine
like,
balls.
I'm cool if homeboys wants to work out and he drops a weight. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like, if it's not all the time, it's fine. But if it's fucking 3 times, like, I don't know what kind of weight you're carrying that you drop it 3 times, dude. And like, I'm living down here, and you know, you can fuck with me as much as you want, but my girl's here and her daughter's here, and they're scared to be down here because your bitch ass is dropping some shit. I gotta do something about it, you know? I can't have that shit. You know, you're disturbing my peace. So then, you know, I told the landlord, like, hey, I don't know what the fuck, if he damaged anything up here, but, you know, you should check the ceiling and shit. That's homegirl.
Dang, Mario's got 2 phones. Mario's
Hey, babe.
like, got one for
I'm
work,
almost done
one
with the
for
podcast.
personal.
Are you heading over?
Over? Not home?
Okay, what time would you be home? Okay, what time would you be home? Okay, sounds
Good.
good.
Someone walking out there.
I'll be
now.
up. I'll be tearing things down. So
Good night, babe.
you know.
James Bond.
How long are you growing your hair out?
Okay,
even
just
know,
give me a
man.
call.
As long as I can remember, boss.
All right.
No, how
Yeah,
long
I
are you
will.
trying to grow it out?
All right, I'll
Till
see you
whatever's
soon.
clever?
All right, bye.
Till it feels right?
She said hi.
Everybody wants to know.
She on the way?
How long you gonna grow
No,
it
she
out?
won't be here until
Who
12, which
cares?
is an
That's
hour.
the life I live.
Anyways,
It's 11? I'll cut it off whenever I feel like.
10:44. But
All right, ask me any question you want to know about the universe.
No, ask
I'll
me
answer
any
it.
question you want to know about the universe.
Ask me whatever you want to know. I'll answer it.
why do you think
One
you're
of us
right?
can
That's the
only
biggest
lie.
question.
The other one can only tell the truth.
Because
Ask me whatever you want to know.
I figured, I figured out Figured it
That
out.
implies A, that you know everything, and B, that I want to know something, and B, that you know what I want to know, obviously.
Yeah,
By the
I
seriously.
don't
first-
know what you know. That's what I'm asking. What do you guys have? What do you got? What do you want to know
I
about
don't
the
want to play
universe?
that game. Let's talk about something else. Or
I-
let's just call it. We've been
play-
talking for like 5 hours.
You play the game of like disproving what's already been proven. So like any level of logic we use against you, you could just say it's wrong. Because you made up a new logic.
No, I mean mine's all consistent with standard model.
No. Like you
But-
don't believe in thermodynamics.
Yeah, I do.
Before we go down this road, I can't stay.
Neal
all
doesn't
night.
like science.
No, I just got to go soon. I got to get
Yeah.
to bed and get ready for work tomorrow and shit.
How was your
Don't you have to work
2023? Yeah, I don't give a shit. I do whatever I want. I'm an adult.
Yeah, but I
do whatever I want.
want to get to bed soon.
Good for you.
It is good for me.
But yeah,
Anyways.
I didn't realize you were living with your girls. You guys are still making big moves. You're obviously having a kid, moving in with Samantha. Right?
You're making some big moves from the beginnings, and you haven't even. I guess I haven't really stayed with my girl for a long time, and I just moved in with her. She moved in with me, technically.
True.
Anyways,
That gives you authority.
and I'm paying the fucking rent.
Dang, she's not paying?
Nah.
You gotta have her pay if she's moved in.
Yeah. It is technically my place, so. Anyways,
Did
how
she
was your
stay in-
2023, bro? Did you think it was everything you expected? Remember all those
It was
podcasts
good.
I had with you, and you were like, oh, I'm going to release this experiment in July. Oh, I'm going to release this experiment on October. I'm going to release the album in September. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. How did you come through with any of that?
Well, I mean, right now my main focus is getting the book out. So finishing up the book.
So all those
I
other
was able to
things
do-
you said were not real?
Well, I was able to do the experiment, but I wasn't able to demonstrate what I needed, probably because I don't have the right apparatus. I was trying to do it off of like a makeshift version of what I really wanted. So I wasn't able to get I wasn't able to get the parts that I needed to create, a better experiment, than what I was able to develop. But I got someplace in that regard. But I realized also part of me not wanting to finish the book up as quickly is because I wanted some physical proof to support the book. But I realized the book can stand alone on itself as long as I deliver it well. And then maybe I can gain some additional support after the book is released to, create some better experiments. So either way, moving in the right direction. 2023 was a good year for me. I think the big thing I learned in 2023 was love. Was love. I think I
That's the
learned.
gayest shit ever.
I think I learned.
I like pink.
I think I'm learning.
I draw hearts on my car when I'm at a stoplight.
I think what I'm learning is to love, which is to say, like in the Bible, it says, no greater love does someone have than this, to lay down their life for somebody else. I think that's pretty accurate, which is to say that when you are giving up all of yourself for anything else, that's a real expression of love, because love in a way
Or
is,
being taken advantage of.
well, love in its purest form.
And being a little bitch and not making your own choices and taking responsibility for your own actions.
No, you get to choose, but that's the whole thing, is love in its purest form is acceptance. So if you can accept all of somebody.
Accept your failures and your lack of responsibility? What do you mean?
I'm just saying acceptance in general. So if you
In
accept
general, of all your mistakes?
something of anything in life.
Christmas episode.
Christmas.
Fucking, that's the
So-
terrible incentive and a terrible learning experience.
I think, and I watched this video too that
Just trying to share what
was of
Nah.
this guy on this shooting this video on TikTok.
ever moved off of
Whoa. And the video was talking about how like you will graduate from this incarnation of like the physical human species specifically when you can give more of yourself than you take for your individual self. So I thought that was kind of cool. I don't have any like practical way to back that up. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that particular
That's being
posit.
lazy. It's like believing in Jesus or believing in Christianity or what you say. about like religious people, they're lazy. They just want to follow some empty promises in the world and
See,
think that they're
the thing is,
fucking
you're not-
gonna be okay at the end because of love.
See, the thing is, I don't know what lens you think I'm seeing through, but the lens that I see through is one of physics, which is for me, it's me recognizing that everything is a charged state. So from a physical, practical standpoint, the things that are holding you together is a particular collection of pressurized charges. And so when you recognize that, you can change those charges by thinking, by emoting, and by acting physically upon those charges. And so in that, love has the ability to change both your internal and external environment because you're creating a particular type of charged state in that environment. And love, which is essentially the acceptance of yourself and of your environment, you actually create a particular type of charged field that ends up, I think, transcending you or transforming you away from the physical and more towards the idealistic or spiritual.
What are you trying to say? Because in an
And
isolated
say, what
concept,
did I learn
it
in-
works very well, and I agree 100% with you. But in the real world, it doesn't work like that.
I'm a
If you don't
manager of a
make-
whole restaurant,
make-
and I see it work like that because I've transformed the whole restaurant in 8 months because
With
of
love.
my positive attitude. I've literally shifted that place from being physically dirty and unkept and having people who drank on the job and weren't performing at their highest to now the place looks super clean.
But that was rules, though.
It was my principles.
Exactly,
Literally.
those rules that were enforced at one point, right?
The principles came into play when I joined the restaurant. So I came in at a particular energetic level of the restaurant. That energy of the restaurant is now changed to something different, in part because of the principles and ideas that myself and Andrew and Key are all implementing in the restaurant. So what does that mean? That means that a particular energy or particular charged state, whether it's your thought or emotional state, has the ability to influence yourself and your environment in a particular way. So
Give
that's
me an
important.
example.
An example is people were drinking on the job. When we come in and we say, hey, you can't be drinking on the job, that removes those people from the environment because they're not allowed to work there. So that's a physical representation of
'cause
a
you
principle.
enforced it.
Right, a principle.
Enforcing mechanism will work at any point, if you enforce it. It's different if you place it as a rule. But if you don't enforce it, it doesn't fucking play. This is not love. This is fucking marketism. It's fucking management. It's fucking taking responsibility.
I'll
for
give you an
fucking
example of two different examples. Then. So then there's one. So there's one server named Marina, and there's another server named Show. Marina
We don't
is
even know their names, but all right.
well, for you to track them. So Marina is a female server who she was on a similar level as Show, which is a Japanese server. This guy, they essentially both serving for themselves. They both come in with a mindset. When I first started there 8 months ago, they're both thinking and focused only on themselves and how much money they can make per shift.
Trying to find their own balloon.
Get in their own pocket, come in. They essentially, Show actually has decent customer service. Marina's very like bland and like to the point. Long
You hear
story
that?
long.
You're bland, Marin. You heard it here.
She's very stoic. She knows this.
Bland.
I can say it to her face. I have. But
Damn.
like
You're fucking basic, bitch.
yo,
You're so bland.
No, I tell her no. She's stoic.
You're stoic.
No, she is. And she is a very dry
You're like Marcus
personality.
Aurelius
But
and
she's also
shit.
funny. She's also funny in a super dry English way. But long story long is I have sat down both of these individuals and communicated the principles of how they need to behave and why it's important for the way they behave. Marina has taken it upon herself hearing those, their guidelines, their principles, to where now I don't need to say anything to her. She engages with guests. She is entertaining and interactive to the extent that she's able to. And she's also like doing an excellent job as far as she will now intuit without even me asking. She intuits and looks to me and sees, and like literally like I've seen her like come in and look at me and look where I'm looking and see that I see something and she'll go do that thing. That's another level of learning that's different than me just saying, go do this. That's her understanding a principle or something that is important to me and acting upon a principle rather than just a strict guideline or me saying, this needs to be done. Whereas Show, I've said the same things over and over. He essentially hasn't changed. He's still a great server because he busts his ass, but he is only focused on himself. He has not aware situationally or environmentally in that way, the same way that Marina has picked up on cues, picked up on principles that I want to establish, and she has enacted those of her own accord, versus show from day one is still just show. So there goes an example of, yes, there is a way in which you can influence an environment that's just A to B, hey, do this, and they go do that, and then you get a result. But then there's also bringing in a particular energy into an environment where you can transform that environment based upon the principle, energetic charge that you are actually creating in an environment.
Wait, let me pause you there. Did you just give two analogies of your energy working and your energy not working?
What I was saying is that when you bring a particular energy into an environment, you have the ability to influence that energy based upon your
Dude, what's the
charge.
longest podcast anyone's ever done? Has there ever been on like for like 48 hours? And they're just like,
probably.
they just like clock in and like, hey guys, this is hour 47 of the podcast.
There's streamers that
what are you still
just
thinking about? Like, I don't know.
stream
Sleep.
all day.
I've been thinking about
Every
sleep
day.
a lot. Well, I think sleep's a cool topic. Let's talk about. Hey, wake up! Longest podcast ever. I'm just teasing. But seriously, I gotta go. So, when's the best point
All
to put a
right.
pin in this? Pin? You guys chilling? Extend it
we're,
without
yeah,
me. Keep
we're
going.
gonna go without you. It's fine.
Of course.
I'll see you next time. Good to see you, bro.
Do I get like a funny? You gonna play me out some music or something?
Like, what's your closing statements?
What's your band closing statements? This is the courtroom documentary.
Yeah,
My closing statement
it's like,
says I don't know that woman at all. The victim and I weren't there that night, and
How was your
working.
2023? You think you're closing it pretty good?
Oh yeah, that's what that whole thing. Okay, yeah, because you guys all the 2023 was nice that I learned love.
Oh man, 23. Yeah. I did. Yeah,
was a year?
global entry.
Was it better than 2022?
What a funny name. It's like, hey, let's give this passport term global entry. Like I get it, because anywhere on the globe you get entry, but like it makes it sound like you're trying to enter Earth. It'd be a funny spin for a movie about aliens. It's good. I got my CCW this year. I got a bunch of things. I just keep putting other obstacles in my way. So I still got to refocus on finishing my script. And now I'm going to have a new challenge next year with raising this kid. So that's important to me. And man, I've learned so much just from, forcing yourself to go without. I still have limitations and stuff that I want to transcend in terms of my own self-discipline. So it's a good year. Next year's gonna be better. And yeah, I learned one thing for sure is like cardio every day is something that helps me. Like I gotta do fucking 20 minutes of cardio every day on some level, because it just like forces air through your whole body. So like, but it's hard. It's hard to get in there and be like, okay, I'm gonna run my ass off for this long amount of time or whatever. But I'm gonna do it. That'll be next year, is to get back in the running, because I did that for a full year and definitely felt like I elevated my health and my mental status. So gotta get back on that, and
Nice.
And also just being wiser with money, because I'm making more money than ever now. So I got to be smart with how I spend it, so that way I can take care of my family that don't get me starting. It's for real in terms of responsibility, right? So how was your 2023, Mario? What are your closing statements for the court?
I don't know if we're closing just yet, because I got a bone to pick with this guy. But 2023 was very life-changing. I mean, we moved from another...
That was last year, right? That was this year.
It was this year, yeah. We moved from a place we were been for 12 fucking years, dude.
Yeah.
And was it 12 or 10? 10 years. And it was my world. It was my life. And, I guess you guys are a bunch of dudes, and your family is just dudes. And, I mean, your mom is close. You still see your mom. You could still see your dad. But seeing my family going back and seeing everybody kind of growing up and making their own lives, making their own families, I'm like, man, I'm missing out on a lot. So I really identified a lot with seeing you guys all the time, and having to move out here. I'm like, whoa, this is like real adultness, adulthood.
Yeah, I knew it would be you guys moving out.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, like you were over quite a bit, and
Yeah.
you know,
Well, like I knew that was going to happen after I left. Is eventually you guys would. I mean, I hope that you'd stay together, but it's a convenience thing, and also forcing yourself out of their pattern, right? It's like it's hard. So I'm glad that you feel like you found yourself here for sure, right?
Yeah. Well, like I didn't get the chance to really find myself that much because I was only alone here for like 2-3 months, and then my girl moved in. But it was a very eye-opening experience, and I mean, in a way it was necessary, and it was timely because it's been 10 years, you know, and I feel like it's a whole new level of unknown, you know, like you're stepping into the deep waters now. Like not only did you move from another state to a big city and, you know, 500 miles away from home. And now you're trying to make it out here, making something out of yourself, and not fall in the depths of depression or drugs or anxiety or whatever, you know, shit you can fall into while you're trying to do something out of yourself, you know? And now seeing myself, my girl, her daughter, just bringing a whole new look of my life and making me realize that there's more than just the goals I had set, you know, because I looked at the goals I had set as nothing should be distracting me from these goals, you know, but as I grew older, I started seeing value in other things like family, like people that care for you, like making something else besides these stringent goals, or more importantly, adding to them, you know, because I want to keep doing the podcast.
You can have other things.
Yeah, I wanted to keep doing the podcast. Well, originally I wanted to be a director, right? I went to school for, you know, film, and I want to make movies, right? But then I kind of saw behind the veil of that, and I didn't really like what I saw. You know, I didn't like the industry. I didn't like what it would take to get there. I just didn't see my niche. Didn't see the independence, rather dependence of being in that industry, you know? And seeing YouTube and seeing podcasting and seeing what I can do with just that opened my eyes on like, man, this is a cool goal that I would love to do, because I get to hang out with my buddies, talk a bunch of shit, drink, have food, and hang out. Like, that's my favorite shit I like to do, you know what I mean?
And direct it.
And in a way, you know, host it and direct it, you know? And dude, like everything I like doing on a day-to-day basis, you know? Like, I like to do that all the time, you know, and I get to see it every day. Obviously, I spend a lot of time editing, and it's very time consuming. It's a lot of work. But regardless of all that, these are the moments that make it worth it, you know? And realizing that and knowing that that was my purpose, it really, like, enclosed everything up. It added that last piece of the puzzle, making it like, okay, now I can do something out of this, you know? The only thing that can tarnish this is, you know, either exterior forces or you know, like some deep tragedy to me, you know? Like, but other than that, that's just, you know, looking at the negative parts. You just gotta keep moving forward and do the best you can with what you got, you know? And 2023 has been a roller coaster for me. And seeing this tree, seeing this place, doing the podcast still. When you guys brought up the podcast, doing the podcast today, I was like, I don't really want to set up all the fucking likes today, and I don't want to fucking do none of that editing. I fucking just want to chill, get through this year, start fresh next year. Let's just do it in January or whatever. And I was like, fuck that, dude. 2023 will never happen ever again, you know? Let's fucking make it. Let's get the fuck out of it with a banger, you know? Get a fucking last episode in, set it up like I never done it before, and see what happens, you know?
Yeah, this is the first time you've done it this way?
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't like this.
You don't?
It's so inconvenient. And the shots are so... Like,
I don't fucking like this.
When
This
he
is all
gets
going
out,
in
you
the
gotta
can.
fucking get rid of your mic.
Yeah.
Like, it's stupid.
Plus,
you
none
know?
of us have headphones, so that's rough.
Yeah. So
But
whatever.
still, why did you do it
the-
like this? Just so the tree would fit?
Like, it was not enough space over there, and I just thought of it. I was like, "This is the best way I could do it."
But you're
if
still
I could just
expanding.
get through
You're
it.
still trying to mix it up, make it look different and cool. So
Yeah. There was still a level of like, okay, I got to direct it, and
You
creativity.
got some new tripods, huh?
no, that's actually yours.
Which one?
That tripod?
No way. That thing's mine?
Yeah, that's yours.
4 cameras, 3 mics.
Wait, that's not my tripod, is it?
That's your tripod. I took it out of your bag.
No way. I got that hella nice tripod. When did I
Yeah, you
ever
got a
buy
really
that?
nice tripod. At least I found it in your storage, and I was
that's my
like, I'm
tripod.
taking. Oh, is that yours?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, I didn't know you had a tripod.
Damn, dude.
Neal has a tripod?
I guess he does. That I was like, yeah, some nice tripod. I don't know why he never uses this one, but it makes more sense now. It's Neal's tripod.
Dang.
Uh-uh.
You rented it?
No, I bought it for one of the shoots.
Whoa.
There you go. There you go.
Damn.
Some really
Wow,
nice
just coming
tripod.
up on some
Well, you can use it
tripods.
whenever you want, Mario.
I was like,
Me too.
I was trying to tell Grant.
I don't
like,
even know, like, isn't the H6 mine too?
Yeah, that H6 is yours too.
Which is like, when would you ever use it except for on a film shoot? I remember that was the cool thing about always living together is we always had all the film gear. It's like,
Yeah.
had the drone, had the labs,
I mean, whenever
had
you need to
everything.
use it, you can use it.
Yeah,
You know, I don't use it besides the times I do the podcast, which is once every 3 months. That's if, you know what I mean? That's if I do a podcast because it takes me so long to edit, you know?
Maybe AI will come along and help people edit stuff.
Dude, there is already a good AI, but it hasn't gotten good with multiple mics.
Ah.
It's good for 1 mic or 2 mics.
Like a Zoom
But 3
call
mics,
that's like
it's
deciding.
like, which voice is that? Should I cut into that one or this one? Yeah, like Adobe Premiere has a beta that it scripts everything you
Picks
say.
up on the audio,
and then you
connect it to a camera.
You highlight certain words, and then you hit delete, and it'll cut them out of the video.
Whoa,
Yeah,
that's smart.
right.
Dude, if I didn't have the programs I had to go through the interviews this last time, it would have taken me a lot longer to do Honor Guard. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but I had this one computer program that would print me out a transcript. And then I used a search function inside of each Word document or whatever text document to find out the subject that I was trying to create that segment about. And it would give you the time code, and which was really helpful because it was like not only to find it, but like even after you watch all 20 interviews or whatever, the full length 3 hours or whatever we did, it's like then to go back to the time code. I didn't have time to go through and map all the time codes for every subject. This thing cross-references subjects for me based on what I needed at the moment, which is incalculably good for you.
Right? That's huge.
Yeah, such a great invention.
Yeah. And they're just getting better. Like, I hear Photoshop. You could just highlight parts and then type in, just like Mid-Journey. It's like, oh, make a vase right here. And it'll cut it out and put a vase on there. I was like, what the fuck?
Right, where you can command prompt it to do certain things instead of physically doing it.
Yeah, and then there's another program. I don't know what it's called, but it's basically you make a title of what this picture you want it to be, like a landscape of an island in the middle of during sunset, right? So it knows the basis of that, and then you use different colors. So you color the bottom of a canvas, and that's the ocean. It makes an ocean. And then you use a different color. Even if it's blue or red or whatever other color, you make a little circle in the center, it makes an island. And then you make little spikes on top of it, it makes palm trees.
That's kind of cool.
And then you can change
Intuitive paint almost.
Yeah.
That's cool.
It's amazing. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Like,
It's better
a
than it
3-year-old
is,
can make a
yeah.
dope ass picture if you threw it through this engine, you know?
Right.
Imagine growing up now, which is also why I'm excited to have a kid, because like you have to believe in the positivity of the future to want to have children, I think. And so many people I've talked to, especially at the news, so many people are like, hey, are you gonna have kids? And they're like, oh God, no. They're like afraid of it almost. And I think like that's too bad, because I think the tech's taking us somewhere good. It's based on us and how we use it. Damn, you guys gonna keep going? 5 hours, long podcast.
I don't think we
what time
did
did we
5
start?
hours. We started at 7.
Oh, 4 hours.
So
What's the
long.
longest podcast you've ever done?
About 5 hours.
Really? You've done a 5 hour one?
Yeah. Brandon's podcast was 4 hours or something.
Yeah. Thanks for all the hospitality.
For sure. Anytime.
You're sticking around for Christmas?
Who, me?
So wait,
What are you guys getting
cancel
into
on
for New Year's?
you? My mom was supposed to come down in the morning, but she just told us the rain is bothering her.
Yeah.
It's wet outside.
Yeah.
It's her birthday tomorrow.
Yeah.
The solstice tomorrow too.
The what?
The solstice.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be the darkest day of the year,
Dude,
man.
while we were out
Oh,
in
shit.
Costa Rica, the third place that we stayed at was on the beach, and it was like really kind of dirty, but it was like right on the beach. And we went out to see the stars the first night. You could see all the stars because there's like no light pollution. And it
Mm-hmm.
was like 10 shooting stars. We were
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? Like Samantha was tripping out because I don't know how many times she's seen shooting stars, but she was like shocked to see that many at once.
Right?
And it turns out there was a meteor shower going on that night
Yeah.
called the Geminid meteor shower, and so it's still going on until the 24th, I think, or visible. But it was cool. I'm like, oh, this is so cool, dude.
Yeah, that's fucking dope, dude.
Is your girl spending Christmas with you?
I forgot to do this. Because I gotta line up the audios. And yeah, she spent and she lives with me, bro. She has nowhere else to live. Honestly, like if it's not for me, she wouldn't be staying anyway.
Mostly, she's 24/7 here now.
Yeah, no, well yeah, because remember when I told you she was living with her mom? And her mom was living with her
I
boss's
guess
house.
I assumed it was like temporary, but yeah.
No,
Makes
she
sense.
was living with her boss's house, and
Damn.
they all got kicked out, so now they're all fucking just living off of whatever, you know?
She's not paying rent?
And she's not paying rent. You feel that? Right?
Try to tell her, like, you gotta pay some rent, girl.
Yeah. Apparently she's broke because of her credit card debt or whatever, and I'm like, fuck, dude, that's not good.
He pays in other ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
He pays.
Mhm. I know.
Well, as long as you guys get along, you're the boss.
Mm-hmm.
the boss.
Yeah, I kind of like that, though.
What, like the ownership of it?
As long as we're living here, I don't have a real big problem with it, you know? But as soon as we move out to a bigger place, which we're talking about, like a 3-bedroom, like a house, I'm gonna be like, bro, I can't afford a fucking 3-bedroom. I'm not in
This
this
is a 2-bedroom?
This is a 1-bedroom.
You're gonna go from that to a 3-bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
Why the extra bedroom?
I need an
extra
office,
baby.
and we need a room for Elena, and then our room.
You want an office?
Yeah, so I can set up the podcast.
Nice.
Can't
That's the only way I can do it.
Gotta get a house, dude, because the mortgage rates are dropping again.
Oh, they are?
Get a job. Get a job, or she's got a job, right?
How do you feel about moving in
Get
with
a
your
job?
girl in May? That's gonna be intense, right? When you guys, do you have a date that you're gonna try to move in?
I gotta talk to my landlord because it's supposed to be like up until February, you're not supposed to move out. Like we signed this clause that it's like the busy season. So one of the other guys is moving out, and I don't know if he's gonna still try to get me to do month to month, but I'm gonna tell him like, look, put it up for rent, and as soon as somebody's interested, I'll just get out because basically I'm just gonna absorb myself into Samantha's life to help take care of her while she's going this last 3 months of pregnancy, and
Mm-hmm.
it'll be smooth in that sense. But we'll see how much my landlord wants to let me leave. I think it'd be better that way. So that way I'm gonna leave a lot of stuff there, like my bed and furniture, because like it's just easier. So
Right. Like either way, you'll be out of there, kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. And I'll be living with Samantha, and the real question will be, when do I start helping to pay for Samantha's rent? Well, she doesn't need me to right now, so like I can live there just to help out. And she's not gonna ask me to pay rent, nor would I offer, because I'll still be paying rent in my old place. So like she'll know the deal, and then as soon as whatever that goes away, then I'll help her out.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll probably coincide right when our son's born, so that'll be like, that's gonna be more money. But she also wants to leave SpaceX for a while because she gets maternity leave, and then she's got a bunch of stock saved up there, so she kind of wants to leave to be with a kid for the first couple of years because she's worked her ass off there for like 7 years.
Wow.
So I
No
support
way.
that, like take a break and really bond with this kid, and then I'll work. Like I'm still gonna be bringing in decent money, so like, and she has all these stock options, so she's gonna. Her idea is to cash out a little bit. And she even asked me the other day at the gym, like yesterday, she was like, "Hey, bud, how much, basically they're doing another stock offering because at SpaceX they have these certain windows where they let employees that have stock sell them back to the company if they want. They have first option to do that, meaning they get to change their stocks for cash. So if you have 100,000 shares, well, that's great. That doesn't mean I can go to the market and buy bread with those shares. Those windows open up, you can trade your stock back for cash, and she's going to do X amount. But she has my input, and I said, like, she had also talked about this financial advisor that had offered their services to her. And I said, like, now's the time to go talk to that person because you're doing better than me financially. I'll admit it. So, like, what am I going to tell you? Like, I'm not going to say, like, you should go there telling them what you want to happen to us because I've told you what I'm willing to do. I'm going to be there. Like, I could take care of the kid alone if I had to, and she could take care of the kid alone if she had to.
Right.
So the fact that we're going to join together only means good things as long as we keep it positive and good spirited. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to give everything I can to help make this work in terms of the family, and it's going to be interesting because she's going to be at home for the first couple of years, which will help, and then I'll be done with my new master's program after that time. So I'll be transitioning to a new career field and hopefully have a screenplay to sell. And
Wow.
then she'll be looking to go back into the career field and she'll still have a lot of money saved up in terms of these stocks. So she's not going to cash it all the way. So things are going to be good. And she's got this home super cheap in terms of mortgage. It's like she doesn't pay that much for the whole place compared to what we pay. So like I'm going to be cutting that in half, which means my rent goes down significantly and so does hers. So it's going to be good all around.
Right.
Be teams, you know. I'll be able to buy paper towels and clean up after her and her dog and shit, and her daughter. And the
What
baby
city
and
is
everybody
she
else.
in right now? What city does she live in?
It's called Lasso Park.
Hmm.
It's right next to Eagle Rock. So you take the 110 through downtown, and you keep going on the 110. You get off of Verdugo right there after the 5. Goes up along the side. It's like just north of her is Glendale and Pasadena. So
Nice.
Is she close to the Hollywood sign?
no, she's close to like Griffith Park.
Oh, okay.
Like when I go to
The
work.
zoo.
Yeah, exactly. We went to LA Zoo on a date. It's
Oh, okay.
almost East LA. It's just northeast LA.
Okay.
And she's Mexican. It's a big Mexican neighborhood.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, but it's cool because she really knows, like, A, this is probably the last, I imagine, we talked about this is my opinion, but I mean, she seems to agree, you know, we're in our prime in terms of raising a kid and having a family, and it's always something we both wanted, so it just clicked. And we looked intensively for each other. Like, how did 2023 go? I started single, and now I'm in a relationship pretty deep, so
Yeah, me too.
it feels good because I did work for it. I remember going on a lot of bad dates trying to find somebody, and I feel like me and her are both appreciative of the fact that like we could be alone again real quickly, and with somebody we don't like that much. So it's like every time we hang out, whenever I expect monotony to set in, or sort of like us getting sick of each other or tired of each other, it's like it's nice to be with someone who always wants to be around you, you know, because you feel like really cared about. So I'm
Yeah.
happy.
Did you begin this year with Hillary, or was that last year?
Last year, I left Hillary last summer.
Oh.
2022. And then I was single until April dating. And then when I was dating on the app again, because like that was the last time I was dating somebody at work before I was really doing Bumble. And I like started I was dabbling when I dated her, but it was like always just so easy for me to connect with women at work because they're always around and I could just put down the charm game. But then after that, one of her pieces of advice, Hillary's, was, hey, maybe you shouldn't date anybody you work with anymore. And I was like, yeah. I'll take that to heart. And I totally did. So it was just like cool. And the apps work because obviously if it doesn't work out, you learn from your mistakes and you move on. You don't have to see that person every day at work, which is a great blessing. So went through a lot more cycles of the dating game, but it was nice because we both found what we wanted. So
Yeah.
got to keep it fresh, and we'll see. It'll be a whole other challenge moving in and being that, like, even spending a week. Now when we text, you know, we take hours where we get back to each other sometimes because she's working or I'm doing this. Like, I'm not going to be, you know, and it also makes it a little bit better to like have that desire of, oh, when are they going to text back, you know? Make it fun, like dating. It's like, it's not guaranteed. I feel like when you get married or when you have a kid, you feel like the other person you're accountable to. Like, I was talking to Kyle today, and he was mentioning, like, it's nice, he feels good that he's not accountable to anybody finally after being married for 20 years. Like, you know, he doesn't have to do shit. He doesn't, like, of course he's there for Autumn, but like, it's different in terms of somebody's expecting you to get back to them at a certain amount of time or like
Right.
tell you when you're going to go out and do something. Like, he can do what the fuck he wants.
Right.
Autumn's good. He's out. You can go to the casino and drink all night if he wants, or he can stay up, play video games all night, and no one's being like, oh, giving him guilt and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's tricky, man. But in terms of relationship, you just gotta respect the other person's autonomy. I think it's like you can be single again real fast. You know, we don't really appreciate it. So you usually have. How's everything going with Lauren? You guys good?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing about Grant. I never believe him.
It's going good.
Good.
Which is to say,
When are you
No.
leaving town exactly? Christmas Day? You
Christmas
flying out?
morning, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me try to give you some gifts. I just have one small thing I got for her. It's
Yeah,
shipped
yeah,
here in
yeah.
Amazon, but it's not. What did I give her? Anyways, you guys doing alright?
Yeah, we're doing good. You know, like I was saying, as far as like me learning love, you know, I realized the adage of like love is nothing. Like there's no, what is it? There's no greater love than to lay down your life. Like I always took that as being like a personal thing. Like in Jesus is saying like, oh, he laid down his physical life. But now I realize if you were to imagine that also means your spiritual and emotional life, kind of hits different. Which is to say like, which was to say like, if you lay down your emotions and your spiritual self, like everything that you hold as an identity, if you like lay that down, including your physical life, if you lay that down for your environment, that's love. That's loving your environment. That's true acceptance. Like letting the mosquito bite you, letting your environment attack you, letting things take advantage of you, but also keeping your mind and your emotions at that energy of what you want, not what you don't want. And you'll shift yourself and everything in your environment to that place of love. So that's the big thing that I'm growing through this year, is recognizing that there's things that happen, and there's things that happen that you don't want to happen, or that maybe wouldn't be in your realm of energy of what you would want. But I think when those things happen, sometimes they give you the ability to recognize your ability. They give you a little bit of insight into what's possible for you. It's, you know, it's a way for you to grow sometimes. So for me, I've had different interesting experiences within my relationship this year that has helped me to grow as a person. So I'm happy and thankful for that. And then also just trying to figure out how to balance relationship life with work life, and with, you know, work life with personal endeavors. It's like starting this new job. I started this brand new job this year, so that was big. Yeah. So trying to balance that with also, you know, trying to keep my real focus, which is getting these ideas out in public and trying to share these ideas that I think can help individuals, and also just implement them in my everyday life. So 2024, Year of the Dragon. Here we go. Year of the Dragon? Yeah. It's my year.
Oh shit, my son's
I am dragon.
Yeah.
We will be dragons together.
First episode later.
All right, guys. All right, bro.
Love you, bro.
Anytime. Merry
I'm glad we all
Christmas,
get to
bro.
hang out.
Have a good one.
Merry
Drive
Christmas.
safe.
Drive safe.
Too late.
You get
I'll
the
try
rest of the
not
good
to.
hour, kids.
I'm gonna watch the episode later, so then talk shit.
Ah!
See ya.
See ya.
All right, bro. Whoa, okay, so you have certain things that you're grateful for 2023. What are your aspirations and what are your predictions of 2024, Grant?
Aspirations and predictions. I aspire to complete my book in 2024. I aspire to find a literary agent and publish my book in 2024. I want to finish my book, find a literary agent, and publish by the end of the year.
Next year.
Yeah, 2024. I want to be completely done in regards to, like, to have it out and available. End of the year. I want to grow within my relationship and either know where, like, by the end of the year, I want to know where I want to establish myself with Lauren. Like, I don't necessarily need to, like, be there already, like, whether it's knowing or, like, whether it's being married or living in another house. I just want to know by the end of the year where I want
that to be. You know what I mean? Like I want to know for sure whether or not we're going to be married, or I want to know for sure whether or not we're going to live in a particular place. Like I want to be more concrete in that by the end of 2024. And physically, I want to be like, I want to work out more and just be healthy all year. Eat more vegetables. What about you?
So do you not foresee yourself as you're still in the gray with her about that?
Well, I mean, it's always a process of learning, Mm-hmm. So I definitely have seen a lot of potential and a lot of positive growth in the right direction. I can honestly say I don't know if there's a specific moment. Like I don't know. That's one of those things where it's like I don't know if it's a feeling. I don't know if there's a moment or a collection of moments that have to happen to where it just feels like, okay, this is it now. This is right. Because there's at some point, it's heading in that direction.
Well, don't you feel like you're waiting to be convinced rather than seeing it for what it is? You're like wishing and hoping and praying that it's gonna be the perfect way for you to ask the big question, or
I think part of it is
or
like
you're trying to delay the process of going through the hardship of making the hard decision.
I think in reality, I guess maybe like I think deep down I know what direction I want to move in. And then part of it is like, there's almost like three parts. Part of it is like kind of, I feel like there's this deep down feeling of what I know I want to move in that, what direction, but I'm not like 100% sure of that feeling. And I can't tell you why or whether or not how to move that feeling. And then there's almost like a perspective of you don't see the whole picture. So it's like you're walking around a statue and you only see the front of it and you have to like walk around it. And, maybe even a couple of times to get a full perspective of the thing that is the relationship. So you have to walk around the relationship a couple times to get the perspective of it to see if you really want to have that relationship. Or
it sounds like a very much of a beat around the bush kind of thing.
It's one, you like it. That's like saying if you go on an app and you are dating somebody for the first time, it's like, oh, you didn't know after your first date whether or not you wanted to marry her? Like, bro, you're beating around the bush. Either you know or you don't know. It's like, no, there's no defining moment. You can hang out with somebody 100 days in a row or one day every 3 days for 5 years. And at some point, it doesn't have to be the first day, it doesn't have to be the 30th day. At some point, you gradually create this perception of whether or not you're idealistic for each other. So that, for me, is still building upon itself in whatever way you want to imagine it. But it definitely seems to be building in a positive direction. So I think really there's like three categories. So one is me kind of knowing deep down inside which way it's going to go. Me judging based upon experiences, based upon the moments. And then the other, I think, is me, what was it? I lost it. There's three parts. Me knowing it, me knowing based upon experiences, or what's the third one?
I think you're trying to make it up as you go rather than knowing what you mean.
No, the third one was relation. It's you're relating to them, or because you're like discovering and learning about them, or.
But then again, I am no guru about relationships. I've always been an outsider when it comes to them. I've always been a let's move on to the next one kind of guy. So the decisions you are making are very alien to me because I would have never made them. But then again, I made them with my girl now. Like, and to the extent that she not only moved in with me, but she has her daughter over. And, you know, we all sleep together. You know what I mean? She sleeps in the bed with us because she can't sleep by herself. She gets scared. And now she's the most adorable little girl I've ever met.
Right.
Like,
You're essentially
I
dad.
can't see myself, or I can't see her, my girl, without her daughter now. Like, she's an incremental and equally important part of my life. And I'm not even her father, and nor would I want to be.
Whoa.
But at the same time, I care about her, and she doesn't know the difference. She doesn't know that I'm not the dad, and she should not have any real feelings towards me besides, this is my mom's lover now, or, quote unquote, significant other, And she doesn't understand that because she's a little girl. She gives love to everyone that takes care of her, If you feed her, treat her right, and give her toys, she'll love you, Unconditionally, like, because she doesn't know the difference. She doesn't know the politics of adulthood and the differences of, okay, now I can't be with your dad, She just sees it like my dad's over there, and she thinks it's normal. All of this that's happening is normal. She doesn't know that things changed, and your dad's not around anymore. Like, it's Mario now. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you are dad now. You're her dad.
I'm Mario. Dad's dad. Mom is mom. And now there's a Mario.
But essentially, you're dad.
No, I can't replace him. She will always have her dad. It's just that I'm an additional. In a way, if you really think about it, actually, now that I think about it, I'm like, that's more love to come around. You get love when you're dad. You get love from your mom, and now you get love from a third person that's not even related to you at all, and loves you equally and as the rest of the people that are connected to you, which is crazy. And that's real unconditional love, right? Like when you love something that's not even attached to you in any way. Like, I get it if you love your kid. It's your kid.
Yeah.
It's your blood. You made it in some way.
Yeah, how do you feel?
But if it's not even your blood, and you care about the little girl as much as you would if it was your blood, that's fucking real love in a way.
That's what I'm wondering. How do you feel, like, with a kid? Like, that's, you have
She's the funnest little girl ever, dude. I take out a toy of her, and she starts cracking up. It's like, oh shit, the coloring toy, hells yeah. She's just laughing. Dude, anything I would take out or anything I do, and she sits on my desk and types around, and she laughs like, and she looks at the screen and she laughs again, dude. She laughs at everything, dude.
That's
everything. Awesome. The only time she doesn't laugh is because you take it away from her. She's crying, right? Because now she doesn't have it. Like the other day, like I'm also learning how to discipline them in a way, because trying to discipline, because they spend a lot of time on their phones. Like, I spend a lot of time editing. That same amount of time I spend hours editing, they're over here on the couch on their phones. Elena has her tablet, and my girl has her cell phone, right? They have the TV. A tablet? She has a little tablet. They gave her a tablet. Exactly. She had an iPad at one point. I was like, what the fuck? She has an iPad? She's like, yeah, she likes watching movies. I was like, holy shit, she's so spoiled, The least you could do, give you a tablet, not an iPad. What the fuck? Anyways, there was a whole deal with the fucking iPad. And they were on it for hours, dude, to the point where I was like, all right, that's it with the phones. I took both of their phones, dude. My girl and her tablet, her phone. And I put it over here. No more phone for an hour, I said. Did
you get off the computer?
I didn't hop on my computer. You guys go watch a movie. That's fine. But no more phone. That's it.
Right.
Like,
do something else.
Do something else, And she was crying, dude. And my girl was crying with her just so that she get her phone back and, pull on my heartstrings, you know. And I
What's
was
her
like,
name again?
fuck.
Elena?
Elena, yeah, Elena and Lily, right? And she was crying so bad where I was like, I felt bad. I was like, I just wanted to end. So I gave her iPad back. She's like, thank you. And she got back on it. And I was like, this is not good. Like, I'm building bad incentives, you know? And eventually my girl kind of caught on to it. And it's like, you know what? Yeah, we should get rid of the iPad. It's time to take a shower. We took her to take a shower. And then we put the iPad away. So she's not back on it. But, yeah, that's a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, they shouldn't be on the phone too much, you know? Like, there should be limits to everything we do, you know? Like, my girl is but from what I perceive, she's a very at-home kind of girl. Like, she just wants to hang out at home. And she says she wants to go do stuff, but, like, it's very half-assed and stuff. And we do go out every day. And there was one day we stayed home and we hanged out for most of the day here, and I was getting depressed, dude. I was like, oh, this is so, like, it was gloomy and didn't feel well. I was like, we gotta go outside. We gotta go do something, you know? And we took her daughter to the park. And it was the funnest day ever, dude. Like, we took her to the park. She saw these, they were geese, but she kept calling them ducks. Remember I was telling you about it?
Yeah.
And then she called them ducks, and then she called them chickens, and we kept telling her, no, they're geese. And then halfway through the whole lake, she started calling out chickens again. And I was like, no, they're geese. And then all of a sudden, I started spotting some chickens where she was pointing at, and I was like, wait, those are chickens. Yeah. And I was like, a very good twist, and kind of like, wow, she does know what chickens are, you know?
Right.
And she was so excited having to see chickens. And I was like, anytime she has her excitement, it just echoes through my heart. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
That's so cool.
It's the most beautiful thing ever, you know?
I love
it. So I'm getting to learn a lot about that. And just in a way, you know,
you're becoming a family man, dude.
Yeah. Going through the family world.
That's
you know,
that's
maintaining the people around me.
Even for like the serious relationship I have, we haven't gone to that level yet. So,
yeah.
We've talked about it, but
right,
the 2 year mark's kind of the mark. You know, like 2 years, between 2 and 3. Like, if you haven't done anything, but after your 3rd year, like if you hit your 4th year, I think 4 years is like the cutoff, right? Like, if you are dating for 4 years, then, and you haven't popped the question and you guys aren't getting married, then...
Bro, my boss and his girlfriend have been together for 8 years and had a kid. And he just proposed like a year ago.
Really?
Yeah, they were together for 8 years and just proposed. So, like, needing to get married, I don't think that's necessary. But wanting to be together, that's necessary. And that's hard, because if one person has different values than the other person, it's not going to last long, you know?
That's true, right? You got to have the same values.
Yeah, in a way.
What do you value, Mario? What's
That's
your core value?
Some good values. I like kindness. I like love. I like respect. I like knowledge. I like unity. I like working together, team players. I like all those positive things, you know? It's easier to go through all the things I don't like, you know what I mean? It's the things that I don't value is lying, deception, manipulation, you know, like exploitation, all those words, you know? I don't like those. So as anyone, you know, I'm sure you would agree in some way. And, but we're all navigating different routes. We are choosing our path. You know, you're choosing a different path than I would have. I really didn't choose this path. It kind of was laid upon me, and I was like, I really don't got anything else going on. And honestly, I really don't want to go back to dating, bro. Like, I dated for a long time, and I went on all those dates. And, bro, it's just like, it's so time-consuming and so stressful sometimes. It was fun. Because at the end of the day, you just go back to where you were, following your goals. But going through it all over again, I'm like, I don't really want to go through that. I'm not as scared to go through it. Yeah. If like my girl, does something I don't approve of, like those things we just talked about, that I disapprove of, that I don't value.
What would it take for you to break up with your girl? If you're gonna break up with her for a specific,
she lies to me, and
just if she lies to you.
I mean, like lies in big frame sort of things, like she's seen someone else. She actually doesn't like me. She's just looking to stay with me to exploit my kindness.
Yeah.
So she's
like faking in some way.
Yeah. If I find out that, or she has just different values than me, like she just doesn't foresee, like she wants to change me, like she wants me to steer away from making the podcast. She wants me to start doing things like she wants me to do them, shit like that. I'll be like, no, like this is how I do things. You know what I mean? Like I'll respect your way. You do them that way, but when I do them, this is how I want to do them, There will be compromises. I mean, I make compromises with this place. Used to have the table here, the couch over there, and I made the compromise. It's not a big deal. This is not a big deal. It's just how things are set up. I don't give a fuck.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, you switched it to where the couch not over there.
Yeah. So as long as I get to do whatever I want on my time, I don't give a fuck what you want to do, So where the line is, it's very blurry, but there's certain things that, like, if they come up, I know where I fall.
Yeah.
What about you, man? What would you like to close this out on?
Just love and peace, man. Love and peace. Every day is a new journey. I think you gotta like.
What do you foresee with your job?
I foresee it as a stepping stone. It's helped me realize what I need to do to manage my life. Becoming a manager. It's like it's helps you recognize like a little bit of like taking responsibility and focusing in on a particular area in order to get a result. It's like you got to focus in, and for me specifically with that job, it's like it's very profit oriented in the sense of. Or just goal oriented, like, hey, like there's certain goals we want to reach. Goals might be on the local scale. It might be like me trying to clean my office or up the liquor room or clean the restaurant or have a healthy staff, a staff that is like happy and positive. On the grand scale or on like the corporate company scale, it's like the bottom line. It's like having profit for the company, So understanding that you use in the general you have to put in a certain input in order to get those results. So I've had to like realize what my inputs, what I need to input into the environment in order to get those specific results. So I got to change my actions in order to reflect what I want to see as a result. So that means I also got to do that for my personal goals. So that's something that as I go forward, I'm going to have to tighten up and recognize what specifically I want out of my personal goals and figure out how to achieve those personal goals, those specific personal goals. So, it's just a way of kind of like fine tuning my life and what I want and where I'm going. So yeah, this next year should be good. I really want to get to the point where I can have passive revenue. It's like I got to get out of the hourly game. So I know, as far as really hitting a plateau or an area where it could be transformative for me and for my environment and for my family and my friends, it's going to be that point when I'm able to be independently wealthy, or wealthy to the sense of where I can have money income that's, coming in when I'm sleeping. So that's the next step is for me specifically. This job is nice because I'm probably get a bump right now at the end of the year,
and then I'll get another bump when I become AGM, according to my GM and the director. So should get, hopefully at least making like 75 to 80 by the end of the year or come January. And then maybe like in April or May, get a bump to 80 or 85, depending on what I got. So that could be dope. So it's a little extra money in my pocket each month. But then practically, I just got to, like you're doing, got to finish up this content. And for me personally, because I want to make money with it, I'm trying to figure out how can I hone in on the message? Like, what's the core of the message that I want to get across? I need to continually tighten that up. So in all my videos, I want to point towards that core message, and I got to figure out how to continually tighten that up and make it more succinct and more palatable and more watchable, and digestible, so that I can figure out how to package that and repackage that and, convey it and express it in ways that are enjoyable and entertaining, because that's what I want to do. I want people to be inspired through my words and actions and imagery, That's the goal. Create a better environment through my actions. 2024. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out,
Yeah.
Especially with all these babies walking around. So it feels like a lot of tension, though, doesn't it? In the same way, like, especially just with the political atmosphere. But then also because we just like are transitioning out from living in a comfortable environment. So it's like we definitely have stepped into a realm, specifically us, into this realm that's kind of the unknown. Like you said, it's kind of the unknown and it's kind of the unpredictable, and you're in the big wide world and you got to figure it out.
Yeah. And those are the great words of Grant.
Starlight.
Thought Starlight.
Grant Thought Starlight.
Mr. Grant Starlight. General of this universe. Of 2023. You garnered numerous amount of knowledge, perspective, and realization about yourself, about the world you live in, and what your purpose is. And now we're moving on to the next chapter of the next year.
That we are.
We're going to start a whole new thing. As always, brother, I love having you on. More times like these to come.
Yeah, man.
And
I'm glad you do this. We gotta
knock it out again, and can't wait to see your experiment, your book, and hope all comes out well, man.
Thanks, man. Yeah, not hopefully. At some point, we'll be able to talk about, the published book. It won't be a talk about like me writing it. It'll be like, hey, man, let me talk to you about the journey of how I got to that. So that has to be the next steps. Got to show physical progress.
Yes.
But obviously the book, it's being written, but physical progress is results. I want to see that published. Gotta get it published, baby.
Publish. All right, guys.
We're making moves.
Like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode.
Smash that subscribe button.
That's right.
Smash it. Smash it. Smash the subscribe button.
You got this camera right here.
Smash it. What are you waiting for? Smash the subscribe button. Smash it.
That's right.